Now let's begin the Django framework. Django is actually a Python web framework. So there's so many web framework. Python has so many framework like Flask, Tornado. There are so many frameworks, but Django is the most popular Python web framework. Okay, so Django is a Python web-based framework that allows you to quickly create efficient web application. It is also called batteries included framework. You know what is a framework? A framework is an architecture that includes everything that you basically need to create a project. Okay, every dependent things like there could be libraries, configuration files, dependencies, everything. So Python is a Python's Django web framework contains everything that you need to create a web application. Okay, so basically frameworks are some architectures, they have some predefined structure, you know, so that will help us to create our application easily in lesser time. Okay, that is why we go for framework. If you don't use any framework to create an application, you will have to write a lot of codes, a lot of dependencies are needed. But when you have a framework, your job is, pretty much easy. You can build your applications very fast without wasting time. You can you can do so many things. Okay, so that is why frameworks are popular. There are so many frameworks. So in Python, the most popular Python framework is the Django framework. Okay, it is used by top MNCs like YouTube, Instagram, Spotify, Dropbox, etc. And it's a free and open source framework. It's freely available, it's open source, and it take lesser time, and we can write the things using, like, you don't need to write so many codes. You can write your application in fewer codes. And Django provides built-in features for everything, including Django. There is an admin interface, there is a default database, so there are so many things that is all already comes up with Django. There are so many things, but you can choose what all things you need. Okay, you don't need to use everything. You can choose what all things you need to build your application. Okay, to learn Django, you might need to have a better understanding of Python, Python's OOPS concepts, and relational database and SQL queries. Okay, so why Django framework? Because it actually provides excellent documentation and it's highly scalable. So when you choose a framework, you have to see whether it is scalable or not. Like, your application has to provide some sort of scalability, and it provides an excellent documentation of everything that the framework provides. And it is used by top MNCs like Instagram, Spotify, YouTube, Bitbucket, Dropbox, etc. Easiest framework to learn and rapid development, and battery is fully included. You know what I mean by batteries? Battery is fully included. That means we have everything with the Django framework. We don't need to you don't need to add any external thing for creating your web application, because usually what are the there could be database requirement, there could be different kinds like admin roles. There are so many dependent things when you create an application. But the batteries fully included means we have everything with this framework. So you don't need to go and find some external stuff to start your application, to create your project. You'll understand this when we start learning the Django. Okay, so the last but not the least reason to learn Django is Python. So Python has a huge library and features such as web scraping, machine learning, image processing, scientific computing. So there are so many Python libraries. So that is the best and the foremost reason why you should choose Django. Okay, that is Python. One can integrate it with all this with web application and do lots and lots of advanced stuff. So Django is a rapid web development framework that can be used to develop fully fledged web application in a short period of time. And it is very easy to switch database in Django framework. It has a built-in admin interface which makes easy to work with it. Django is fully functional framework that requires nothing else. You don't need anything else to create your project if you have Django. Okay, it has thousands of additional packages available. It is very scalable. So when to use Django and why? So Django is a high-level Python-based web framework which allows you to quickly create web applications without all of the installation or dependency problems that you normally will find with other frameworks. For developing a web application, or you can use Django for developing a web application or API backend. For rapid development of some web application, deploying the application fast and scaling it according to your needs. A perfect ORM. ORM means object relational mapping. I know that you don't understand all these terms, but we will discuss each and every term in detail in the upcoming sessions. A perfect ORM for working with databases instead of database queries. To develop a secure single page application for either retrieving data or posting data. So these are the reasons, these are the situations when we use Django. And the Django architecture. So every framework has got its own architecture. Okay. The major architecture of Django is MVT. You might have heard about MVC. MVC means Model View Controller. So I'm not going into that. I'll be discussing the MVT architecture. MVT means Model View Template Architecture. MVT is a software design pattern for developing a web application. Okay, it's Model View Template. Model is going to act as the interface of your data. It is responsible for maintaining the data. It is the logical data structure behind the entire application and is represented by a database. Okay, so model is it is the interface of your data. So it actually maintains your data. It is a logical data structure behind the whole application and is represented by a database. Generally, relational databases such as MySQL or Postgres. View is a user interface. What you see in the browser, that is a view. Okay, or when you render a website, what you see in the browser, that is basically the view. It is represented by HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and Jinja files. Template. A template consists of static parts of the desired HTML output as well as some special syntax describing how dynamic content will be inserted. So a template consists of some static parts of the desired HTML output as well as some special syntax describing how dynamic content will be inserted. So it contains some static features as well as dynamic. Static means it's not changeable. Dynamic means it's changeable. Okay. So this is the architecture. You can see the model, view, template. Model is connected to view, view is connected to model, view is connected to template, template is connected to view. Okay, so whenever the model represents the complete data and model can send the data to the view. When some updations occurs in your view, it will go back to the model. When user gives some input to the template, that will go to the view, and the view can send the display data to the template. Okay, so installing Django, that is the next thing. To install Django, we can install it using install pip. We need a tool, the pip tool that we have discussed in the previous sessions. What is pip? If pip is not installed, you have to install pip first. In Windows, you can install pip like py minus pip, or in Unix, you can write python minus pip for installing pip tool. So after installing pip, you can install Django using this command python minus m pip install Django. Everything is in lowercase. Okay, python minus pip install Django. Okay, after that we can create a Django project. Okay, now let us install pip tool first. Then let's create a Django project and see how it works. Okay, so as I discussed, Django is a web framework. We can use Django for creating web application. It's a framework that comes up with everything you need to create a web application. So you can create your web application very quickly using Django. You don't need any external stuff. It actually comes up with a lot of built-in packages are included in it, so you don't need to depend on some external packages or something. And it is very easy to learn because it is a Python based web framework. Okay, a framework is something that has got some architecture, it has got a structure, There are so many built-in APIs are included inside it. There will be so many packages. There will be so many configuration files, etc. Okay, now let's just get straight into installation of the Django. Okay, now let's see how to install Django. To install Django, you need to have a Python interpreter and a PIP tool. So we have installed PIP tool and Python already. So I hope you guys remember it. If you don't have PIP tool installed in your system, you can download file get-pip .py and you can install it. But you don't need to, we don't need to do that because we have installed the latest version of Python, that is 3.9. From Python version 3.4 and above, Pip already comes up with your Python package, Python interpreter, so you don't need to install pip separately because pip is already available from Python version number 3.4 and above. If your Python version is below that, then you need to download PIP and you need to install it. But in our we are currently using the latest version, so we don't need to install PIP tool separately. We just need to set up the path of PIP. I hope you guys remember setting up the Python interpreter path, and let me just quickly show you how to set the PIP path. Okay, so to do that, you need to go to your this PC, and let me go to the C drive. So in the C drive, you can search for percentage app data percentage, and inside app data folder we have local folder. Inside local folder we have a programs folder, inside which we have the Python folder, where is actually we are actually storing our Python interpreter here. When you open it, you can see a lot of folders here. If you open the scripts folder, you can see the PIP tool there. Okay, so to make PIP available, we can copy this path and right click on this PC and click on properties, and here is an option that is advanced system settings. Click on it, click on environment variables, click on path. I have already added the path, so let me just okay, you can click on new and paste the path. Okay, I have already added, let me delete one. Okay, so you can click on new and you can just paste the path and click OK. That's enough. Okay, I have added it twice. Let me delete one. Okay, so now I have added path of PIP to my environment variables. Okay, click on OK, click on OK, click on OK. Close this window also, and let us check whether pip is installed in your system. To check that, you can go to your command prompt and you can type pip minus minus version to check the pip version. See, it's pip 21.1.1 is installed in my system. Okay, it's available with the Python 3.9 itself. You don't need to install it separately. Okay, so we have Python interpreter, we have PIP tool. Now let's see how to install Django. Okay, and let's see how to create a project using Django and how to run your application using Django. Okay, so after the installation of setting up the path for PIP, you can just install Django. To install Django, you can use this command python -m pip install Django. So this is the command you need to install Django in your system. Okay, so using PIP tool, you can install Django. Okay, let me copy this command and I'm going to enter this command in the command prompt window. Python -m pip install Django. Click enter. See, then you can see that it's around 7.9 MB. The Django framework is getting installed in your system. Okay, that's it. So after completing the installation, we can start creating a project using Django. Okay, let's see. Let's wait for the installation to complete. Okay, see, successfully installed Django. So now we have installed Django in your system. Let me hide the terminal. And if you want to check the version of Django installed in your system, you can use this command python -m django -- version. This is the command that you can use to check the version of Django installed in your system. Okay, see what is the version? 3.2.5 is the Django version that is installed in your system. Okay, so this is the current version, latest stable version, that is 3.2.5. Okay, that's it. And now let's see how to create a Django project. Okay, to create a Django project, you can use this command in Linux OS or Mac OS, and you can use this command in your Windows OS. See, you can see different icons. This is the official site, djangoproject.com. Here you can find out the documentation of Django. Okay, and you can see various commands that can be used on Linux and Mac, and that can be used on your Windows projects. Okay, so if this is your first time using Django, you'll have to take care of some initial setup. Namely, you will need to auto-generate some code that establishes a Django project. A collection of settings for an instance of Django, including database configuration, Django specific options, and application specific settings. Okay, so you can just move on to a directory and you can create your project there. So let me just go to a directory. I'm just going to desktop. Okay, to move to desktop, I can use the command cd space desktop, and I'm going to create a folder here. For that, I'm going to use the the command mkdir django project. That is the name of my folder, and I'm going to move to this folder, cd space django project. See, now currently I'm sitting in Django project folder. Okay, and I'm going to create my project here. Okay, to create your first Django project, you can use this command django -admin start project my site. So here my site is the name of your project. So I'm going to store my pro. Okay, my pro is the name of my project. This is the command django -admin start project space my pro. Okay, then click enter. Then you can create your project. Okay, it will take some time. Okay, it's done. So my project is created and I just want to open this project. To open this project, you can go to your PyCharm, open PyCharm. Okay, so yeah, then you can see your project over there. You can open, you have to open your project here. See, let me show you that. Okay, to open your project, file, open. So actually my project is in desktop, so I'll have to go to desktop. Okay, so users, you can go to desktop. In desktop, Django project is my folder. In Django project, the project name is my pro, so you'll have to click on my pro. I'm going to open the project in this window. See, you can see your project here. It comes up with some set of files. I'll explain all this file later. So this is the basic project structure of our Django project. Okay, so this is our project. So if you open the folder, you can see a few folders. See, here you can see the project folder, that is my pro, inside which we have a my pro folder. If I open it, I can see a certain set of files inside it. Inside my pro folder, I have a file manage.py. Let's see what all these files are. Okay, so we have two, see, my project name is my pro. Here it is my site. So we have two my site folders, right? Inside the first my site folder, I have a file manage.py. Let's see. See, we have two MyPro folders. In the outer MyPro, we have the file manage.py. See, in the inner MyPro, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 files. 5 files are present inside the inner MyPro folder. Okay, so the outer my site or MyPro root directory is a container for your project. Okay, so the outer folder contains all your project files. So it's a container. Its name doesn't matter to Django. You can rename it to anything you like. Okay, and then we have a manage.py file. It's a command line utility that lets you interact with Django project in various ways. So manage.py is a command line utility, so you can use this manage.py file to write some commands. I'll show that. Okay, so that will help you in various way to interact with your Django project. You can read all the details about, see here is a link, Django admin and manage.py. We can see the details of that particular file in detail there. The inner my site directory, so here the inner my pro directory is the actual Python package for your project. So that is the actual Python package, okay, of our project. It's the name of the Python package name you will need to use to import anything inside it. So this is the actual name of your Python. Inside the my site folder, we have init.py, sdi.py, settings.py, urls.py, and wsdi.py. Okay, let's see one by one. So in my pro.init.py, an empty file that tells Python that this directory should be considered a Python package. So if a folder is a Python package, it should contain a file init.py. If you are a yeah, then my site settings.py, it's settings configuration for the Django project. We need certain setup things to begin a project. So settings.py contains some configuration informations. Then we have a urls.py file, the URL declarations for the Django project. Okay, like table of contents of your Django powered site. There will be some URL declarations. We'll see them in detail. Okay, we'll explain these, or we'll go through and we'll use all these files in detail. And we have an asdi.py. We don't discuss these two files in detail, it's out of our course scope. An entry point for ASDI compatible web server to serve your project, and wsdi.py, an entry point for WSGI compatible web server to serve your project. I won't be explaining these two. I'll be explaining and we'll go through these three files. These are out of scope. Okay, so yeah, we'll explain this and we'll use them in detail in the coming sessions. Okay, so this is how we create a project. That's it. Okay, and to run your project, you can use this command py space manage.py run server. So Django also comes up with a built-in server. What is a server? Server is something that serves you with a page. Okay, so to run a Django project, you need a server. So Django framework itself provides a server for you. So you don't need to install any external server to run your project. So you need a server to send requests and to get a response. So in the Django framework, we have a built-in server. So to run your project, you can use this command. See, I've already mentioned that. What is manage.py? What is manage.py? It's a command line utility that lets you interact with the Django project. So here we have used manage.py. It's a command line utility. That means you'll be using this file in your commands. Like this is a command, right? So in a run command, I will be using this manage.py. So this is how we interact with our Django project using manage.py. Okay, so to run your project, you can use this command. So here we are currently inside our Django project. So let me just go to my pro, cd space my pro. So my pro is my project. So to start my project, I can use this command. What is the command? Let me show you that. Py space manage.py run server. So that will run your project. Py space manage.py space run server. Okay, so when I hit enter, you can see that starting development server at 127.0.01 colon 8000. 8000 is the port address where the server is running. This is the IP address of this, because we are running our project in our local system. So this is our local IP, and 8000 is the port address. Okay, so to see your project running, what you can do is you can open any browser and you can open a window here and you can type localhost colon 8000. Okay, so when you use this command, you can see the port address. It might be different in your system. Mostly it could be 8000. Okay, so when I use this localhost colon 8000, you can see your project here. See, you will be seeing a page like this. Okay, this is our basic Python project, Django project. Okay, we haven't added anything, but Django has some built-in files inside it. So when you run this project, you can see the content like this. Okay, so this is how you install Django and create project in Django and starting it. Okay, and you have discussed the basic files in this, in your that comes up with your Django project. Okay, so let me just go through the files once again. Manage.py. So it's a command line utility that tells that help us to interact with your Django project. Django admin is Django's command line utility for administrative tasks. This document outlines all it can do. In addition, manage.py is automatically created in each Django project. It does the same thing as Django admin, but also sets the Django settings module environment variable so that it points to your project settings.py file. So we have actually created Django project using Django-admin, right? I hope you guys remember how we have created our project. Django-admin start project, then your project name. This is how you created Django project. Django-admin start project, then your project name. So what is Django admin? It's a Django command line utility for administrative tasks. To create a project, you need this command line utility Django admin. Okay, and in addition we have manage.py, that is also a command line utility that will help us to interact with our Django project. Okay, so Django admin script should be on your system path if you install Django via pip. Okay, so we have installed Django through pip, so we have Django admin in our system path. So that is why we are able to create our Django project using this command. Okay, Django admin start project, your project name, that will create a Django project for you. Okay, and this is the command to run your project. To run this project, we have used the command line utility file, that is manage.py. Okay, that's it. Now let us see the, one second guys, let me go to the, let me go back and oh, where is the file session? Let me go back once again. Django installation guide, official site, verifying, writing your first Django app. Yeah, here we are. And we have the init.py file. So in the init.py file, let's see what all things are there. So package, so we have like we already know what is a package and what is the purpose of init.py file, so I'm not explaining it again. And here we have a urls.py file, so that will contain the urls in your project. You'll learn that when we when you start coding. Okay, so these are the very basic things that you need to know before starting a Django project. Okay. Now let us create a new Django project, and let's get started with that, and let's learn what are these folders and what all things are there, what are the built-in py files in our project and all such things. Okay, let me just create a new Python project here. Sorry, a new Django project here. To open a terminal window here in your um, you know from your PyCharm ID, you have so many options here. See, you can see the terminal option here. Okay, I have actually already opened so many terminals here. Let me close that. Oh, so here, see, we can see the terminal here. See, I'm actually currently inside the folder Adira Python demo app. So I'm going to go out of this folder. Okay, so currently I'm inside the folder Python. Okay, so here I just want to create a new Django project. So how do you create it? Using the Django admin utility, right? Django admin start project. Let's say the name of my project is first my Django. Okay, let it be my Django. That is the name of my project. Okay, so that will create your Django project. After that, let us open this folder. Okay, file, open, recent. Okay, let me open file, open. Let me go to what is the name? It's my Django. Let me open it. So you can see the my Django outer folder. Inside that my Django, we have an inner my Django folder. This is known as the app folder. Okay, this is an app. It's a library in which we have certain set of files, init file, settings.py, urls.py. So we will not be discussing wsdi.py and asdi.py. So init.py, you know what is init.py? That will show that it's a package. And in settings.py, we have the basic informations about your applications, like the installed apps in your application, then the middleware libraries that you guys are using in this project. So it's all built in here. So yeah, so you can see so many things over here in the settings.py file. You have so many things, the middlewares, the installed app. You can see debug equal to true. You'll get the log messages when we set debug equal to true. And when you host your application, or when you move your project to production, you need to set debug to be false. Otherwise, these log messages will be displayed, and someone can hack your application very easily. So you need to be careful. You need to set debug to false when when you launch this product in this application to production. So you have to set debug to false then. And debug is mainly for like finding out the bugs. We'll write log messages. We have discussed debug earlier. Yeah, installed apps. So here we have so many installed apps comes up with Django. See, Django is like a batteries included. Means what? It already have everything a developer needs to create an application. So it already comes up with a built-in admin interface. And there is a auth app that is for the user authorizations. Then content types, that I'll discuss that in detail later. Then sessions is actually it's not that much in use. If you want, you can remove it. Sessions is our legacy. We are not using sessions anymore. And there are messages that is for not sending notifications, and then an app for static files that is to handle images, css files, etc. Then we have a urls.py file that includes the url patterns, and yeah, that's it. These are the main three files. Okay, and so here the inner my Django is a package, and manage.py is a command line utility using which we can start our server, and there are so many things that you can perform using manage.py. So here now I'm going to use the manage.py file to create an app inside my Django folder. Okay. Okay, so here I'm going to create an app inside my Django folder. So let me just open the terminal again. If you want to open a new terminal window, you can click on plus. See, now you'll be having two terminals. One this, another one this. Okay, so I'm going to create an app inside my Django folder. That will be like this, using the command line utility manage.py. So I'll be typing Python space manage.py start app to create an application app inside my Django folder. You can use the command start app, and you can give a name. Let me give it as playground. Okay, playground. Let's write some sample codes inside it. So playground is the name of the app. So when you click enter, and if you open it again, you can see a folder playground inside the outer my Django folder. If you open it, it's an app. So an app contains a migrations folder, and init.py file, admin.py file, apps.py file, models.py, test.py, and views.py. Okay, so let's see what is admin.py. It's actually currently empty. We'll be registering our models over here. Okay, what is model? We have MVT architecture, right? Model, view, and template. So the model classes, the models that represents the data. So we'll be declaring or registering the models inside the file admin.py. Okay, and apps.py will include the configuration information like what is the name of your app and the default auto field. All such properties are declared over here. Okay, so it's a configuration for our playground app. Okay, you can see that class playground, then app config. Okay, I'll show you what is app config. If you want to know what is app config, you can just let me show that this way. Okay, so apps.py will contain the configuration for playground app, and let me open models.py. It's currently empty because we haven't created any model yet. I'll show you how to create a model. Then we have test.py file in which you can write the test cases. What are test cases? To test your application, to check whether our application is returning the result that we are expecting. Okay, then views.py file in which we'll write create it's a request mapper, like it's not like the template, it's not like the HTML code, it's actually a request mapper. So we'll see all these files in details, and a migrations folder is used to create, that will manage the database related things, the creation of tables and all those things. Okay, so we have all these folders under the playground app. Now let's go into detail and see how to create a model, how to configure all these files. Okay, and one more thing. Uh, did I miss anything? Yeah, nothing. Okay, let's continue. So let's see how to design our model. So what is model? Model actually represents data, right? So you can use Django without database, but in Django, it comes up with an object relational mapper that is known as ORM, object relational mapper, in which you describe your database layout in Python code. Okay, so using Python code, you can create a database layout, okay, through something known as object relational mapper. The data model syntax offers many rich way of representing your model. So far, it's been solving many years worth of database schema problems. So here is an example. They have created class, reporter, and article. So these two are, see, consider it's a news project. Okay, it's a model for creating, news. So let's do one thing. Let's create a delete playground. Let's delete playground, and instead of playground, I'm going to create a new app. I'm going to write it as news. Okay, news, and click enter. Then you can see that a folder. If you are not seeing it, just refresh it. See, a news folder here. Instead of playground, now we have news. Okay, let's write an example similar to this. So, so inside our my site folder, we have in what is our project name? It's not my site, it's my Django. Okay, we have a news app inside which we have a models.py file in which we can define the models related to this particular app. So, our news contains a reporter and an article. Okay, the news app contains two things: a reporter and an article. Okay, so the models are represented using classes. Okay, so let's write something like this. Let's so to create models, you need to import the model. You need to import models from django.db. Okay, so there is a package django.db. From this package, you need to import models. Okay, so if you want to see how model is defined, you can just control and click. Okay, you have to mouse over models and then control plus click, or alt shift enter will open this one for you. If you open models, you can see that a lot of things are defined inside it. So many things are here. See, you can see some database related stuffs. Okay, there are so many things you won't understand anything if you look at it. There are so many things, the data types that you can include, foreign keys. There are so many things defined inside. Okay, so let's just skip that. You don't need to understand what is written inside. You don't need to know what is written inside models, because it is given to you by the Django. You can just use these models for creating your classes and for database and table creations and all such things. Okay, so that's it. So let's see how to use it, how to use these models in our classes. So to create a model class, you have to create. So I told you that in news app we have a article class and article class that represent article model, article data, and we have a reporter class that represent the reporter's information. Okay. So here I'm going to create the class reporter. Reporter. Okay, to make this class, this is a normal class. To make this class a model class, you have to inherit models dot model. Okay, there is a class model, so you have to make the model class the parent of reporter class to make this reporter class a model class. Okay, so model class means that is a class that actually represents the data of your application. Okay, it holds the data of your application. To make this class a model class, you need to do inheritance. You need to do extend or inherit model class into your reporter class. Okay, that's it. And what else? So the reporter has a name. Okay, so reporter has got a name. So I'm going to represent the name using property full name. Okay, full name is the property. Full name, it since it is a character field, and we have, see, we are using this for creating our database model, database layout. Okay, this is for our database layout. So since it is a character field, you have to use a function models.char field, and you have to specify the maximum length. See, usually when you create a table, you will specify what is the data type of this particular column and what is the maximum length allowed. Similarly, since full name is a name, right? So that will be a character or string value. So to define that, we have a function models.char field of, inside which we can specify the maximum length. What is the max length? Okay, so let me set the max length to 70. The name length can be up to 70. Okay, that's it. So that is all about the model class reporter, and it has got a property full name. Okay, and if you want to return full name from your class, you have to write an str function, and you need to return full name from it. Okay, so I'm going to define an str function here. Define, it's a built-in function. Define str, in which I'm going to return the full name, self.full name property. Done. That's it. So that is what we have in the reporter class. Now I'm going to define one more model class. Let it be class, what is the name? I'm going to give article. So another class is article. Article is also a model class. So you need to write models dot model, so that it has to be represented as a model class. And article contains so many properties like published date, headline, content, and reporter. Okay, reporter means here is a relationship between our reporter, because an article is created by a reporter, right? So yeah, let's write that. So we have published date, pub date is equal to, it's a date field. So to represent a date field, we have date field function. Okay, so you need to write models dot date field, because published date is a date type, is of date type, right? So you need to call date type. Then what is the next property? We have a headline. So headline is a character. So we have to write headline equal to models dot, it's a character field, so we can write models dot char field of, and what is the maximum length. What is the maximum length? We can have a length of 200 as the heading. Okay. Then content. So content, you cannot say content can have this much of length. It can be of, you can't predict, or we cannot say that it has to be restricted to this much. Okay, so for that we can use text field, so that can contain as much as text as you want. And we have another properties, that is reporter equal to. So reporter can be represented as, it's a foreign key part. That means the article is dependent on a particular reporter. So you can have a relationship with the reporter class. Okay, that is performed using the foreign keys. Okay, so models dot foreign key of, uh, you need to write the foreign key class refer to the reporter class, and you need to set one more thing, that is on delete. On delete is equal to, you need to write models dot cascade. Okay, models dot cascade. Okay, models dot cascade. See, on delete models dot cascade, that means this is the behavior to adopt when the reference object is deleted. Okay, like this is also there in, it's not a function, you can just write cascade. Okay, so it's a behavior to adopt when the reference object is deleted. Okay, so when, see, these two tables are related, so when there is a deletion from the reporter table, that will also affect the article table because they are related. Okay, so cascade means when the reference object is deleted, also delete the object that have reference to it. So since these two tables are related, so if you delete something from reporter, so it will also affect the rows data inside articles. Okay, if I delete reporter Mr. X from reporter table, then you have to also delete all the entries of Mr. X reporter in articles table also. Just it is same as it is in databases. You'll have to write the same in SQL queries as well. Okay, so on delete is a behavior to adopt when something is getting deleted. Models dot cascade means when the reference object is deleted, also delete the object that have references to it. Okay, there are so many values you can provide on delete, protect, on delete, restrict. So many options are there. Okay, um, yeah, so many options are there. And if you don't want to do anything, you can write do nothing. So that is a, that is not a good idea to write do nothing. So this is important. When you delete, you have to make sure that the reference item, all the reference items are properly deleted, because otherwise your program, will not give proper outcomes. Okay, so this on delete is equal to models dot cascade is mandatory. So it actually, it's a behavior to adopt when you delete something from the reference object. That is, if you delete a reporter from this table, that will also affect the rows in article table also. Okay, that's it. Yeah, so now we have two model classes. So now we have done creating our model, and you can define str functions for these properties, like this define double underscore str return self dot headline. Okay, that's it. So this is the data model schema, and next step is to next run the Django command line utilities to create database table automatically. So since we have defined the models, using these models you need to create the database tables. That is, when you create, like, all these things are, automatically, Django is actually providing some commands to create the database tables automatically. So you can use some commands to create these tables. You don't need to write the create query and all such things. You can just use the command line utilities of Django. Okay, so here what I'm going to do is I just want to create the classes for reporter and article. To do that, you have to use these two commands: make migrations and migrate. Python space manage.py make migrations and Python space manage.py migrate. The make migration commands looks at all your available models and creates migrations for whichever tables don't already exist. Migrate runs the migrations and create tables in your database as well as optionally providing much richer schema controls. So make migration commands looks at all your available models. Okay, and it will create migrations for whichever tables don't already exist. So make migrations mean they will make those tables. Okay, they will they will create a migration for the tables that are not created yet. Okay, and migrate runs the migrations and create tables in your database. So when you run migrate, it will actually create the tables in the database as well as optionally providing much richer schema control. Okay, we missed something, that is before creating this model. It's fine. After creating the model also it's fine. But the first step, like we have created certain models inside our news app. But we did, we did forget something, that is to add our application into the installed apps list. Okay. In our My Django folder, we have a settings.py file in which you need to register the app that you have created. Okay. So we have a new app here, that is news. So you need to register the news app into installed apps list. Okay. So I'm going to add that. To add that, you have to write. So you need to register the app inside installed apps list. Okay. So how do you do that? You have to, what is the name of our app? It's news. Okay. News dot apps dot, there is something apps. See, when you open this apps folder, we can see that app config, proper app config. Okay, and you have to write here, over here you have to write, sorry, inside the settings.py file, you have to write news app config. Okay, news app config. Okay, so that our, see, we need to tell our Django that we have a new app. So if that app is not registered in this installed apps list, it will not be considered. Okay. So if you have a newly created app, you must be adding it into the installed apps array. Okay. So that is mandatory. Installed apps array. So how will you add it? The name of your app dot app store, the name of your app, then app config. So that is how you add. Okay. So now the next thing that we are going to do is we are going to make migrations. Okay. We are going to make migrations so that we could create the required tables and all such things. So I'm going to enter this command, Python space manage.py make configurations. So I got an error over here. Module not found. News dot apps dot. Okay, let me try this again. Okay, still that error. Let's apply again actually. So inside the apps.py file, we have news config. Yeah, that is a name. Sorry, it's not news. Sorry, there is a mistake. In the settings.py file, you need to add, it's not app config, it's news config. Okay, that is the name of the app. Okay, news config. So now let me run make configuration. See, now it's correct. So that was a mistake. You need to write news dot app store. What is the name of the class inside it? It's news config. So I just got confused. It's news config. Okay. So you need to register that into the installed apps. News dot, that is the folder name. Apps, that is the Python module name. Inside which we have news config. So you have to register the app over here. Okay. That's it. So when I run this command, python space manage.py make configurations, you can see that migrations for news migrations in which they have initialized something, a py file, then create model reporter, create model article. So now what is going to happen is that for a reporter and article, there will be two models will be created for reporter and article, because these are the two models that we have written inside the models.py file. Okay, so it will create these two model classes. Okay, like these two tables for reporter and article. So now you need to you need to run the migrate command for the table creations in your database. Okay, let me paste. So one sec, I just copied that dollar also. Let me remove that dollar. You need to type python space manage.py migrate. So it will apply all migrations, admin or content types, new sessions, running migrations, applying news. So here we have a new migration, that is news. So it will apply the migrations for article and for report. Now it's all done. Okay. Now let us make use of the free API that is provided by uh, Python, Django. That is to run that API, to launch that Python shell. You can type python.manage.py shell, so that it will open Python in interactive mode, and you can just write your Python codes over here. Okay. So I'm going to import the models article and reporter, because now the models are created. Okay. The tables for these models are already created using the migrations. Now I'm just copying this. I'm not typing it. I'm copying it from here. You can type this command. So we are going to import article and reporter from news.models. See, that line is correct. So you'll be getting the console again, control to the console again. Now I'm going to call a function reporter.objects.all. Okay, this function will return the values inside the model reporter. Since we haven't added any value to the table reporter yet, right? We don't have any values inside the table reporter. So when I call, so object.all will return the values inside the reporter table. So we don't have any values, so it will return an empty query set because there is nothing inside it. So it is literally empty. Okay, and one second, guys. If you open this in see here in news folder, we have a migrations folder, right? So if you open the migrations folder and 001 initial py file, you can see the models created over here. When you run the command like make migrations, it will create the tables here. See what is migrations dot create model. The name of the model is reporter. What are the fields inside it? We have an ID field and a full name field. Okay, ID is an automatically added field. That is a primary key field. Even if you don't provide the ID field, it will be automatically added. So the reporter table and the article table have an additional field ID, that is a primary key field. Okay, the full name is the field that we have added. Okay, and it's a character field. The maximum length is 70. Similarly, we have model for article, and we have all these fields inside it, including ID. Okay, you can see that it's the primary key field. Okay, that's it. So I forgot to show you this after migrations. So in the migrations folder, you can see the migrations for these two models, that is reporter and article. Okay, now let's come back. So since the reporter table is empty now, you will get an empty query set. Okay, so I'm going to add, see the reporter table has got a full name property, right? So I'm going to add a name. I'm going to store a few values into the reporter table. So how will you do that? you have to call reporter O, inside which you can write full underscore name. That is the name of our property. See, open this models.py file and you can see that in reporter we have a property full name. It's just full name in which okay, you have to write full name and you have to provide the name of it. Let me show you that. R is equal to reporter. Reporter is the name of our class. Reporter, reporter, inside which we have a property that is full name. So I'm going to type full name is equal to provide some name. Say Ram G. Okay, so that is the name, full name that I have added. Enter. So the value is getting added to it. So after this, you need to run a command. See, create. So we have created a new reporter. And to save this object into the database, you have to call the function save. Otherwise, this will not get saved into the database. Okay. Now let me show you that. To save this, you can type r dot save. So that will save your data. Okay, and if you try to access r.id, you can see that here is a single value now because we have stored a name. Okay, let me just call reporter.objects dot all once again. If you want to run the previous command, you can use the up arrow or down arrow in your keyboard. Okay, then you will get the previous command. You don't need to type the command all over again. So if I run reporter.objects.all, you can see the query set with the value reporter Ramji. Say initially it was empty. See, query set was empty. Now it has a value Ramji. It's actually getting stored now. Okay. And now I just want to store one more value. So how will you do that? You will have to write R reporter full name is equal to uh, Rose. That is another name, and hit enter. You need to save it using r.save, and if you type r reporter.objects.roll, you can see that these two values are getting stored out. Okay, that's it. So now we have all these values inside, and if you want to get the reporter name by id, then you can use get function. Let me show you that. Reporter.objects. Instead of all will print everything. So if you want to find a particular person reporter, you can pass his ID. Okay, so ID equal to 1 will return Ramji only. Okay, and you can find you can also do sorting, and you can just search for a particular value using the get function. So let me show you that. Okay, reporter dot objects dot get, where full name is our property, and you can apply a function here, double underscore. You can apply the string function here, say starts with. Okay, if you want to apply the string function, that is also possible. Starts with. Okay, so it will check whether okay, I'm gonna write starts with M. Oh, starts with R. Okay, so I'm going to find out the name that is starts with R. Full name is the property name. Then you need to write double underscore starts with, so that you can apply the string functions. Okay, starts with R. Okay, if I enter, what happens? More than one reporter. Okay, okay. Let me write R A. Okay, so you'll get, because it should return a single value. So that was wrong. So double underscore starts with, you'll get Ram, because we have only one single name that is starting with RA. Okay. Similarly, we can apply so many built-in functions like contains and all such string functions on your object. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an object for the article class also, and let's try that. So to create article class object, we need a date. Okay, so for that I'm going to import the datetime package. So from datetime import datetime. Okay, so from datetime import datetime, and I'm going to create an object for the article. So I'm going to copy this command. You can type this command in the terminal. Okay, oh, it's not getting copied. Yeah. So since our article has so many properties, like it has got uh, publication date, headline, then content. Okay, so article contains publication date, headline, content, and reporter. Okay, R here R refers to the last reporter that we have created. Okay, so that is rows. So publication date is date or today. Let me just rename it 1 second. Mm, okay, it's not. Okay, I did a mistake. Let me. Okay, let me hit enter. Okay, sorry, don't use that command. I did a mistake. So from date time, you need to import date from date time. Okay, and after that, I'm going to from date time import date. Okay, so now I'm going to create an object for article. Okay, article. So article publication date is equal to date dot today. So it will take the current date as the publication date, and headline the Django school, and content yeah, and reporter R. R means the last created reporter object. Okay, let me just hit enter. So the object is, you don't need to put this triple dots, you can write the whole thing in a single line. Okay, yeah. So after that, you need to save it. Okay, a dot save, and let's see the article object is getting stored or not. To see that, you can write articles dot object dot all, right? So let's see. Okay, article dot objects dot all. What happened? So there's an extra parenthesis. Yeah. See, you can see that article Django is cool. So you are only seeing this headline here because you have only just wrote to return the headline only. That is why you are seeing headline only. If you want to display, see the publication date, content, reporter, and all such things, you have to write str for everything. For headline, for content, for reporter, you have to write separate str for each and every purpose. I just want to display the headline only, so I just wrote an str function for headline only. Okay, that's it. So fine. Okay, so at now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to access the reporter from this particular article, and I just want to find out the full name of this reporter. Okay, so I'm going to take RA dot reporter. See, A has a article has a property report is A. A is the variable name in which I have stored the article object. Okay, so A dot the reporter. Okay, I'm going to store REP is equal to A dot reporter. Okay, so in REP, from REP, I can find out the full name of the reporter. How will I find it? REP dot full name. See, what is the full name? Ross. Ross is the reporter of Django's full article. Okay. So yeah, the reporter object now get API access to article object. Now the object R, if like in here we have the object as REP, it has access to the article object. Okay. So how do you call it? You can write REP dot set. You can call this function article underscore set dot o. Okay, so now the reporter object gets API access to article object. So you can write r dot article set underscore set dot o, r dot rep dot article underscore set dot all. Okay, see, using the REP object, I can see the article because I have assigned a dot reporter to REP. So using REP now, you will get an access to article model. Okay, that's it. So the API follows relationship as far as you need. performing efficient joins for your behind scenes. This finds all articles by a reporter whose name starts with John. So here they have written, we are going to write a filter function, and I'm going to find the uh, reporters whose name starts with, I just want to find out the articles whose reporter name starts with something. Okay, so I'm going to write article dot. So I just want to find out the reporters whose names are starts with something from the articles model. So articles dot objects dot filter at all objects dot filter. I'm going to filter out filter, and here you can type reporter who's see here inside the bracket you need to write reporter in lowercase because that is a property. Reporter under double underscore full name. Okay, double underscore starts with R. Okay, starts with R. Okay, so since we have only a single article, let's add a few more articles and try this at once one at a time. Oh, what happens? Start with is not defined. Okay, so starts with O. I just wrote it as a function. We need to use equal to. Starts with equal to R. Okay, what happened? Extra parenthesis. I'll have to remove it. See, you'll get article Django school. Okay, so let me add one more data to article. Let me just write one more thing. 1 second, guys. Let me find out the previous command for article. No, this one. Okay, so yes, publication date and headline. Then you can provide the content and you can provide the reporter. Okay, so I'm going to set the content. Okay, comma content equal to some cool stuff, comma reporter equal to what was the name. You need to provide the. Okay, I'm going to create a new reporter over here. That is a reporter of the name of the reporter, right? What is it? Full name. Full name equal to Ronish, double quotes. Okay, now it's all done, right? So now we have publication date, headline, content and reporter. So let me run this. So we have created it. Let me filter articles once again. Okay. So filter reporter full name starts with R. Okay. So what happens? Oh, sorry, wrong command. Starts with equal to R. So here what happened? We are getting only one. That is Django school. Oh, I haven't saved the previous command. Okay, guys, I forgot to save it. So I need to save it so that the publication is like that article object is need to be added. So I need to run save is not defined. Oh, it's a dot save. Why am I typing everything wrong? A dot save. Okay. A dot save. Oh, and again error. Lost due to unsaved related object reporter. Okay, let me just clear it all, and it's done. So I'm going to write a dot save. So prevent data loss due to unsaved related object reporter. So I'm going to create the reporter separate. R equal to reporter of full name. So that wasn't get, that reporter is not saved. That is why. Yeah, my mistake. So reporter. Okay, let me store a few reporters. Spelling mistakes. So I'm making so many mistakes today. Reporter full name equal to let it be Ronish. You need to save him. r.save. Okay, let me store one more. Uh, Let it be R1 reporter. Full name is equal to Ronita. Okay, and I'll have to save this. Don't forget to save. Okay, and let me just create an object for article. Now let me reuse it again. So to save a particular reporter, you can pass the reporter's object name, that is R. Let me change the title. Django is cool to Django is super cool. Okay, and let me just enter. So you got an error. What is it? Positional argument follows keyword argument. So I haven't mentioned the reporter. So why? Yeah, making mistakes is fine, right? Yeah. A dot save. So now we have Ronish. The reporter Ronish is added to article. And let me provide, instead of R, I'm going to provide R1 now. That is Ronika, reporter Ronika. Okay, let's change Django is super cool to Django is super super cool, and content is equal to some super cool stuff. Okay, yeah, whatever content you want. Yeah, now reporter is equal to R1, and I'm going to type a dot save again. Okay, you need to save it. Now let's try to filter it out. Let me find out the filter function. Clicking on up arrow. Okay, yep. Yep. So the object store filter report a full name that starts with RO. Okay, starts with RO. So you can see that three data here. That is Django is cool, Django is super cool, Django is super super cool. Everyone is starting with RO. So we'll be getting all the three articles out here. So that's it. Yeah, and yeah, fine. So if you want to delete something, you can call r dot delete. If you type a dot delete, it will delete the last added item. Okay, fine. So in your models py file, we have all these features. We have already written it. Okay. And now what we need to do is we have an admin interface. We have in Django we have a built-in admin interface. So we can make use of it. Okay. So once our models are defined, Django can automatically create professional, production-ready administrative interfaces are already there in Django. So that's very helpful for us. Otherwise, we'll have to write the admin interface on our own. So, but Django has given it to you already. Okay, and that you can do the authentications, you can change, you can delete objects, all such operations are already defined there. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is, now we have created our models. Now what you need to do is you can register your model inside the admin. Okay, inside admin interface. So to do that, what I'm going to do is you can go to the admin.py file and you can register your models inside it. Okay, let me show you that. So I'm going to the file, which is our file, that is admin.py. Here what I'm going to do is, here we are going to register our models dot articles here. Okay, so admin.site.register, that is the function. Admin.site.register of your name of your article. Okay, register of, you need to import model also. We need models here so that we could import it. Okay, so in last session we saw how to register our model to the admin. Okay, admin.py file. So once our models are created, Django can automatically create a professional production ready administrative interface. A website that lets authenticated users add, change, and delete objects. The only step required is to register your model in the admin state. Okay, we have registered our model article into admins.py file like this. Okay, dot means like we are importing from the current path. Okay, from dot import models. Okay, so yeah, now the other like next step is you have to design your URLs. Okay, a clean, elegant URL scheme is an important detail in a high quality web application. Okay, so Django encourages beautiful URL design and doesn't put any cruft in URLs like .php or .asp. If you look at the older websites, you can see like file name .php or file name .asp, those extensions. But nowadays all modern sites have a clean URL. Okay, they won't be showing the extensions. Okay, for example, if you go to Facebook, or when you log in, you will see your home page, but you won't see whether it's a PHP page or it's an ASP page. You will not know it. Okay, because the URLs are very much clean and elegant. Okay, so Django also provides the beautiful URL design. Okay, to design URLs for an app, you create a Python module called a URL conf. Okay, so you have to so to design the URLs for your application, you have to create a module that is known as URL conf. Okay, let me show you what is URL conf. See, URL dispatcher. A clean, elegant URL scheme is an important detail in a high quality web application. So when you create a web application, the URLs are has to be very clean and elegant. So Django lets you design URLs however you want with no framework limitations. So we'll be having very cool URIs. Okay, so to design URLs for an app, to create a Python module informally called a URL conf. URL conf means the short for URL configuration. Okay, so you need this module URL conf for creating the URLs. So this module is a pure Python code and is a mapping between URL path expressions to path function, Python functions. So this mapping can be as short as long as needed. It could be short or as long as needed. So it can reference other mappings, and because it's a pure Python code, it can be constructed dynamically. So Django also provides a way to translate URLs according to the active language. Okay, so like if you are like if you're opening the site in English, you can see the English URLs. If you're opening it in Spanish, you can see the Spanish conversion of that URLs, but you need to add those kind of files. That is known as internationalization documentation. That's a different topic. So to create our URLs in an elegant way, you have to create a URL conf. You need a module URL conf. Okay, so yeah, let's see how to design our view. Let's go back to the older page. Just a second, let me go to the page. So now let's see how to define our URLs. Okay, a clean and elegant URL scheme is needed for a web, for a good web application. So yeah, so here is an example. So here you can see a variable that is URL patterns. That is an array, that is a list basically that contains the path. See, these are URLs. Okay, these are the URLs that you search in your browser, then you will be seeing your page. So if I search for article slash and year, you can see the views related to that. So you can register your views inside the file urls.py. So here we'll be writing the path or the URL path, and its corresponding view will be registered here. Okay, now let's see how we are going to do this. Okay, so the code above maps URL paths to Python callback functions, that is views. Okay, so to create your URLs you need various views here. So you need to import views here. From dot import views, you'll have to import views first. So so when this particular path comes, what you need to be, what is going to be displayed in your view will be written here. I'll show that. So the code above maps URL paths to Python callback functions, that is views. The path strings are strings use parameters tag to capture values from the URLs. Okay, the tags, parameter tags are used to capture values from the URL. Okay, you can pass capture values from URLs. They're like this. Okay, by putting a tag. When a user requests a page, Django runs through each path in order and stops at the first one that matches the request URL. See, if I search for a path, if I search for article slash something, Django will search for each path. See, I have registered 3 paths here. So if I search for article slash 2010, then it will find out this is the matching path, right? Or if I search for article slash 2010 slash January, then it will take activate this path. Or if I search for article slash 2010 slash January slash something else, 1, then it will take this third path. So the Django will search for the proper path when it finds out a URL, and it will return a proper view according to that. Okay. So once one of the URL pattern matches, Django, if doesn't match, it will return 4 not 4 page not found. You might have seen this error before. 4 not 4 page not found. When you request a URL, if that is not present, you will be getting this error code, that is 4 not 4 page not found. So once one of the URL pattern matches, Django calls the given view, which is a Python function. The view is a Python function basically. Okay, the view is basically a Python function. Each view gets passed a request object which contains request metadata and the values captured in the pattern. Okay, so for example, if a user requested URL is article slash 2005 slash 5 slash 39323, Django will call the function news dot views. Okay, so it will call the function news dot views dot article details. From the news app, it will call views. It will take views file, and inside the views file it will call the article details function, and it will send a request object, year as 2005, month equal to 5, and primary key is equal to 39323. This is how the request is getting generated and passed. Okay, so before doing this, before registering the path URL, let's this is how you design your URL. So before doing this, we have to define our view. We have to decide what is going to be displayed in the view. Okay, so let's do that. For that, we have a views.py file, right? So inside the views.py file, we'll be defining our views first, and then we will add these URLs into the urls.py file. Okay, so each view is responsible for doing one of two things: returning an HTTP response object containing the content for the requested page, or raising an exception such as HTTP 404. So every view is responsible for doing one of the two things. First is when you send a request, either it will send an HTTP response object containing the content of the requested page. When I request for a page, if the request is correct, then it will return an HTTP response containing the content of the request. Okay, if it is not found, then it will send an error, that is 404 error, that is the page is not found. Okay, so you can define what you want to return, okay, to the view, or what content you want to display to the view. Okay, so generally a view retrieves data according to the parameters, loads a template, and renders the template with received data. Here is an example for year achieved from the above. So views usually do what is the purpose of views? They'll they retrieve data according to the parameters and loads a template and renders the template with the retrieved data. Okay, so let's see. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to, inside views.py file, I'm going to add your archive a function, and it has to accept a request object, comma, you can pass year. See here the URLs are like this. Okay, article slash year. If in the URL we have articles and followed by an year, so I'm going to create a view for this particular URL. So it will be like this. Okay, a request object, then year. Okay, here we in the year. So you can filter values from your article model with the past year. Okay, and I'm going to display what you want to there is a render function. Render means what you want to display to your HTML page. That is what render functions, that is the use of render function. Okay, we need an HTML page to display things. So for that, I'm going to create a folder, templates, under the news folder, and I'm going to define the HTML page inside it. Okay. So to design our templates, I'm going to create a new folder here under the news folder. So we are going to do so many things now. So listen carefully. So here I'm going to create a new directory, that is templates. So in which we'll be writing our HTML files. Let it be here. Oh, I have created it outside inside migration. Sorry, we'll have to right click on news and create new directory. Okay, let it be templates. Where is it? No, it's outside migration. So correct. Okay, so now we'll have to go to views.py file. Okay, and let me just type these instructions here. So in the view, what we are going to define is define a function. The function name can be anything. Okay, you can write whichever name you want. So I'm just copying this. You guys just type this. Okay, so define year archive is the name of the function, and see, you need article here. So article is written in the model. So from dot import models. Yeah, you need to import article, not models. Yeah, sorry, my mistake. From dot models, since both are in the same path, you need to write from dot models import article. See, if here we are in views file, so model is on the same path, so you need to write from dot models import article. Okay, so now the error is gone. So we have already seen this function, right? Filter function, article dot object store filter. Here we have a pub underscore date variable, double underscore year. It will take out the year from it, equal to the year that we have passed here. Okay, it will check, and if it is true, it will return the list of values matching with it, right? So then I'm going to set a context here, that is as in the form of a Python dictionary, where year colon year and article list colon a underscore list, which contains the details about the article and the year that we have passed. Okay, and we are returning it from here. Return render of a request. You need to send a request object here. This is an object that comes up by default, and you need to return what you need to render. You need to render the HTML page, this particular HTML page, and we are passing this context to this HTML page. So this is the response. When there is a request to this particular function, it will return the HTML page, your archive.html, with you can take the context data inside this HTML page. So this is what we see in our browser. Render function means that will rendered into the browser. The particular thing, the HTML page with this context data can be rendered in your browser when you have a request to this particular view. Okay, a request to this particular function, or when a path corresponding to this particular view arrays, you will be seeing this particular HTML page. So inside the templates, I'm going to create an HTML page with this name, your archive name. So new HTML5 file. So this is the, you don't need to put the extension with directory. So to just show you what all things can be performed inside a Django application. It's just an intro. Don't worry, we'll see everything in detail. I'm sure that it won't be clear. Okay, don't not worry. So now we need to do one more thing. So since we have defined the template, so we have to add our path. So we haven't defined all these paths. I've just defined the view for this particular path only. So I'm going to copy this path into urls.py file. Okay. So import, you can go to urls.py file in news in our Django folder, and yeah, here we have a URLs pattern for admin. You can see it over here, along with which I'm going to add the second path, article slash in colon year, and we need view also. So you have to write from dot import view, import views. I got another unresolved reference, view from dot import views, and we have to okay guys, oh, I did a mistake. We need a URLs settings for the news app, because yeah, the we have all the paths defined here. So I'm going to, okay, I did a mistake, sorry. Let me cut this from here, and this also. I'm going to create a new file with the name, new Python file with the name URLs. Okay, and you need to import a path here from django.urls. You need to import path. I've imported it, and you need to write URL pattern. Okay, URL patterns equal to, which is an array. In with this array, I'm going to define the path. What is the path? And comma. We are going to, yeah, that's enough. Let me just, sorry, not curly bracket, let me, it's a function, so you need to copy this particular path. Okay, so the view function is already defined by us, so you need to import the view from dot import views. Okay, so you'll get views from the news. Okay, now let me just run the server. Okay, python space manage.py run server. So the server has started. Let me just run it over here. Localhost colon, the port number is 8000. So you can see the 8000 port here, and if you search for the path, okay, so in last session we saw how to register our model to the admin. Okay, admin.py file. So once our models are created, Django can automatically create a professional production ready administrative interface, a website that lets authenticator users add, change, and delete objects. The only step required is to register your model in the admin state. Okay, we have registered our model article into admins.py file like this. Okay, dot means like we are importing from the current path. Okay, from dot import models. Okay, so yeah, now the other, like, next step is you have to design your URLs. Okay, a clean, elegant URL scheme is an important detail in a high quality web application. Okay, so Django encourages beautiful URL design and doesn't put any cruft in URLs like .php or .asp. If you look at the older websites, you can see like file name .php or file name .asp, all those extensions. But nowadays all modern sites have a clean URL. Okay, they won't be showing the extensions. Okay, for example, if you go to Facebook, or when you log in, you will see your home page, but you won't see whether it's a PHP page or it's an ASP page. You will not know it. Okay, because the URLs are very much clean and elegant. Okay, so Django also provides the beautiful URL design. Okay, to design URLs for an app, you create a Python module called a URL conf. Okay, so you have to so to design the URLs for your application, you have to create a module that is known as URL conf. Okay, let me show you what is URL conf. See, URL dispatcher. A clean, elegant URL scheme is an important detail in a high quality web application. So when you create a web application, the URLs are has to be very clean and elegant. So Django lets you design URLs however you want with no framework limitations. So we'll be having very cool URIs. Okay, so to design URLs for an app, to create a Python module informally called a URL conf. URL conf means the short for URL configuration. Okay, so you need this module URL conf for creating what? For creating the URLs. So this module is a pure Python code and is a mapping between URL path expressions to path function, Python functions. So this mapping can be as short as long as needed. It could be short or as long as needed. So it can reference other mappings, and because it's a pure Python code, it can be constructed dynamically. So Django also provides a way to translate URLs according to the active language. Okay, so like if you are like if you're opening the site in English, you can see the English URLs. If you're opening it in Spanish, you can see the Spanish conversion of that URLs, but you need to add those kind of files. That is known as internationalization documentation. That's a different topic. So to create our URLs in an elegant way, you have to create a URL conf. You need a module URL conf. Okay, so yeah, let's see how to design our view. Let's go back to the older page. Just a second, let me go to the page. So now let's see how to write the define our URLs. Okay, a clean and elegant URL scheme is needed for a web, for a good web application. So yeah, so here is an example. So here you can see a variable that is URL patterns. That is an array, that is a list basically that contains the path. See, these are URLs. Okay, these are the URLs that you search in your browser, then you will be seeing your page. So if I search for article slash and year, you can see the views related to that. So you can register your views inside the file urls.py. So here we'll be writing the path or the URL path, and its corresponding view will be registered here. Okay, now let's see how we are going to do this. Okay, so the code above maps URL paths to Python callback functions, that is views. Okay, so to create your URLs, you need various views here. So you need to import views here. From dot import views, you'll have to import views first. So when this particular path comes, what you need to be, what is going to be displayed in your view will be written here. I'll show that. So the code above maps URL paths to Python callback functions, that is views. The path strings use parameters tag to capture values from the URLs. Okay, the parameter tags are used to capture values from the URL. Okay, you can capture values from URLs. They like this. Okay, by putting a tag. When a user requests a page, Django runs through each path in order and stops at the first one that matches the request URL. See, if I search for a path, if I search for article slash something, Django will search for each path. See, I have registered 3 paths here. So if I search for article slash 2010, then it will find out this is the matching path, right? Or if I search for article slash 2010 slash January, then it will take activate this path. Or if I search for article slash 2010 slash January slash something else, one, then it will take this third path. So the Django will search for the proper path when it finds out a URL, and it will return a proper view according to that. Okay. So once one of the URL pattern matches, Django, if doesn't match, it will return 4 not 4 page not found. You might have seen this error before. 4 not 4 page not found. When you request a URL, if that is not present, you will be getting this error code, that is 4 not 4 page not found. So once one of the URL pattern matches, Django calls the given view, which is a Python function. The view is a Python function basically. Okay, the view is basically a Python function. Each view gets passed a request object which contains request metadata and the values captured in the pattern. Okay, so for example, if a user requested URL is article slash 2005 slash 5 slash 39323, Django will call the function news dot views. Okay, so it will call the function news dot views dot article details. From the news app, it will call views. It will take views file, and inside the views file it will call the article details function, and it will send a request object, year as 2005, month equal to 5, and primary key is equal to 39323. This is how the request is getting generated and passed. Okay, so before doing this, before registering the path URL, let's this is how you design your URL. So before doing this, we have to define our view. We have to decide what is going to be displayed in the view. Okay, so let's do that. For that, we have a views.py file, right? So inside the views.py file, we'll be defining our views first, and then we will add these URLs into the urls.py file. Okay, so each view is responsible for doing one of two things: returning an HTTP response object containing the content for the requested page, or raising an exception such as HTTP 404. So every view is responsible for doing one of the two things. First is when you send a request, either it will send an HTTP response object containing the content of the requested page. When I request for a page, if the request is correct, then it will return an HTTP response containing the content of the request. Okay, if it is not found, then it will send an error, that is 404 error, that is the page is not found. Okay, so you can define what you want to return, okay, to the view, or what content you want to display to the view. Okay, so generally a view retrieves data according to the parameters, loads a template, and renders the template with received data. Here is an example for year achieved from the above. So you views usually what is the purpose of views? They'll they retrieve data according to the parameters and loads a template and renders the template with the retrieved data. Okay, so let's see. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to inside views.py file, I'm going to add your archive a function, and it has to accept a request object, comma, you can pass year. See here the URLs are like this. Okay, article slash year. If in the URL we have articles and followed by an year, so I'm going to create a view for this particular URL. So it will be like this. Okay, a request object, then year. Okay, here we in the year, so you can filter values from your article model with the past year. Okay, and I'm going to display what you want to there is a render function. Render means what you want to display to your HTML page. That is what render functions, that is the use of render function. Okay, we need an HTML page to display things. So for that, I'm going to create a folder, templates, under the news folder, and I'm going to define the HTML page inside it. Okay, Now let's see each and every part of our Django application in detail. So we have have seen how to create a model uh, in a Django project. So let's see what are models in detail. Okay, so basically a model is a single definitive source of data about your data. So it contains information about your data. Okay, so that the data you wanted to store. So it contains all the information related to the data that you want to store. Okay, so basically the the essential fields and behaviors of the data that we are storing. So generally each model maps to a database table. Okay, so there is a connection between our model and a database table. So in MVT architecture, actually M stands for model. So model actually represents the data that you want to store. Okay, so every model actually maps to a database table. Now let's see model in detail. Okay, so models are basically a single definitive source of information about your data. Okay, it's a source of information about the data that we are actually storing. It contains the essential fields and behavior of the data you are storing. Generally, each model maps to a single database table. The basics is that, so to create a model, what you need is a model. Each model is a Python class that subclasses Django db.models.model. So every model is model class. Models are basically classes, which is a subclass of django.db.models.model. Okay. Each attribute of the model represents a database field. Okay, so each attribute of the model represents a field in your database table actually. Okay, with all of this, Django gives us an automatically generated database access API. Okay, so we can see how to make queries later. It gives us a automatically generated database access API. So there is a built-in or automatically generated database access API. Okay, so let's see, here is an example. So in the previous example, we saw how to create a model, how to query the database and all such things. Now we can see all such parts in detail. Okay, so this is an example of a model class. See, it's a class which is a child class of model class. Okay, and it contains two fields, that is first name and last name. And here we can see that the first name is a character field and last name also is a character field, and the maximum length of first name is 30, and similarly the maximum length of last name is also 30. So here first name and last name are fields of the model. Each field is specified as a class attribute and each attribute maps to a database column. Okay, that is first name and last name. These two fields actually maps to a database column. The above person model would create a database table like this. So when you run this model, or when you create a database table using this model, it will look like this. There will be an ID field that is automatically generated. You don't need to specify it. Django will automatically add an ID field that will be a primary key field, and there are two other fields, that is first name and last name, that is specified by us. Okay, that char field type will be converted to varchar, and last name char field will also be converted to varchar type. Okay, so the name of the table will be my app underscore person. Okay, so the name of the table will be the project name, your project name underscore the name of the model class. What is the name of the model class here? Here it is person. Okay, so yeah, it's automatically the name, that is my app underscore person, is automatically derived from some model metadata but can be overridden. You can change the name if you want. An ID field is added automatically. That is an important point. The ID field will be added automatically, but this behavior can be overridden. You cannot override that. And create table SQL in this example is formatted using PostgreSQL syntax, but it's not worth nothing. Django uses SQL tailored to the database backend specified in your setting file. You don't need to bother about it. There will be some other querying will be there that is done by Django itself. You don't need to write the query at all. Okay, that's it. So this is how we create a model. How do we create a model? We'll have to create a class that should be the child class of model class, and you need to specify the fields, their data type, and their size. That's it. So when you create a table upon this, you'll get 3 fields like this. Okay. Now how do we use these models? So using models, once you have defined your models, you need to tell Django you are going to use those models. So just creation of the model is not enough. Once you create the model, you need to tell Django you are going to use those models. So we can do that by editing your the settings file and changing the installed apps settings to add the name of the module that contains your models.py file. So after that, what you need to do is you need to update the settings.py file. Hope you guys remember that. You need to update settings.py file and you need to add this that is into the installed apps. Okay. You need to add this properties to the installed apps. Okay. Changing installed app settings to add the name of the module that contains your models.py file. So there will be a module in your project that contains the models.py file. So you need to write the name of the module. So here my app, if my app is your module, then you need to in which you have the model person, then you need to write my app inside. Okay. For example, if the model of your application live in the module myapp.models, okay, so in the installed apps, you'll be writing my app inside it. Okay, this is how you add it. When you add new apps to installed apps, but sure to run. So you see when you add this, okay, this is mandatory. So when after creating the model, this step is mandatory. You need to add installed apps. The name of the module that contains the models inside the installed apps of settings.py file. Okay, so once you add that, the second step you need to do is you have to be sure that you will be running the manage.py space migrate command. So if you are not doing this, after this you will have to run this command manage.py space migrate command. Okay, so if you are not doing it, there is no use, okay, of adding it. So you'll have to make sure that you'll be running this command manage.py space migrate. Optionally making migrations for them were first with manage.py make migrations. Okay, so after that manage.py make migration. Okay, yeah, that's it. Fields. So the most important part of a model and the only required part of a model is the list of database field it defines. Okay, that is the important part of a model. Okay, in the person class model, we actually wrote first name and last name. Those are the fields. Okay, that are the database fields actually. So fields are specified by the as class attributes. So be careful not to choose field names that conflict with the model API like clean, save, or delete. So never add these names into the fields. Okay. So once you create a model class, see here we have two model classes, musician and album. Okay, in class musician, it's a model class. Why it is a model class? Because it inherits the model class. Okay, from Django.db. Okay, so here we have 3 fields, that is first name, last name, and instrument. Okay, so here we are actually adding models.char field. All the 3 fields are character fields, and we have another class that is album class. Album class contains 4 properties, that is artist, name, release date, and num stars. Okay, here artist is it actually contains a foreign key to the model class musician, and we have name, that is a character field, and we have release date, that is a date field, and number of stars, that is an integer field. Okay, so there are so many types. So fields are out there. So each field in your model should be an instance of the appropriate field class. Okay, there is a field class in model a module. So each the data type of each and every field should be an appropriate field class. The Django uses the field class types to determine a few things. The column type, which tells the database what kind of data to store. So you have to specify whether it is a character field, integer field, or whatever it is. You need to specify the type. And the default HTML widget to use when rendering a form field. And you need to tell one more thing. What is the HTML widget to use when rendering a form field? So when you render a form field, you need to specify what is the HTML widget to use. And third one, the minimal validation requirements used in Django's admin and in automatically generated forms. So Django ships with dozens of built-in field types. You can find there is a model field reference link is there. I'll show that. Okay, what are the different fields we have? Then field options. Yeah, let me explain that. Each field takes a certain set of field specific arguments. Char field requires a maximum length. So you see, we can see that in the char field, we have actually, you need to pass the size. But see, if you look at integer field or data field, you don't need to specify the size. So there are some options are out there. So if you guys are using a char field, you need to specify the size. Okay, that is mandatory. Okay, so that there is a thing like that. Okay, that's it. And yeah, so there are also set of common arguments available to all field types. All are optional. They are fully explained in the reference, but here is a quick summary. Null, if true, Django will store empty values is null in the database. Default is false. Okay, so empty values will be stored as null. Okay, and blank, if true, the fields is allowed to be blank. Default is false. Okay, now let's see how to build relationships between tables. So clearly the power of relational database lies in the relating tables, obviously, right? So Django offers a way to define three most common types of database relationship. So there are mainly three types of relationship: many to one, many to many, and one to one. So many to one relationships, actually to define a many to one relationship, we'll have to use the foreign key. You use it just like any other field type by including it as a class attribute of your model. So foreign key requires a positional argument, the class to which the model is related. Okay, so consider we have a manufacturer class and a car class, and if you look at it, manufacturer is actually the a property manufacturer. It actually refers to the class. Car actually refers to the manufacturer class. Okay, so foreign key requires a positional argument, the class to which the model is related. So this is the class related class. Okay. And for example, car model has a manufacturer. That is, a manufacturer makes multiple cars, but each car only has one manufacturer, right? So if you can see that there is a relationship like this. Okay, so that is how you set foreign keys. And we can also have, many to many relationship. Then so this is one to one relationship. So we can have, so this is many to one because many cars then have single manufacturer. So this is many to one relationship, and there are many to many relationships. So to define a many to many relationship, use many to many fields. You use it just like any other field type by including it as a class attribute of your model. So here we can see that toppings. We have two classes, topping and pizza. Okay, so here in pizza we have toppings property, which is a many to many field of toppings. So a pizza can have different types of toppings, right? So a pizza has multiple topping objects. That is, a topping can be on multiple pizzas, and each pizza has multiple toppings. So like, yeah, so there are different types of pizzas, and different types of pizzas can have different types of toppings. On every pizzas we can have multiple types of toppings. So this is many to many relationship. That will be set like this: models dot many to many field of topping. Okay, yeah. So similarly we can have different types of relationships between table, and also we can have one to one relationship. So yeah, that's it. So we can basically have different types of relationships between the tables that you have created. So these are the main things that you need to consider when you create a model. Okay, a model is actually the what is a model? A model is actually a subclass of the Django DB's model modules model class, and in which we can specify the fields, where you can specify the data type of the fields, and we can have relationship between various tables. So these are the main things. So after creating a model, what you need to do is you need to update the settings.py file, in which you need to add the installed apps to the in which the into the installed apps you need to specify the module in which the model is actually created. So these are the things that you need to consider while creating a model in Django. Okay, these are the main things. Okay, so and you can also just organize them in the init.py file if you want to organize these models. Okay, you can specify them in the init.py file. You can organize the models in the package init file. So what if my models are inside a module called my app? So you need to, if you want, you can organize them and initialize them in the init.py file. Okay, that's it. Okay, now let's just discuss about the fields of a model. The most important part of a model and the one and only required part of a model is fields. Okay, so when you define a class, a model class, in which we will definitely define fields. Okay, that is a required part of a model. Is a list of database fields it defines. Fields are specified by class attributes. Be careful not to choose field names that conflict with the model's API like clean, save, or delete. So do not give these field names as save, delete, or clean. All these are built-in names. So you can't use save, clean, or delete as field names. Okay. So there are so many names like that. So like that comes up with model API. So the only required part of a model class is the fields. Okay, so here we have three fields in the musician class: first name, last name, and instrument. In the album class, we have four fields: artist, name, release date, and number of stars. Okay, so fields are basically the most important part of a model and the only required part of a model. And field types. So if you look at this class model classes field types, you can see that first name, last name, instrument name, all these things are character fields. Like they are just names, right? So they can be character fields and they have a length associated with it. And in the album class, we have a name field, which is a char field, and release date, which is a date field, number of star, which is an integer. Okay, so these are the field types. Okay, and some of them comes up with a length also. So each field in your model should be an instance of the appropriate field class. Okay, so each field like first name, last name, instrument must be an instance. What is instance? Means object. Object of an appropriate field class. Here char field, foreign key, date field, integer field, etc. are classes in the models module. Okay, in the models module, we have char field class, foreign key class, and date field class, etc. in the field, etc. So such classes are there. So these field names should be an instance or object of these field classes. Let's see what are the various field classes we have. See, this is field API. So there is a field API in models module. That is in which there are so many classes are out there. A class field, so many classes are there like char field, integer. So many classes are out there. So let's see what are they. What are the various classes available in the fields mode. Okay, 1 second, let me just go back and take this API again. Okay, so we are discussing about the field classes. These are the basic field types. Auto field is there. Auto field means an integer field that automatically increments according to the available ID. So that is an auto increment field in SQL. Okay, in SQL we define a class column as auto increment. The value will get incremented automatically. Similar to that in Python, in Django we have an auto field class. You usually won't need to use this directly. A primary key field will automatically be added to a model if you don't specify otherwise. So you don't need to specify it. If you are not specifying it, there is a auto increment field, there is a primary key field that is getting added to our each and every model class. So you don't need to specify it. If you want, you can specify it, but it is optional. Then there is a big auto field. Big auto field is a 64-bit integer, much like an auto field, except that it is guaranteed to fit numbers from. So there is a range. So it can have number from 1 to this particular range. Then big auto field can have big integer field and binary fields are out there. Then we have Boolean field, we have char field, we have in char field you have to specify the max length mainly. What is the maximum length of characters you can include. Then we have date field to represent date data, and date time field is there to represent date and time. Then decimal field is there, duration field is there, email field is there. If you want to store email ID, you can just specify email field. If you have a file upload, you can have file field data type. So these are the major data type. Then file field can have the properties inside it. Okay, so yeah, then file path field is there to store the path of the file that you are going to upload. Float field is there, image field is there, integer field, generic IP address field to store IP addresses, their formatted data. Then JSON field is there, a field for storing JSON encoded data. So then positive big integer field, slug field. Slug is a newspaper term. Is a short label for something containing only letters, numbers, underscores, or hyphens. They are generally used in URLs to store URLs and all such data. You can use slug field. Then small auto field is there. Text field is there. Okay. Then UUID field. UUID field is for storing universally unique identifiers. Uses UUID class. Okay. So these are the basic fields. Okay, so you can just refer to, I'll just share this document as well. You can just refer to this document and you can find out what are the field classes available, like char field, integer field, big integer field, uh, slug field, image field, file fields. There are so many built-in fields are available. Okay, so other than that, we can have relationship fields also. Like in database, we will be having related tables, right? Related tables. So there are relationship fields are also there. Like foreign key field is there. Foreign key is a relationship field. Okay, foreign key actually shows the relationship between two tables. So foreign key field is there. So that is also important. So while defining tables or different model classes, you will have to choose which all tables are related to each other. So how to set a foreign key between these two tables. Okay, so now let us see what is a foreign key field then. Okay, so let's see the relationship field. Django also defines a set of fields that represent relations. Foreign key. Class foreign key. We need to create an instance of foreign key like this. Models.foreign key of the key, the referring model class name. Then there is a property on delete. Foreign key, a many to one relationship. Many to one relationship is there. Requires two positional arguments. So it need two arguments. First, the class to which the model related to, and the on delete option. So it requires two arguments. First, the model class to which this is related. See, if we consider, we have two classes, car and manufacturer. Okay, so many car can have one manufacturer. So this is many to one relationship. Foreign key is a many to one relationship. What does that mean? Many cars can have a single manufacturer, right? Many cars can have a single manufacturer. So here in the foreign key, the first argument is the manufacturer. Okay, that is the name of the model class to which it is related. And there is a second argument which is on delete. Okay, on delete option. And to create a recursive relationship, an object that has many to one relationship with itself, use models. Foreign key, to specify the name, and on delete is equal to models.cascade. If you need to create a relationship on a model that has not been yet defined, you can use the name of the model rather than the model object itself. Okay. See, consider we have two classes, car and manufacturer. So many to one relationship is out there. So the later class is manufacturer, and on delete we'll write models.cascade. So relationship defined this way on abstract methods are resolved when the model is subclassed as a concrete model and are not related to abstract models at label. Okay. So consider, so that is enough. And let's see what is on delete. What is on delete? On delete is actually when an object referenced by a foreign key is deleted. Django will emulate the behavior of the SQL constraint specified by the on delete argument. For example, if you have mutable foreign key and you want it to be set null when the referenced object is deleted. Okay. So what is it? Foreign key on delete. So we have so many properties. See, on delete we can set models.cascade. Okay. So here, see, look at it. On delete, see, we wrote on delete models.cascade over here. Let's see what it is that is defined over here. When an object referenced by a foreign key is deleted, Django will emulate the behavior of the SQL constraint specified by onDelete argument. Okay, cascade deletes. Django emulates the behavior of SQL contain onDelete cascade and also deletes the object containing the foreign key. Like when you have a related fields and if you want to have a control over deletion and insertion, you can add these properties. Okay, like when we have set foreign key between two tables, so there will be, an alert when you try to delete a row from two related tables. So that is why we have added on delete is equal to a cascade. Okay, cascade deletes. Django emulates the behavior of SQL constraint on delete cascade and also deletes the object containing the foreign key. Then there are protect prevent deletion of referenced object by raising protected error. So if you add protect, you'll get a protect prevent deletion. You'll get an alert message you can't delete, something like that. Then restrict prevent deletion of referenced object by raising restricted error. So you'll get if you have restricted mode on, you'll get an error message like this. So on delete can be models cascade, model restrict, or it could be models protect. Okay, it can have all these values. Okay, so if you want to set a foreign key, how will you set it? Models.foreign key of, then you need to specify the name of the table and you need to write on delete is equal to what is the value of on delete. It can be cascade, it can be protect, or it can be restrict. Okay, so these are the basic fields that a foreign key should contain. Okay, then we can also have many to many fields as well as see in the relationship many to many field. So many to many field will be set like this: models dot many to many field. Okay, many to many field, like foreign key in which we'll write models dot foreign key. In many to many field we'll write models dot many to many field. So class many to many field, a relationship requires a positional argument, the class to which the model is related, which works exactly same as it does for foreign key, including recursive and lazy relationship. So behind the scenes, Django creates an intermediary join table to represent the many-to-many relationship. By default, this table name is generated using the name of many-to-many field and the name of the table for the model that contains it. Okay, so many-to-field be writing a related name. Then you can have a query name which is optional. So here is an example. Here we have a class person. Here we have a class group. Then we have a many to many field relationship between group and person. Okay, many person can have many groups, right? Many groups can include different persons inside it. So that is how it works. So if you can look at it like this: models, char field, name, then members, models dot many to many field. It refers to the persons table through membership table through fields of group and person. So here is one more table, that is membership, in which we have foreign key with the group and person. So through group and person, these two tables have many to many relationship. Through membership table, it has got the relationship. So this is the many to many relationship. Okay, so we have foreign key field, we have many to many, then we have one to one field. So one to one relationship, conceptually this is similar to foreign key with unique equal to true. Okay, this is similar to foreign key, but there is something called known as unique is equal to true. But the reverse side of the relationship will directly return a single object. Okay, so here is an example: my special user, and here is a one-to-one field, that is uh, authorized user model. Let's see a better example here. Let's look at a different example. So one-to-one field means there is only a single one-way relationship is out there. Okay. So here you have to specify the name of the related table. So that's it. Okay. So yeah, we can write an example for each and every example, then it will be more clear. So we have, so far we have discussed about the what kind of fields we can have. Okay, like we can have char field, we can have integer field, then we can have relationship field like foreign key, many to one, one to one. Okay, we'll be writing examples for each and every. So before that, we'll have to understand what is a model layer, what is a view layer, what is a template layer. So if you get the concept of model, view and template, and what all things can be added inside a model, what are fields, what are the basic field types, what are the relationship, if all these things are clear, then you can write a program in detail. Okay, so I hope it is clear, a little bit clear now. You can just go to this documentation again and read this if you guys have any doubt. Okay, it's a little bit complicated, but you can read about it, and once you start doing more project, it will be clear. You'll have to work on project to get into the concept. So we'll be doing 2-3 projects. So by doing which you'll learn what is it. Okay, how to do it, and what are fields, what are model, what is view, what is template, and all these things. Do not worry about it. So field options. Now let's see so we have discussed about fields. Now let's see the field options. Field options, each field takes a certain set of field specific arguments. For example, char field requires a maximal length argument, which specifies this varchar database, size of the varchar type. Okay, that is field options are out there. See, I've like here, this is the field type, sorry, field options. In for the char field, we have a field option that is a max length to be 50. You have to add it. Okay, when you define a character field, you must specify what is the size of the character field. So this is an example for a field option. Okay, so char field should require a max length. There is also a set of common arguments available to all field types. All are optional. Okay, so there are some common arguments, but some of them are optional. Basically, they're fully see we have a reference here, so we can go to the reference and find out what are the options, field options. Okay, field options can be null. Null means if field dot null is true, Django will store empty values as null in the database. If you set it as null, okay, if you set a field as null, that means if you don't provide any value to that particular field, Django will store it as null in memory. Okay, so avoid using null on string based fields such as char fields or text fields. If a string-based field has null equal to true, that means it has two possible values for no data. So please avoid writing null is equal to true for char field or text field. So you can set null as false. Okay, that means you can't have null values into it. Okay, so field options are null is a field option. So if null is true, Django will store empty values as null in the database and default is false. And blank, what is blank? If true, the field is allowed to be blank, default is false. So note that this is different than null. Okay, so if true, the field is allowed to be blank. Okay, it's different from null, it's purely database related. Blank is validation related. If a field has blank equal to true, form validation will allow entry of an empty value. So this is related to form validations. Okay, some validation stuff. Form validation will allow entry of an empty value. Empty value from a form is allowed there if field dot blank is equal to true. Then there is choices. Field dot choices. A sequence consisting of itself of iterable exactly of two items. There can be many tuples inside to use as choices for this field. If choices are given, they are enforced by model validation and the default form widget will be select box with these choices instead of standard text field. So the first element in each tuple is the actual value to be set on the model, and the second element is the human readable name, for example, CFR freshman, like that. So the first element of each tuple is the actual value to be set, and the second element is the human readable name. So FR for freshman, SO for sophomore, JR for junior, SR for senior, like that. Okay, so here is an example of all these things. Okay, so here you can see that the choices, the max length, all such things are defined here. Okay, so we'll be doing examples on it. We'll be writing examples on how to create these models and these field options in our classes. Don't worry about it. So I'm just explaining it. There are things like this. There are fields, there are field type, there are field options. You need to understand the concepts basically. Okay, then we have choices. Then not only that, we have default value for a field, then help text, extra help text, then primary key. You can have a primary key field if you want. Primary key means that's a unique field. That means the values inside the field cannot be repeated, and there is a unique field, and it cannot be null also. Okay, it can't be null as well as it should be unique, and there is a unique field. If true, the field must be unique throughout the table. Okay, so these are the basic model field options. Okay, so these are the very basic model fields that we use in our tables. Then there are DB column, DB index, table space. So many fields are there. Unique for date, unique for year. Okay, then validators. So many things are there. Okay, that is enough. Okay, so these are the field types. Okay. Now we have also discussed about the relationship. Tables can have relationship, that can be many to one relationship, that can be one to one relationship, there can be many to many relationship out there. Okay, let's read about the relationships once again so that it could be more clear, because relationships are really important when you create a table, when you create models. Okay, so that is important. So let's read about it one more time. And after finishing the model things, we'll be writing an example related to models and making migrations and all things. So then it will be more clear. Okay, so first, my way of teaching is first understand the concept, then do a project, and we'll be working on mod project, then it will be clear to you. Okay, it will appear a bit confusing because Django is not that easy to learn. So you'll have to put some effort to learn. Okay, but don't worry. You can learn if you learn the concepts well. Okay, now let's see the relationships. So clearly the power of relational database lies in relating tables to each other. Django offers way to define three most common types of database relationship. many to one, many to many, and one to one. So many to one relationship. Define many to one relationship. Use this foreign key. You use it just like any other field type. Foreign key requires a positional argument. You can see that. Car and manufacturer. So models dot foreign key, manufacturer on delete model dot cascade. So this is how we define a foreign key, just like defining a field. Okay. Here manufacturer field reference refers to the relationship between class car and manufacturer. That means this is many to one. Many cars can have this a single manufacturer. For example, if a car model has a manufacturer, that is a manufacturer makes multiple cars, but each car only has one manufacturer. That is many to one. You can also create recursive relationship. Recursive relationship means an object with many to one relation to itself. It can have a relationship to itself also. Okay, so yeah, it's suggested but not required. But the name of the foreign key field manufacturer in the example above be the name of the model lowercase. You can tell the field whatever you want. See, you can write like this: models dot foreign key. This is the name of your foreign key, and this is the referring table, and we have an on delete option also. Foreign key fields accepts number of extra arguments which are explained. We have seen that before. What are the other arguments? You can refer to it. Okay. Now let's see the many to many relationship. To define many to many relationship, use many to many field. You use it just like any other field type by including it as a class attribute. See, consider topping and pizza. So many pizzas can have many different types of toppings. So different types of toppings can be appeared on different types of pizzas. So that is many to many relationship, right? So it requires a positional argument, that is a related class. Okay. For example, if pizza has a multiple toppings object, that is toppings can be on multiple pizzas, and each pizza has multiple toppings. Here is how you would represent that. Okay. Toppings and pizza, models dot many to many field of toppings. As with foreign key, you can also create recursive relationship here also. So it's suggested but not required. Many to many field be a plural describing the set of related to model object. Okay. Then extra fields that you can have is through what table that you are connecting. See, you can have extra fields in many to many relationship. When you are only dealing with many to many relationships such as mixing and matching pizzas and toppings, a standard many to many field is all you need. However, sometimes you may need to associate data with relationship between two models. For example, consider the case of an application tracking the musical groups which musicians belong to. Okay, so we are actually tracking a musical group in which the musicians belongs to. So there is many to many relationship between person and groups. Okay, that means one person can be in different groups. One group in many groups can have many persons, right? But they are related to through they are not just directly related. They are related to each other through a membership table. Okay. So for example, consider the case of an application tracking the musical group which musician belong to. There is many to many relationship between a person and the group of which they are a member. So you could use a many to many field to represent this relationship. However, there is a lot of details about the membership that you might want to collect, such as date at which the person joined the group. For these situations, Django allows you to specify the model that will be used to govern the many-to-many relationship. So you can then put extra fields on the intermediate model. The intermediate model is associated with many-to-many fields using through argument to point to the model that will act as intermediary. So there can be intermediate tables between person and group. So such tables will be related, represented using through keyword. So through membership. So these two tables are related through membership table. Okay, this is how we define it. Okay, we'll be writing examples for it. Don't worry. It will appear a little bit confusing, but we'll be writing examples for it. One-to-one relationship. To define a one-to-one relationship, we use one-to-one field use it just like a field type by including it as a class attribute of your model, just like foreign key and many to many. So one-to-one field requires a positional argument, the class to which the model is related. Okay, that's it. So here, let me see. Do we have an example here? No. Don't worry. So we'll be writing example for each and everything, each and every classes, each and every relationship that we have specified so far. We'll be writing examples for all. Okay. Okay, then models across files. So it's perfectly okay to relate a model from one from another app. That means you can interconnect, you know, models of different apps. So inside your project, you can have different apps. Okay, you can link a model of one app to another app. Here is an example. So here we have a model. Here we can see that from a file geography.models, we are actually importing zip code. That is from another app. Okay, so that is also possible. You can connect the models across your files. Okay, so then field name restrictions. Then let's see what are the field name restrictions. Field name restrictions means like when you define a field name, so we have mainly three restrictions. That is, the name of the field cannot be a Python reserved word. That is, it cannot be a Python keyword. For example, pass equal to models.integer field. That is not possible because pass is already a keyword in Python. So you cannot use pass as a field name, okay, inside your model class. Second, you cannot have multiple underscore, more than one underscores in a row. That is, you cannot write foo double underscore bar. You can write foo underscore bar, but you cannot write foo double underscore bar because there are two underscores in a row. So that is not possible. And third one is a field name cannot end with an underscore. So you cannot end your field name with an underscore. So these are the three rules when you define a field in Django model classes. Okay. Then custom field types. If you want to provide your own field types, that is also possible. You can also define your own custom field types like char, integer, all such fields are built in. So if you want to create your own fields, custom fields, that is also possible. Then meta options. Meta options means you can write, data about data, like some other informations or metadatas by defining an inner class called meta inside your model class. Okay, in which you don't, inside the meta class, you will not specify the fields. You will be specifying the ordering or database table names or human readable singular and plural names, verbose names, etc. Okay, so this is not a required one. Okay, this is not necessary that you should be adding a meta class inside your model class. It's absolutely optional. If you want, you can add it. If you do not want to add that, you can skip it. Okay, yeah. So meta is basically a class that is an inner class of your model class inside which you can specify anything that is not a field. Okay, that is metadata, that is not a field, such as ordering. See here you can see a class aux, which is a model class inside which we have a class that is meta. Inside the meta class we have specified an ordering that is horn length. So in database the data will be stored based in ascending order of the horn length. Okay, that's it. Then model attributes. The most important attribute of a model is the manager. Okay, so model has an important attribute known as the manager attribute. Okay, it is the interface through which database query operations actually provides. Okay, through the manager interface, we are actually executing the query operations. Okay, like storing the data, retrieving the data, etc. Okay, then model methods. So we have so many built-in methods inside the model. Define custom methods on model to add custom raw level functionality to your objects, whereas manager methods are intended to do table-wide things. Okay, Model methods act on particular model instance. This is a valuable techniques for keeping business logic in one place. The model. For example, model can have custom methods also. See, inside the person model, we have written our own methods like baby boomer status, full names. These are the methods that we have defined, custom methods. Okay. Other than that, you can also have built-in methods like double underscore str method. That is a magic method of Python. You can use this method to return the string representation of an object. Okay, so if you want to return any string representation of any of your data, you can implement double underscore str function inside your model class. Similarly, there is one more function, that is get absolute URL, that tells Django how to calculate the URL for an object. So if you want, you can add these built-in functions, or you can create your own custom functions inside your model class. Okay, and you can also override predefined model methods. There is another set of model method that encapsulates a bunch of database behavior that you will want to customize. In particular, you say for example save and delete. Okay, save and delete are actually built-in functions. If you want to customize them, you can override these two methods inside your model class like this: save and uh, delete. So these are built-in functions, but if you want to override them, you can do that. Okay, and you can also execute your custom SQL queries. And there is something known as model inheritance. Model inheritance in Django works almost identically the way normal class inheritance in Python, but the basic at the beginning of the page should still be followed. This means that base class should be the model class. So we have already mentioned that, when you define a model class, the base class or the parent class should be the model class named model, right? Then we can also have abstract base classes. Abstract base classes are useful when you want to put some common information into a number of other models. You write your base class and put abstraction is equal to true in the meta class. Okay, you can also have abstract base classes. See, here we have a class common info, which is a model class. Inside class meta, I just wrote abstract equal to true. Okay, here student class can have common info as its parent. So student class obviously will become a model class, and it will become an abstract class also. Okay, so you can also have abstract based classes in Django. Okay, inheritance of meta. When an abstract base class is created, Django makes a meta inner class declared in the base class available as an attribute. If a child class doesn't declare its own meta class, it will inherit the parent's meta. If the child wants to extend the parent's meta class, it can subclass it. Say for example, common info class has a meta class in which I wrote abstract equal to true, ordering equal to name. Okay, in the student class also I am inheriting common info, and if I am not defining class meta, if this will take this meta class as its attribute of student. If you want to define your own meta inside student, that is also possible. Okay, it's not that important, just understand there is things like that. Then we can also have multiple table inheritance, that is multi-level inheritance is also possible. So that is also that will also work in Django as well. So like as we do in normal Python, so this is also possible here. Okay, so these are the many major things, okay, that you need to know about creating models. The next thing is query sets. So before getting into query sets and making queries, let's just create a project and just add some model classes, and let's see the concepts we have discussed so far, that is creating fields, specifying the field types, creating the field type instances, specifying the field options inside it, like making relationships between models, uh, and you know making migrations, all such things. So after that, let's see how to make queries out of these models. Okay, so this is that much is enough about models. Now we have discussed what is a model, what are the fields inside a model, how to create a model, what are the fields inside a model, why models are relevant, and what are the options and data types, and relationship that a model can have, what is meta, what are the inheritance things, and all these things. Now let's see what are queries and how to make what are query sets, and making queries using model in the next. So before that, you'll have to create a dummy project, and let's implement the concepts that we have discussed so far. So far, we have learned the concept that is related to the model part of our Django project. Okay, now let us create a project and implement each part one by one. So we have seen how to create a model, how to add fields, how to set up relationship now. Now let us implement a project properly. Okay, now we are just doing the model part. Then after learning view part, we'll create a project with view part. We'll add view to this project. Then we'll be seeing the template portion. Okay, so this is how we will be going further. Okay, so now let us create a project. Hope you guys remember how to create a project. To create a project, you can use Django-admin start project, then name of your project. Okay, so go to your your directory that you wish. Let me go to Adira directory. Then I'm going to, there is a Python directory inside it. Here I'm going to create my project, Django-admin. So then you can use this command, start project, then name of your project. So I'm going to give this name dummy project. Okay, a dummy project. Okay, so this is how we will create a Django project. Okay, so let us open the project in PyCharm now. File, open. So where is my project? In users. Here is my Adra folder, in which we have a Python folder, in which, where is my dummy project? Yeah, here it is. I'm gonna open it. Okay. Okay, so inside this project folder, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create okay, let me just create an app here. So you can open the terminal here, or you can just move on to dummy project from this terminal also, in whichever way you like. Okay, I'm using this terminal. I'm going to create an app inside the dummy project. Okay, so okay, so how do we create it? You can use Python space or Django hyphen, which both will work. Python space manage dot py. Then I'm going to start an app inside it. Start app. Let it be, the name of the app be polls. Okay, so I've created a polls app. So let's refresh. See, now the polls directory is getting created. So inside polls, we have the migrations module, then we have init.py file, admin.py file, apps.py file, models.py file, test.py file, and views.py file. Hope you guys remember all these files, manage.py, and what are the uses of all these files. Okay, yeah. So now we have all the basic required files. Let me just refresh what all these files are. So basically in our project there will be root name of our project is dummy project, in which we have this root directory as dummy project, inside which we have another folder with same name, that is dummy project. Then we have a manage.py file, that is a command line utility that lets you interact with our Django project in various ways. And we have then inner dummy project directory is the actual Python package for your project. Its name is the Python package name you will need to use to import anything inside it. Then we have init.py file inside that inner directory, an empty file that tells Python that this directory should be considered as a Python package. And we have settings.py file, This is the configuration for the Django project. Then url.py file will include the URL declarations, and we are skipping these two files as of now. Okay, and you can start your project using the command python space using the command line utility manage.py. You can run your project, that is using run server. Okay, so we have discussed all these things before. I hope you guys remember it. Localhost colon 8080. So you can see your app running here. Oh, it's 8000, port number 8000. I wrote 8080. See, my project is running. So this is what we have discussed so far. And now I'm just concentrating on creating the models for this polls app. So inside this project, I have created an app that is polls, and inside the polls app, I'm going to define the model now. Okay, the model part is going to be defined. Okay, then after that we'll go to the query sets and making migrations and all these things. First we are going to concentrate on the model part. So I have already discussed what is a model. What is a model? Basically, a model is a single and definitive source of information about your data. It contains the essential fields and behavior of the data you are storing. Generally, each model maps to a single database table, right? And how do you create a model class? Each model class is a subclass of django.db.models.model. Okay, each attribute of the model represents a database field. The attributes inside this will represent a database field, and with all of this, Django gives automatically generated database API. Okay, and we'll be discussing the database access API and making of queries later after creating the fields. Okay, so now we have created our app. So we are just concentrating on creating a polls app. Okay, so so here we are not going to discuss about the views and all. We are just concentrating on the model now. So okay, so let me take the model part. This is a project that is available in the official website of Django, that is djangoproject.com. You can see the informations here. So now we are going to create the model. One second, let me just take that. So here we are going to create two model classes, that is a class that is question, and then we have a class that is choice. Okay. Okay, now let us create the model classes. So the first model class here inside our polls application is the class that is question. So how do you make a model class? You need to create a class inside the models.py file inside your app, that is polls app, in which we have the models.py file. Inside the file here we are going to see module is already imported here from django.db package. We have imported models. So from that module, we can import, you can create a class, or class name is question. So to make this class, this is the normal class. You need to subclass, you need to have a base class that is model, right? So for that, we need to write models.model. So the class model is the parent of the class question now. Now our class question has become a what class? It has become a model class. Now what we can do is we can add fields inside the class model class question, right? So how do you add fields? You can add a variable name and that an instance of any of the field class. So here we are going to use the two field classes, that is char field and daytime field. Okay. So here we have a property that is question underscore text. Question underscore text, which is a field, which is a character field, object of character instance. So you can type models dot it's char field of and inside which it has a field option that is max length. So you can specify the max length to some value. Let it be 80. So maximum length of question text is let it be 100 because it's a question, so it can have large sizes. So let it be 100. Okay, or 200. Okay, let it be a large one. Let it be 200. Okay, so that is the first field of our model class question, that is question text. And the next field is the publication date, the when that that question is published. So that is the second property, second field. So let it be pub underscore date. Since it is a date field, you can use models dot the class date field of, okay, and in which you can have an optional string date published, date of publication, something like that. Okay, some text that you like to display. Okay, so something like that. So that is our first model class, and the second model class is choice class. So here I'm going to create a class that is choice, class choice. To make this class a model class, again you need to make the class model as its parent. So model, now it has become a model class, and in which you can have various properties, various fields. So here I'm going to put a foreign key because a question will be having many choices, right? A single question can have different choices. So here we can have a foreign key relationship, that is many to one relationship. Many choices will have a single question, right? Or a single question will have different choices. So this is many to one relationship. So you have to set a foreign key field here. Okay. So the name of the field is question. You can give whatever name you like. Let it be question. So question is equal to, what you need to do? You need to write models dot foreign key. So this is a foreign key field. So you need to write models dot foreign key of, it will contain two arguments. First argument will be the name of the model class to which it is actually referring. Okay, so we are referring to the question class. Okay, so you need to write question, and the second will be having on delete property. Okay, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to write cascade. Okay, on delete cascade. Hope you guys remember it. You can choose it from models. So models dot cascade. Okay. Okay. So we have models dot cascade on delete. So this is a foreign key field. So first argument is class. Sorry, that is not a string argument. That is a normal name of the class. Okay. So this field is referring to the question class, and on delete we have model dot cascade. Hope you guys remember that it can have different values like models dot protect, models dot cascade, something like that. Okay. So that's it. So here in our question class, we have two fields, that is the question text and publication date field. And in the choice class, we have a foreign key field. Foreign key will show the many to one relationship that tells Django each choice is related to a single question. This is a many to one relationship. Okay. So now we have set up our model classes, right? And what is the next step? You guys remember it or not? So to the next step is you need to activate the model. So the creation of model is not enough. After creating the models, you need to activate the models. Okay. That small bit of model code gives Django a lot of information. With it, Django is able to create a database schema for this application, create Python database access API for accessing question and choice object. But first, we need to tell our project that Polls app is installed. Okay, that is an important step. So we have an application known as Polls app inside our project, right? So we have an app that is Polls app inside our project. So now we need to tell our project that the Poll app is installed in your project. So only by telling that to the project, the Django will be able to create a database schema based on the model classes, and it will create a Python database access API for question and choice objects. Okay. So when you activate the model, what is going to happen is that Django will be able to create a database schema for the question class and for the choice class, and it will create a Python database access API for accessing the question and choice object. Okay, but to do that, actually Django will, you should know that there is an app known as, what is the name of our app? It is polls. Okay, so we need to tell Django that we have an app that is known as polls. So how do you tell that? How do you inform that? To inform that, you need to add polls to the installed apps inside the settings.py file. So you need to go to the settings.py file, and you need to add that polls app inside, so into the installed apps array of settings.py file. Okay, so we are going to do that. Let's go to this dummy project, and there is a settings.py file. Inside this file there is an array. Hope you guys remember all these things. Here we are going to specify the app, the polls app that you have created. So how do we add it? To add that, you need to specify that polls is the name of our app. Polls.app. Let us open this app file that contains the application information. There is a class polls config, so you need to write the name of this class. That is polls.app. What is the name of the class? It is polls config, so that this configuration is initiated when you run your project. Okay, so if you don't add polls app to the installed app configuration, Django will not recognize this project. Okay, this polls app inside your project. So you have to do this. Do not forget to add the state, add the project to the app to the installed apps array. Okay, so here we have added it, polls.app.polls config into the installed app session. Now our project will be working properly. Okay, so we have added it. And the next step is we have to make migrations. Okay, I'm just doing till now, that is the making of migrations. Then we will be discussing about the query sets and making queries. Then we'll see the view, then template, then only we'll finish the project. So I'll be going through different steps. First we'll explain the theory, then we'll do the the practical portion of that particular theory, then we'll implement it in our project. Okay, now what you need to do is you have to make migrations for the polls project. Okay, if you do not add this will not work. Okay, now Django knows to include the polls app. Now let's run the second command, that is make migrations for polls project. Okay, let's run this code. So go to the terminal, and you can open a new terminal. Here is a plus symbol, so you can open a new terminal over here. So Python, and now let's make migrations. Python space manage dot py file, make migrations for our polls app, right? So make migrations for poll. What happened? Polls.app do not find, couldn't find polls.app. Okay, it's polls.apps, not app. It's polls.apps. Okay, I wrote it as app. It's polls.apps.polls config. Okay, so let me run the code again. Okay, it's make migrations. I wrote make migration. Okay, yeah, now it's done. See, when you do this, now Django will know that inside the polls app you have two models. So Django has to create migrations for question class and for choice class. Okay, see, that is the result. Migrations for polls. What is a migration? What are the migrations? Create model question and create model choice. Now it's done. If you go to the migrations folder, you can see a file. See 001 initial.py file that is getting created when you run this command. If you open it, you can see something like there is a create model function in which the name of the model is question, and you can see an array where you can see an ID field. I have already mentioned that when you create a model migration for a model, it will automatically add an ID field that will be an auto increment field and a primary key field. Okay, and there will be a question text field that we have added and a publication date field. And in the choice class there is a sheet. See here also we have this ID field and we have a question field. Yeah, that's it. I think we missed something. Actually, I forgot to add the choice text and the words inside the model choice. Let's add these two things, okay, because I forget to add that. Okay, let's add models.py. Here we need to add two fields, that is the choice text and the words. Okay, so let us add that. Choice underscore text is equal to, that is a char field. Okay, so you have to write models dot char field, and you have to specify the max length of it. Okay, let it be around 200, and we have a words field. Okay, so let it be 20, and yeah, we have a words field, that is a number field, so you can write models dot integer field. And if you want, you can have a default value. Default word should be 0. If you want the default, you can set default value. It's optional. Okay, if you want, you can have a default value, so let it be 0. Okay, I'm making it as an integer field and default value to be 0. Now it is done. Okay, you have made some modification, so I'm going to run make migrations once again. Okay, so let me just make the migration once again. Migrations for select an option, provide one of default. Now what is the error? You are trying to add non nullable field choice text to one, provide one of a default. Now quit and let me add a default in model. Select an option. Let it be 1. Choose 1. Daytime, time zone. Now type exit to exit this prompt. I'm going to type exit. Okay, the prompt is exited. Let's open 01.5 and see whether that fields are getting added or not. What happened? No. Let me close it. Okay, let me run this command again. I'm getting this error. Not an error. We are trying to add non-nullable field to choice without a default. We can't do that. Need something to populate. Okay. We have the choice text field, which is a char field. Here the length is okay. Let it be 200. It's a small field. Let it be 200. Okay, let me try to quit and run this again. Okay, I chose option 2. Let me see. Okay, what went wrong? Here my fields are not getting added properly. Make migrations for polls. Here we are not doing SQL migrate now. We can do that later. Let me run manage.py migrate and see. Okay. Okay. So migrate is done. Let me see. So migration has been made, but my fields are not added. Okay, let me do one thing. Let me remove it from. Okay, let it be there. Okay, let me run the command once again. Something went wrong because I forget to add. So provide a one hyphen of default now. Okay, select an option 1. Please enter the default value now. Let it be test. Okay, let me just provide an empty value. Okay, just provide some empty value, and then okay, python dot manage dot py space migrate, run migrate after that. Okay, now it's correct. Okay guys, when you try to do this, it's asking for some default value. Just put an empty value there. Okay, empty value there, and just run python space make migrations, then python space manage dot py space migrate. Okay, so these commands we have already done that before. So now, yeah, now it's correct. Let me see. Migrations, polls. Yeah, now we have the fields. That is choice text field is there, which has a default value as empty, and choice field is there. Okay, now it's correct. No issues. Okay, because initially I forgot to add that. So now that model has been updated. The model, choice is actually updated. That is why we have a second file now. Okay, so here it has actually updated, and we have made the migrations also. Now it's working fine. So actually I forgot to add the that choice text and words initially. That is why I had to run the command. So do you guys, when you guys do it, just add these two things together and run make migrations once. Okay, that is enough. So actually I forgot to add that, so that is why I had to run the command again. But we did that in the first project. That is the correct format. Okay, I hope you guys remember that, or just do recheck the previous the project creation video for further reference. Okay, since we have already discussed it, so you don't need to worry. What is the use of migrate command? Migrate command takes all migration that haven't been applied and runs them against your database, essentially synchronizing the changes you made to your model with the schema in the database. Okay, it will synchronize, the migrate will synchronize the changes that you have made to your models with the schema in the database. That is the use of the command migrate. We didn't do the SQL migrate, we'll doing that later. Okay, let's run this. As of now, let's do one thing. Let's run this SQL migrate now, and then we can go for discussing the view part. I guess that will be better. So let's do one thing. Let's run the SQL migrate command also. Okay, so let's run that, and after that we'll be I'll go through these commands once again after explaining the topics. So let us run this SQL migrate command also. So let me copy it, this, and let me go to python space manage.py for making SQL migrations. I'm going to run this command. Okay, so it's done. The model, like a database for table for question and for choice, is actually now it is created properly. SQL migration is done now. Okay, that is it. Now let's see how to go to the query sets and all these things. Okay, let's see them in detail. Okay. Okay, now let's see the managers in detail. So there is a class manager. A manager is basically the interface through which database query operations are provided to Django models. Okay, so we actually do the database operations like like query set, like creation of instance. All these database query operations are provided to Django models using a manager interface. At least one manager exists for every model in Django application. The way manager classes work is actually that is in making queries. We have already seen that we have a blog class and we have an author. So when you have a data model and Yeah, let me show you that. Retrieving object. See, here we have created the object. So when you type block.objects, what you are actually seeing is that block.object will give you a Django DB models manager.manager object. Okay, this is the manager object. Okay, using this particular object, you can access this manager object is actually giving you, helping you to execute the database queries with your model objects. Okay, like model classes. When you write block.objects, you'll be getting a manager object. Okay, here when you write b.objects, that will give you the values inside it. To get the values, we need to call get function. Yeah, entry dot objects dot all, or we can write entry dot objects dot get of functions to take out the values from it. Okay, we have discussed that already, so I'm not going into that again. So this is what the manager interface actually. Okay, so manager interface will help you to connect your model and with your SQL queries. Okay, one sec, let's move on to this once again. Here, yeah, managers. Okay, so manager is basically the interface through which database query operations are provided to Django models, and that's it. How to, and now we are going to see how to customize the manager behavior. Okay, so we have a class like this. Consider we have a model class person, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to write models dot manager of, and I'm assigning it into a variable people. So by default, Django adds a manager with name objects to every Django models, right? That is, whenever you create a model, like, let me show you that, Python space manage.py shell. Okay, so from my blog, import blog, from my blog.models, import blog, and if I write blog.objects, so this is the default manager object. Okay, when you type blog.object, you will get a manager object like this. Okay, that is the default one. So by default, Django adds a manager with the name objects to every Django model. So every Django model can access the manager object through this objects property. Okay, however, if you want to use objects as field name, or if you want to use a name other than objects for the manager, you can rename it on a per model basis. To rename the manager for a given class, define a class attribute of type models.manager on that model. Okay. So if you want to have a custom manager name, so by default object is the name for all the managers. Say let me just import entry. Okay, and what is the manager of entry? Entry dot objects. Every model will have this objects property. So if you want to give some other name, okay, if you want to provide some another name for the models, you can do that. Okay, so how do you do that? Okay, let me close the other tabs. Okay, so I'm going to add one more class inside my blog models. Okay, here I'm going to add one more property. Let it be the, okay, here I'm going to add a new model class. Okay, say class person. Okay, which is a model class. So models dot model, and here I'm going to define a property, okay, as a manager. So you can construct a new custom manager by this models.manager. So now instead of objects, you can use this name people to access the manager of this particular class. Okay, let me show you that. So since we have added a new thing, so you need to update your you need to make the migrations. Python space manage.py make migrations for my blog, Python space manage make migrations my blog. Okay, see, model will get added now. And now let me just open the shell again. Manage.py, sorry, shell from my blog, import my blog dot models, import person. Okay, now you can access your person objects, person's manager using the name people. See, you will get the manager object like this. Okay, so this is how we add a manager with some other name. Okay, if you write, you can write, usually we write C. Let me go to the previous terminal. If I just wanted to access or see the value of the values inside, like, so select query, we'll be writing objects dot all of, right? So that will give you the query set. Similarly here, what will you do? We'll be writing person dot people dot all of. No such table. Yeah, actually I haven't added anything to person. And yeah, let me create a value. Like person of, actually person is empty, it doesn't have any value basically. Anyways, let me just save this empty. Oh, that will give you an error. Okay, actually the person table has not created yet. Let me just do one thing. Python space manage.py migrate my blog. Yeah, because the table for my person hasn't dot, it doesn't get created actually. So I had to do this, apply migration for my person. Now let me just stop this and let me start the shell once again. And from my blog dot models, let's import person, because the previous error was table doesn't found person table. Okay, because that table was not get created. To create that table, I had to run this command, python space manage.py migrate my blog. Okay, so now the table is created. And if I try to write person dot people dot all of, let's see, you'll be seeing an empty query set. See, earlier it didn't work because the table was not there. Okay, no such table my blog person, because I forgot to run this command, that is python space manage.py migrate my blog. Okay, so I hope it's clear now, the model creation, making the migrations and creating the manager. Okay, yeah. So if you try to write person dot object, let's see what's gonna happen. Now instead of object we are using what? We are using people, right? So if I write person dot objects, let's see, will it work? See, you'll get an error. Attribute error. Person has no attribute objects. So instead of object, now we have people manager. Okay, the manager name is people now. So you won't be able to access objects anymore. Okay, because we have renamed it. And if you want, you can add more fields to the manager. That is also possible. If you want, you can customize the manager, but it's not that necessary. Okay, this is enough. Okay, so basically this is how we rename our manager class. Okay, Now let's see more about the raw operations like raw SQL that we have done. So raw SQL means, okay, let me open it. Yeah, performing raw SQL queries. Django gives you two ways of performing SQL queries. You can use manager.row to perform raw queries and return model instances, or you can avoid the model layer entirely and execute custom SQL directly. So either you can execute your SQL queries, customize SQL query, or you can use manager.row to perform raw queries. Okay, that is ORM means object relational mapping. So we are actually mapping our objects to the database tables and rows. So that is known as ORM, object relational mapping. And we have a queries at API also. See, if you want to execute raw SQL means the normal SQL queries that we did before. Okay, when we have learned SQL, how do we write the query? Insert into table, create table, select star from table, like that, right? So if you want to execute the raw SQL queries, that is also possible in Django. So let me just show you how to do that using that person. So I've already mentioned that you can use row manager.row. Okay, name of your manager, then .row, and you can write your SQL query inside it. Okay, let me just show you that. Here what I'm going to do is I'll be writing importing entry from my blog dot models import entry. Okay, if I want to execute the select query, how will I write it? Entry dot objects dot row, and I'm going to write select star from, what is the table name here? It is entry. Entry will be the name of the table. Okay, select star from entry, and here what you need to do is the table will have the name of the model along with it, that is my blog underscore, then the name of your table, that is entry. So the entry table actually belongs to the my blog. So you'll have to write select star from my blog underscore entry, and that is a string. So you'll have to put it inside a string. Okay, and if I run, see, you'll get a raw query set. Instead of a query set, you'll get a raw query set, and here you can see the query. Okay, now let's execute a query like this, a raw SQL query like this. From my blog dot models import blog, and I'm going to write b is equal to blog dot manager, that is objects dot raw SQL query. So you'll have to call the raw function, and within the bracket we can write select star the app name underscore the class name. So the class name will be blog, and I'm going to store the result into a variable b. Okay, a code's missing. If you print b, you can see that it's a raw query set that contains your raw SQL query, and I'm going to write this in a loop, that is for d in b colon white space print of d. Okay, when I hit enter, see Python programming, Java code, and my blog. These are the blog titles we have stored. Okay, similarly we can write whatever the any SQL query that you like inside the bracket. See, if I want to write select id, because there is an automatically id field from my blog, and I'm going to write a for loop for d in b print, that was wrong. Oh, it got exited. Let me connect to the shell again. Okay, then let me just import blog again. Okay, let me clear this. From my blog dot models import blog. Okay, and what I'm going to do is b is equal to blog dot objects dot row of whatever query you like. Select star. Okay, let me just type select count of star from app name, that is my blog, and the model name is blog. Okay, don't miss the double quotes. Now let me write a loop for I in. Okay, that will be the count query. If I print b, we can. Okay, let me just write a loop for I in b. This is a single value result. You don't need to write a loop basically. Yeah, even though let's see, print I field doesn't exist. Okay, which field? Select count of star from row query must include the primary key. Okay, let me write. Let's import blog again, and let us write some other query. See, we can write any type of queries here. Okay, query select star from your class where last name equal to something like that. Whichever, like the normal row queries, every query can be written inside the row function. Okay, let me write this query. Actually, we don't have. Okay, what do we have in blog class? Let's go to the blog model and let's see what are there. We have name and tagline. Okay, so let's see. So I'm going to write, say, rows is equal to blog dot objects dot row. Select id comma, we have a tagline field, so I'm going to write tagline field. Okay, tagline from my blog underscore, that is my blog underscore blog. Okay, now let's write a for loop for row in rows. If I print row, and you'll be getting Python programming and Java code in my blog. Okay, because we have the name returning from here, that's why. Okay, what if I write yeah, that's enough. I'll try that later with different values. Let's by add defining different str functions, we can try that later. This is enough. Okay, yeah, so basically we can write whatever row SQL query you like. You can apply aggregate functions, you can apply normal, any of your normal row SQL queries can be applied over here. Okay, and we can also have our custom SQL queries that I will discuss at last. Okay, because I have to take one more topic regarding that. So I'll the custom SQL queries execution directly after as the last session. Okay, yeah. Now let's just understand this, how to write row SQL queries. If you want to write row SQL queries, you can write model name dot objects dot row, manager dot row. Okay, and you can write your normal SQL queries inside it. Okay, that's it. Okay, now let's see a few more queries. Let's also, we have seen insertion, then delete, selection, updation. Now let's see how to delete a particular row. Okay, to delete something from the table blog, what I'm going to do is blog dot objects dot filter, and write some filter condition inside it. And I'm going to write the name double underscore starts with what? So we have Java and my blog, right? so starts with J. Okay, if the name starts with J, I want to delete that row. Okay, so you can write starts with equal to J. I'm going to store the result into a variable, say B. Okay, so we have only a single blog name that starts with J. Okay, and if you want to delete it, you can call B dot, instead of save, call B dot delete off. Okay, so that will delete the first row with ID 1. Okay, so that is Java code. Okay, now let us do one thing. Let us execute the select query once again. Okay, b dot blogs dot all objects dot all, and if I print B, you can see that Python programming is there, my blog is there, but the Java code is gone. Okay, so this is how we delete it. Yeah, that's it. So these are the basic queries. We have seen filter, delete, and if you want to create something, you can use create. That's enough. We will be discussing a few more queries after explaining the custom query creation. I will be taking that custom query creation as a last topic. Then we will discuss a few more queries. Okay, now this is enough. Okay, we have seen foreign queries, and one more thing. If you want to return, multiple values from a particular class, you can see from every model class we are actually returning only a single thing, that is name. If you want to return the tagline also, then you can just return it from here. Okay, you can return what all values you want to return from it. So you can write self dot tagline. Okay, so then it will return tagline also. Okay, let us stop this. Let me go to the shell again, and let me import blog again. From my blog dot models, import blog, my blog dot models. No module name, my okay, spelling models, import blog, and if I print blog dot objects dot all of, oh, it was tagline, I wrote just tag. Now let me try to import it again. Okay, let's print. Okay, so I'll have to stop this because that is not getting updated. So I'll have to launch the shell again. Manage .py .shell, then import it, then blog dot objects dot all. See here you can see the name of the blog and tagline also. See, this is the name, that is Python programming, and the tagline is programming. Next one is my blog, and the tagline is the Django. Okay, so you can return what all things you want from this str function. You need only a single str function, and you can customize what you want to return. You can customize the string in whatever way you want. It has to be a string. That's it. Okay, yeah. So the queries are enough. So we have discussed so many queries so far. It's enough. Okay, we'll be discussing a few more queries and custom queries as the last session. Okay, because queries are, we have already learned so many SQL queries, and we can have so many different kind of query execution. So we'll be discussing that in the last session about the queries and custom queries and all. Okay, now as of now it is enough. Okay, now let's move on to the next part. Okay, fine. Let me go to the intro part. Okay, so we were here in the models. Okay, so now let us see the view layer in detail. Okay, the view layer, let's go to the basics. Handling HTTP requests. Okay, handling HTTP requests, that is information on handling HTTP requests in Django. So URL disport is HTTP request. When you request for a page, that is known as an HTTP request. See, if I want to see the home page of my Facebook account, that is a HTTP request. Okay. So URL dispatcher is there. A clean, elegant URL scheme is an important detail in a high quality web application. So when you create a web application, a clean and elegant URL scheme is very important. Okay. So Django lets you design URLs however you want with no framework limitations. Okay, so we can have so many cool URIs, okay, and you can create them in an elegant way. Okay, and you know who is the creator of World Wide Web? It is Tim Berners-Lee. Okay, so I'm just reminding that. Yeah, that's it. Leave it. Okay. So anyway, so we can handle HTTP requests, and we have a, you should be having a clean and elegant URL scheme in Django. So let's go to the overview. To design URLs for an app, you create a Python module informally called a URL conf. Okay, so if you want, when you define the URLs for your application, you will be defining a module known as URL conf, or we can say that URL configuration module. This module is pure Python code and is a mapping between URL path expression to Python functions. Okay, so they are nothing, they are pure Python code. You don't need to learn anything else to define your URLs. Okay, to define the URLs, you just need to create, you can just write pure Python codes. Okay, so these URLs are actually, it's a mapping between the URL path expression and to the Python functions. Okay, so consider if I search for my home page, when I types home/my home. Okay, this is known as a URL. Okay, this is known as a URL. Let it be like this: mypro/home/myhome. So here mypro is the name of the project, home/myhome is the URL. So when you have a URL path like this, it will map this path into some functions, into some Python functions. That is URL mapping. Okay, so you will be having configurations for these URL mapping inside your Django application. Okay, so this is the URL path, and you will be configuring this URL path to some functions. Okay, and the mapping between URL path expression to Python functions, basically to the your views. So when I type home/my home, you'll be getting a page in return. Okay, this is your HTTP request, and you will get a response for this request. That is, you will be see your home page over here. If you have a URL like this in your Django application, you will get a page and response. If this path is wrong, you will get 404 not found. That is, the path is not defined or the page is not found. Okay, that's it. So what is it? So there will be a mapping from URL path expression to Python functions. So this URL conf is a pure Python code, and it contains the mapping between URL path expression to the Python functions, that is to your use. So this mapping can be as short as or as long as needed. If you want to keep it as short, then it can be short. If you wanted to keep it as a long code, then you can also do that. It can reference other mappings, and because it's pure Python code, it can be constructed dynamically. So Django also provides a way to translate URLs according to active language. Okay, that is known as internationalization. So in different countries, they have different, in different localities, will be having different languages, right? So that is known as, like, depending on the country in which you are accessing your application, you can translate the URLs. Okay, so like hello, the word hello is different in different languages. Like in French is different, in Spanish it is different. So depending on this particular, the URLs, it can, like, Django can translate the URL on different localization. That is known as internationalization of your application. Okay, that we'll discuss later. So how Django process a request? So that is important. Just understand how Django will process a request. So when a user requests a page from your Django powered site, This is the algorithm the system follows to determine which Python code to execute. Okay, when a user requests a page, see when I request for my pro/home, okay, when I request for my home page like this, consider home is a URL that I have defined in my application. So when I request for a page like this, what Django will do is that this is the algorithm that Django actually performs internally. Django determines the root URL conf module to use. It will find out the URL configuration module first. Ordinarily, this is the value of the root underscore URL conf settings. If the incoming HTTP request object has a URL conf attribute set by middleware, its value will be used in the place of root URL conf settings. Okay, when you request a page, first of all, Django will determine the URL configuration module. Okay, and the value of the URL configuration will be in the settings, that is under root underscore URL conf. Okay, that is in the settings .py file. We'll be having the root underscore URL config, root underscore URL conf property, in which we have stored where is the URL resides. URLs are here in the dummy projects.urls. So Django will understand where is your URLs. Where is your URLs? Under the dummy project folder, there is a file that is module URLs. It will go to the URLs module and search for the available URLs. Okay, this is what happens by default. Okay, that is the first thing. Django determines the URL conf module, which root URL conf module to use. So this is our root URL conf module. So how Django will understand this? From the settings.py file. If you go to the settings.py file, there is a root underscore URL conf property, in which we have stored what is our root URL module. That is dummy project.urls. Okay. So, but if the incoming HTTP request object has a URL conf attribute, its value will be used in place of root URL config. If your request will have a URL conf in it, then it will go and search in that particular file, not in that root URL conf file. Okay. Second, Django loads that Python module and looks for the variable URL patterns. Then Django will load this module, that is the URLs module, and search for the pattern that we have requested. So if I write admin, see if I write my pro/admin, what is going to happen is that it will load this particular admin.sites.url. So it will, there is a built-in admin module in every Django project. So it will admin.site.urls. If you have some other path, okay, say my path is home, okay, and then Django will check whether the URL pattern is here or not. Here we have an array, a list URL patterns, in which we will be having different paths like this. Like we'll be having a path like this. Say here my path is home. If home is my path, which module is to be loaded over here? Okay, consider we have some module name here. Okay, and we'll be having some other path, say path, say login, something like that, and you'll be having a value for it. Okay, so you don't need to add this, I'm just giving a demo. So when you search for a particular path, Django will come over here and you'll search for the path. Okay, so and will load the corresponding URLs for that particular path. Okay, yeah. So that is the second step. Django loads that Python module and looks for the variable URL pattern. This should be a sequence of Django URL path and instances. So these paths are basically the object of URL path instance. Okay, there is a module that is path. See, path is actually getting imported from in the Django framework's URL module contains a path class. So we are actually creating an instance of path, URL's path. Okay, these are all objects of path class. Okay, so Django loads the Python module and looks for the variable URL pattern. This should be a sequence of Django URL paths. Django runs through each URL pattern and in order and stops at the first one that matches the requested URL, matching against path info. So when you have a path like this, admin, So Django will search for the path. So here we get the admin path as the first element. So a search will stop here. If I write home here, then Django will search for the path home. It will start searching from here. When it get to home, it will stop the search. Okay, like that. Yeah. So once it will find the path, one of the URL pattern matches, Django imports and calls the given view, which is a Python function. The view gets passed to the following arguments. So once URL pattern matches Django, what Django will do that Django will import and calls the given view, okay, which is a Python function. The view gets passed to the following arguments: an instance of HTTP request. If the matched URL pattern contained non-named groups, then the matches from the regular expressions are provided as positional arguments. So when that URL matches, Django imports a particular view for it, which should be a Python function, which is a Python function basically. And an instance of the view gets passed the following arguments. Okay, in the view, we'll be getting an instance of HTTP request. If the matched URL pattern contains no named groups, then the matches from the regular expressions are provided as positional arguments. The keyword arguments are made up of the named parts matched by the path expressions that are provided, overridden by any argument specified in the optional keyword arguments. So in here in Django URLs path, you can pass some keywords and all. You can pass some additional informations through the URLs like this. So this is an example for URL patterns. Here is a URL configuration file in which we'll be having different URL patterns. Say like articles 2003, article/year, article/year and month, article/year, month and slug. Okay, and this is the name of the view function that you need to load when you have this path. Okay, when this path arrives, it will load this particular file. When this path arrives, it will go to this particular view. When this path arrives, it will go to this particular view, and like that. So to capture a value from the URL, use angular brackets. If you want to, capture a value from the URL, you have to use angular bracket. Okay, so angle brackets are used to capture value from the URL. Captured values can optionally include a converter type. If you want to convert it into a type, then you can specify that. If it is an integer, you can specify int. If it's a string, you can specify str, like that. Okay, there is no need to add a leading slash, okay, because every URL has that. For example, it's articles, not slash articles. You don't need to write slash article slash 2003, because the leading slash is not necessary, because every URL will have a leading slash along with it. So you don't need to specify slash article. See, you don't need to write like this slash article slash 2005 slash 03. Just articles are easy enough. Okay, so it will load a corresponding view with to the function views.month archive function. You will be passing the HTTP request object, then a year and a month. Okay, then that function will get executed and you will get a corresponding view. Okay, there are path converters. The following path converters are available by default. str matches any non-empty string including a path separator slash. In matches 0 or any positive integer and returns an integer. Slug matches any slug string consisting of ASCII letters or numbers. Then registering custom path converters. Then you can also have custom path converters in your defined using regular expressions. Okay, that we'll be discussing later. Like, let's just see this much portion, then let's explain more in detail. Okay, we have discussed so many things, so let's implement that in our project and let's come back after that. Okay, let's do it. So let's do one thing. Let's define a view page, and let's register a URL path for it, and let's see how do we display it. Okay, so let me remove this. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to define the view for this particular block class. Okay, To define views, you have a views.py file. Here you can define functions. Okay, define my blog view. That is the name of my function. I'm just keeping it empty now. Okay, and what I'm going to do is, when my URL is, so what is our URL? So let's go to urls.py. Here I'm going to write the path. If the path is blog, then what I'm going to do is, I just want to load the view function, this view function, that is my blog view. Okay, so first of all you need to import it from where? From my blog dot views import star. Okay, and here what I'm going to do is, I'll be calling my function my blog view. You don't need to write like this, you can just write my blog view. When the path is blog, I want to call the function my blog view. That's it. So this, if this is my path, you can just try, you can tell the Django that just load views this particular function, that is my blog.view. Okay, or you can also write, like this, from you can write from dot import views. That is also possible. That will be importing all the views in your project. Okay, from, because we have so many modules. Okay, from dot import. So how will you return a page? Okay, so when you have a request like this, and how will you define your view? That is the next important thing. Okay, now we have URLs and URL patterns defined. Now we have to see how do we load the views. Okay, what all things you can write in your view. So in this view, what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to see, when our path is blog, it will load my blog view. It will call the my blog view function. Here I'm just going to return an HTTP response object. Okay, so HTTP is actually, you need to import HTTP from Django dot HTTP import HTTP response. Okay, so for an HTTP request, you will be having an HTTP response. Okay, and within that HTTP, or you can just call the render function, and you can return the value that you want to return from it. Okay, I'm just rendering the result now. We'll be using HTTP response later. Render my demo. Okay, hey, this is my blog. Okay, so I'm gonna write return render of hey, this is my blog. That's it. Okay, so what happens is that when you request for the blog URL, it will invoke the my blog view function of my blog. My blog apps, my blog view function will get called, which is residing in the views.py file. Okay, let's see whether it is working or not. So how do we check it? You have to start the server, python space manage.py run server. So the server has started at port number 8000. You can check what is your port number here. If you just click on this link, it will open it. Okay, so we are getting this error because we don't have a default path now. That's okay. Now let me just search for blog. So we are actually getting nothing. When you have a URL like blog in your URL, it will invoke the function my blog view. Okay, so let's just go to my blog view, which is defined inside the my blog module. We have the views.py file. So it should accept an HTTP request object here. That is a default, it should be accepting an object, a request object. That is actually an HTTP request object. Will be passed to this view function. and here I'm going to return an object. Okay, here I'm going to return an HTTP. So when you have a HTTP request, you will be sending back an HTTP response. Okay, so how do you do it? To return that HTTP response, for a request you will be having a response. Okay, to import that, you can import HTTP module from Django. HTTP module that will handling the request and responses. So from that you have to import HTTP response class. Okay, and from my blog function you have to write return an object of HTTP response, and I'm going to write hello all, this is my blog. Okay, I'm going to return this. Return HTTP response hello all, this is my blog. So if we open our file, so you'll be getting an error now because we don't have any empty path now. Okay, we haven't registered anything for the empty URL now. We'll do that later. But you can have two paths, admin and blog. Admin is the built-in path. If you search for admin, you will get an interface like this, an admin interface like this. Let's skip that. Let's go to our blog URL that we have defined now. See, when I search for blog, see, you'll be getting hello all, this is my blog page. What is this? Returning this HTTP response object from my blog view. What is happening here? When you have a path blog in your URL conf, then the Django will go to the URL configuration and it will find out the urls.py file and it will search for the URL pattern here. So we have a blog pattern here and it will launch the corresponding view associated with it, that is my blog view function. Then it will go to my blog view function. Where is my blog view? That is in my blog.views. Okay, so in my blog app we have a views.py file. It will go to views.py, and inside my blog view it should accept an object like this, and you can see the HTTP response returning from here, that is hello all, this is my blog. So that is exactly what we are seeing here. Hello all, this is my blog. Okay, this is a response to our request blog. When you have a request blog, you will get a response page like this. Okay, this is how simply we do the matching. Okay, what are things you need to do? You need to register the path in the urls.py file as a path instance, and you have to define a view function in your app, and it should be accepting an object like this, and you can send back a HTTP response so that what you want to display to the user. That's it. This is how we simply define a URL and send back a response according to the URL. Okay, now let us create an HTML page to display the response. Here we are just displaying a text like this. Hello all, this is my blog. Okay, instead of that, let us return an HTML page. Okay, here we are just returning a text. Instead of returning a text, we are going to return an HTML page. Okay, what you need to do is just create a folder in the my blog folder. Let the directory be templates. Okay, you have to give the name as templates. Okay, that is a default search bar. Okay, you have to give the name templates, and inside templates create another directory, that is my blog, name of your app. Okay, then create a new HTML file here. Let it be blogs.html. Okay, and inside the file just put double curly bracket. I'll tell you what it is. Okay, and let us go to views.py file, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to import my border class here, that is from my blog dot models. Import the class blog. Okay, and I'm going to execute a query here. Okay, blogs equal to how do you execute the query? The select query, blog dot objects dot all, right? Then you will get our blog data, right? And here I'm going to store it into Okay. Okay. Here now what you need, instead of HTTP response, I'm going to use another function, that is render. When you have an HTML page to render, you can use render function. And the first argument to the render function is the request object. Second argument is the name of your HTML file. Where is it? In the my blogs folder. You don't need to specify the path to templates folder. You need to specify the path, these two paths here. That is inside the my blog folder. I have a file that is blogs.html. Okay. And as third argument, you have to pass a dictionary, where I'm going to keep a key like, let it be blogs, colon, and the value to the blogs dictionary is the blocks that I have stored here. That is this one. Okay, here I'm going to write my blocks. Okay, that is the key and this is the value. Okay, so this is the rendering value that we are going to render. Our request object, then where is your HTML page? You need to specify the path, this path. You don't need to specify the path to templates. Then third argument as a dictionary, the key name and the value. Okay, and to display these blocks inside your HTML page, go to blogs.html and just write the key name, that is my blog. Okay, so when you refresh your page now, okay, double curly bracket my blog, that is my views.py file. Here I just wrote render request blocks.html. It's correct. Okay, let me check. We have double curly brackets, request object, and we have double curly brackets, and the path is correct. My blog slash, just check the spelling, blogs.html. Yeah, that is also correct. And it's my blog, and in blogs.html I just wrote it's my blogs. It's not by blog, it's my blogs. Okay, that is why. Let me refresh the page. See, you are able to see the query set. That is the result of this blog, this SQL, right? Object.all will return a query set. So we are just printing the query set through my blogs key. Double curly, you need to put double curly bracket here. That's an expression. So it will evaluate the variable inside it and it will print out the value. Okay. So now what we have done, we have just returned an HTML page instead of just sending back an HTTP response simply. So we have the render function in which we have the request object, then the name of your HTML page and the data you want to send to your HTML page. That's it. So this is how we render an HTML page into your as a response. Okay, if you want, you can write, you can write it in a better way. You can write try catch block and you can handle exceptions. Okay, try if something went wrong, you can catch exceptions, right? And print except exception as print when if something went wrong, then you can handle it. Okay, that's it. So this is how we render pages, and let's just write a for loop and display the details in a much better way. Like okay, let's write a for loop here. Instead of just printing the query set, let's write a for loop. So actually we have the data in the my blogs variable, and we can just write a loop and display the details over here. Say for okay, so to write a loop, you have to write the expression in curly bracket percentage. You have to open like this curly bracket, then percentage, then to close that, to write some Python code inside your HTML page, you have to write curly bracket percentage, open curly bracket and percentage, then close it. Then inside that I'm going to write a for loop. So Python code has to be written inside curly bracket percentage. Okay. So for blog in my blogs. Okay, for blog in my blogs, that is our loop. So we have begun our loop, and inside after that we'll be having an HTML tag. Okay, so I'm going to display inside a UL li tag. So let me put a UL tag first. Okay, so the whole loop will be comes under the UL tag, closing it, and inside which I need an li tag. So I put an li tag over here, li tag, inside which you need to print the blog name, and I'll be writing blog.name. That will return the name, right? Yeah, that's enough. Then you need to, yeah, then we'll be displaying the name of the blog. After that, you need to close your end your for loop. So to end your for loop, you have to write end for. Okay, you have to write end for to show that your for loop has ended. Okay, your for loop has ended, so that you need to write end for. Okay, so that is a normal approach. So we have opened a for loop and we have closed that for loop like this, and inside the loop, this is the body of the for loop. We are just printing the name of the block. So to print something, you have to use double curly bracket. I'll specify what are these called actually in the template session, don't worry. So let's see whether it is working or not. See, now we are getting the Python programming and my blog title here. If you want to display the, what we have a tag name also, right? Tag name. So to print the tag name, we can write blog dot tag name. Tag name or tagline. Let's check that. Go to models.py. It's tagline. Okay, let me take views.py and sorry. Let's go to blogs.html and just write it as tagline. Okay, tagline. And let me just refresh it. So we can see the Python programming. If you want to, put a space, you can put a space in between. Let me just put a break tag in between. I'm going to put a break tag. Okay. So in the first line, yeah, Python programming, that is the name of the blog. This is the tagline. This is the second name and this is the tagline. So this is how we write a for loop. For blog in my blog. So that is the beginning of the loop. And since it is a Python code embedded in your HTML code, you need to represent that inside curly bracket and percentage. And after that, we need a tag. So li tag, I have created an li tag. Then to print the name, I have to write blog.name. To print the tagline, I have to write blog.tagline. And after that, you need to end your for loop. So you have to write like this, end for. Okay, that's it. So this is how we use an HTML page to display your output. See, basically you'll have to display it in a, you can add CSS, you can add bootstrap, and you can, represent your page more beautifully. Okay, that's it. Okay, that's it. Okay, now let's see the template layer in detail, and we'll have to discuss about, more URL things. Okay, so let's see the template layer. Let's see the overview. Templates. Being a web framework, Django needs a convenient B to generate HTML dynamically. So we saw how to display an HTML page. Okay. So the most common approach relies on templates. A template contains the static part of the desired HTML output as well as some special syntax describing it. So in your template, you will be having the static parts as well as some special syntax. Okay, we saw some special syntax in your HTML page. Usually we don't write, we usually write tags inside an HTML page like HTML, body, head, UL, but you might haven't seen this for the first time, right? So this is a special syntax that you can add in your template. Okay. Uh, yeah, that is actually we are adding the dynamic content. So HTML alone is actually a static content. Okay, if you want to add some dynamic content to your HTML page will be using this special syntax. So that is how we'll be adding a dynamic content to your HTML page. Okay. Yeah. So here is an example. There is a more better tutorial over here. Let me open it. Okay, one sec here. So this is in this tutorial we have how to define your template using various constructs. I'll coming to that point. Before that, let's go to the template session. One sec. Let me open it again. The template layer. Oh, so the Django project can be configured with one or more several template engines. Okay, or it can have zero templates. It is not necessary that you will be adding templates. Okay, you can do your project without adding template, yeah, like HTML files also. Okay, and Django ships built-in backends for its own template system, creatively called Django template language. Okay, the special syntax that we have added inside the HTML page is known as DTL. Okay, what is DTL? Django. So this is Django. Let me comment it over here. This is HTML comment. Hope you guys remember. Django. Sorry. So Django template language. So this is known as Django template language or DTL. DTL means Django template language. And for the popular alternative of Jinja 2, there is something known as Jinja 2. That is also an alternative. Backends for other template languages may be available from third parties. You can also write your own custom backend. That is also possible. Django defines a standard API for loading and rendering templates regardless of the backend. Loading consists of finding the template for a given identifier and pre-processing it, usually comparing it into an in-memory representation. Rendering means interpolating the template with context data and returning the resulting string. See, this is the rendering means it will, calculate and it will, evaluate all these things, and it will return the string format of all these expressions or the DTL. That process is known as rendering. The Django template language is Django's own template system that is provided by Django framework. Until Django 1.8, it was the only built-in option available. Okay, till 1.8, it was the only built-in option available. It's a good template library, even though it's fairly opinionated and sports a few idiosyncrasies. Okay, it's fairly it's opinionated actually, but we can add other alternatives like Jinja 2, etc. If you don't have a pressing reason to choose another backend, you should use DTL, especially if you are writing pluggable applications and you intend to distribute templates. So Django's contrib apps that includes template like Django contrib admin use the DTL. So for historical reasons, both generic support for template engines and implementation of Django template language live in Django.template namespace. So it actually lives in the Django.template namespace. Okay, so Django template language, the syntax. Django template is a text document or a Python string marked up using Django template language. Some constructs are recognized and interpreted by template engine. The main ones are variables and tags. A template is rendered with a context. Rendering replaces variables with their values. See, here in your HTML page, we have written the variables. When this page is rendered, the variable names will get replaced with their values. Right? We are seeing the name of the blocks here. Right? Name and tagline instead of the variable name. So that is actually rendering. Okay. That process is known as our DTL will be converted and we'll see the string content of that particular variables. Okay, so a template is rendered with the context. Rendering replaces variables with their values, which are looked up in the context and execute tags. Everything else is output as is. The syntax of Django template language involves four constructs. It includes four constructs. The DTL contains four constructs. Let's see what all are they. A variable outputs a value from the context, which is a dictionary-like object mapping keys to values. A variable are surrounded by double curly bracket like this. So variables will be surrounded by double curly bracket. We have seen this before, right? If you want to display a variable, we'll be putting it inside double curly bracket like this blog.name. That will be returning the value of the variable name in blog object. Okay, yeah. Okay, let's do one thing. Let us create one more file. Okay, let us create one more HTML file here. Let's say, what do we write? Sample.html. Okay, I have a file sample.html. Define my demo. Okay, and it should have accept a request object, and let me just return render the request object, and the page you want to return is my blog slash sample.html and comma. Here I'm going to pass my name as a dictionary, name colon Adira. Okay, Adira, name colon Adira. So that is the data I'm actually passing from my view. So now you have to define the view inside your urs.py file. So if my path is empty, I'm going to call, what is the function that we have created now? It's my demo. Okay, if my path is empty, I'll be calling the function my demo. Okay, my demo of my blog interface. Let's see what is going to happen now. Okay, so when I just refresh and if I go back here, okay, you can see an empty page here, because actually here we are seeing this sample.html page which is empty now. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put double curly bracket, and what is the data that we are passing from models views.py? That is name. Okay, so if you want to see the name printed over here, say I'm going to print my name is, what is the variable name? It's name. Okay, within double curly bracket I just wrote name. See, you can see my name is Adira. Why are you seeing this? Because we are passing a dictionary here from my demo function, that is name, and if you want to see this name printed over here, you can put it in double curly bracket. See, you'll be seeing my name is Adira. Okay, so from where you are seeing this? From sample.html, and you don't need to specify any path here. I'm loading this page when my path is empty. Where have I written this? In the urls.py, I just wrote, if the path is empty, load my demo. Where is my demo? My demo is in my blogs views.py file. That is my demo. That will return the page my blog slash sample.html. That is what we are seeing here. Okay, you don't need to specify any path. If you specify blog here, what will happen? It will open it will go to myblog.html file. Okay, that's it. Let's go back to the home page. So we are discussing about what the Django's template language DTL. So this is the first construct, that is variables. A variable outputs a value from the context. From the context we are actually passing a name, which is a dictionary like object mapping. So it will print the value of that particular key. Okay, and yeah, that's it. And yeah, you can pass as many as values as you want. Say name equal to Adira, and I just want to pass my age, then I'll write age colon 20. Okay, so if you want to take out the age from here, what will you do? And age is within double curly bracket, I can write age. So you'll be getting oh, why we are getting this twice? Oh, okay, let me remove one. Okay, cool. So you'll get my name is Adira and age is 20. Okay, that's it. So this is the first thing, that is variables. Okay. Second is tags. Tags provides an arbitrary logic in rendering process. You can put some logic inside the tags. So you'll be representing the tags inside curly bracket, percentage, then some expression, then percentage curly bracket. So this is how we render tags. Tags provides arbitrary logic in the rendering process. This definition is deliberately vague. For example, a tag can output content, serve as control structure, if statement, a for loop, or it can just render a content also. Okay, so tags are surrounded by, when you have tags, you will be surrounding it by percentage, curly bracket, percentage, percentage, curly bracket. Okay, see, we'll be writing some tokens. We have seen, we just wrote a for loop using it in this file blocks.html. See, you have a loop, you have to end the loop like this. Yeah, similarly, if you have a if condition, then you can write, okay, let me write it here. In sample.html, I'm going to write a tag percentage if age equal to 20. I just want to print a paragraph, eligible to vote. Okay, and after that you need to close the, you can't leave that if open, you have to end the if condition, so you have to write end if. Okay, end if. You don't need to worry about indentation here because it's an HTML page, so you can use end if, and this is how we begin an if condition. So when I refresh it, you can, yeah, that is working. When I put double equal to, we are getting some error. Just use the keyword is. Okay, if age is 20, print this message, eligible to vote, and end your if condition like this. Okay, so this is how we include an if condition, and we have also seen how to write a for loop. Okay, these are the major constructs. Okay, that's it. Okay, now let's see the template layer in detail, and we'll have to discuss about more URL things. Okay, so let's see the template layer. Let's see the overview. Templates. Being a web framework, Django needs a convenient way to generate HTML dynamically. So we saw how to display an HTML page. Okay. So the most common approach relies on templates. A template contains the static part of the desired HTML output as well as some special syntax describing it. So in your template, you will be having the static parts as well as some special syntax. Okay, we saw some special syntax in your HTML page. Usually we don't write, we usually write tags inside an HTML page like HTML, body, head, UL, but you might haven't seen this for the first time, right? So this is a special syntax that you can add in your template. Okay. Uh, yeah, that is actually, we are adding the dynamic content. So HTML alone is actually a static content. Okay, if you want to add some dynamic content to your HTML page, you'll be using this special syntax. So that is how you'll be adding a dynamic content to your HTML page. Okay, yeah. So here is an example. There is a more better tutorial over here. Let me open it. Okay, one sec. Yeah. So this is in this tutorial we have how to define your template using various concepts. I'll coming to that point. Before that, let's go to the template session. One sec. Let me open it again. The template layer. Oh, so the Django project can be configured with one or more several template engines. Okay, or it can have zero templates. It is not necessary that you will be adding templates. Okay, you can do your project without adding template, yeah, like HTML files also. Okay, And Django ships built-in backends for its own template system, creatively called Django template language. Okay, the special syntax that we have added inside the HTML page is known as DTL. Okay, what is DTL? Django. So this is Django. Let me comment it over here. This is HTML comment. Hope you guys remember. Django, sorry. So Django template language. So this is known as Django template language or DTL. DTL means Django template language. And for the popular alternative of Jinja 2, there is something known as Jinja 2, that is also an alternative. Backends for other template languages may be available from third parties. You can also write your own custom backend. That is also possible. Django defines a standard API for loading and rendering templates regardless of the backend. Loading consists of finding the template for a given identifier and pre-processing it, usually comparing it into an in-memory representation. Rendering means interpolating the template with context data and returning the resulting string. See, this is the rendering means it will, calculate and it will, evaluate all these things, and it will return the string format of all these expressions or the DTL. That process is known as rendering. The Django template language is Django's own template system that is provided by Django framework. Until Django 1.8, it was the only built-in option available. Okay, till 1.8, it was the only built-in option available. It's a good template library, even though it's fairly opinionated and sports a few idiosyncrasies. Okay, it's fairly it's opinionated actually, but we can add other alternatives like Jinja 2, etc. If you don't have a pressing reason to choose another backend, you should use DTL, especially if you are writing pluggable applications and you intend to distribute templates. So Django's contrib apps that includes template like Django contrib admin use the DTL. So for historical reasons, both generic support for template engines and implementation of Django template language live in Django.template namespace. So it actually lives in the Django.template namespace. Okay, so Django template language, the syntax. Django template is a text document or a Python string marked up using Django template language. Some constructs are recognized and interpreted by template engine. The main ones are variables and tags. A template is rendered with a context. Rendering replaces variables with their values. See, here in your HTML page, we have written the variables. When this page is rendered, the variable names will get replaced with their values. Right? We are seeing the name of the blocks here. Right? Name and tagline instead of the variable name. So that is actually rendering. Okay. That process is known as our DTL will be converted and we'll see the string content of that particular variables. Okay, so a template is rendered with the context. Rendering replaces variables with their values, which are looked up in the context and execute tags. Everything else is output as is. The syntax of Django template language involves 4 constructs. It includes 4 constructs. The DTL contains 4 constructs. Let's see what all are they. A variable outputs a value from the context, which is a dictionary-like object mapping keys to values. A variable are surrounded by double curly bracket like this. So variables will be surrounded by double curly bracket. We have seen this before, right? If you want to display a variable, we'll be putting it inside double curly bracket like this blog.name. That will be returning the value of the variable name in blog object. Okay, yeah. Okay, let's do one thing. Let us create one more file. Okay, let us create one more HTML file here. Let's say, what do we write? Sample.html. Okay, I have a file sample.html. Define my demo. Okay, and it should have accept a request object, and let me just return render the request object, and the page you want to return is my blog / sample.html. html, and comma, here I'm going to pass my name as a dictionary, name colon Adira. Okay, Adira, name colon Adira. So that is the data I'm actually passing from my view. So now you have to define the view inside your urs.py file. So if my path is empty, I'm going to call, what is the function that we have created now? It's my demo. Okay, if my path is empty, I'll be calling the function my demo. Okay, my demo of my blog interface. Let's see what is going to happen now. Okay, so when I just refresh, and if I go back here, okay, you can see an empty page here, because actually here we are seeing this sample.html page which is empty now. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put double curly bracket, and what is the data that we are passing from models views.py? That is name. Okay, so if you want to see the name printed over here, say I'm going to print my name is, what is the variable name? It's name. Okay, within double curly bracket I just wrote name. See, you can see my name is Adira. Why are you seeing this? Because we are passing a dictionary here from my demo function, that is name, and if you want to see this name printed over here, you can put it in double curly bracket. See, you'll be seeing my name is Adira. Okay, so from where you are seeing this? From sample.html, and you don't need to specify any path here. I'm loading this page when my path is empty. Where have I written this? In the urls.py, I just wrote, if the path is empty, load my demo. Where is my demo? My demo is in my blogs views.py file. That is my demo. That will return the page my blog / sample.html. That is what we are seeing here. Okay, you don't need to specify any path. If you specify blog here, what will happen? It will open the, it will go to blog dot myblog.html file. Okay, that's it. Let's go back to the home page. So we are discussing about what the the Django's template language DTL. So this is the first construct, that is variables. A variable outputs a value from the context. From the context we are actually passing a name, which is a dictionary like object mapping. So it will print the value of that particular key. Okay, and yeah, that's it. And yeah, you can pass as many as values as you want. Say name equal to Adira, and I just want to pass my age, then I'll write age colon 20. Okay, so if you want to take out the age from here, what will you do? And age is within double curly bracket, I can write age. So you'll be getting oh, why we are getting this twice? Oh, okay, let me remove one. Okay, cool. So you'll get my name is Adira and age is 20. Okay, that's it. So this is the first thing, that is variables. Okay, second is tags. Tags provides an arbitrary logic in rendering process. You can put some logic inside the tags. So you'll be representing the tags inside curly bracket, percentage, then some expression, then percentage curly bracket. So this is how we render tags. Tags provides arbitrary logic in the rendering process. This definition is deliberately vague. For example, a tag can output content, serve as control structure, if statement, a for loop, or it can just render a content also. Okay, so tags are surrounded by, when you have tags, you will be surrounding it by percentage, curly bracket, percentage, percentage, curly bracket. Okay, see, we'll be writing some tokens. We have seen, we just wrote a for loop using it in this file blocks.html. See, you have a loop. You have to end the loop like this. Yeah, similarly, if you have a if condition, then you can write, okay, let me write it here. in sample.html, I'm going to write a tag percentage if age equal to 20. I just want to print a paragraph eligible to vote. Okay, and after that you need to close the, you can't leave that if open, you have to end the if condition, so you have to write end if. Okay, end if. You don't need to worry about indentation here because it's an HTML page, so you can use end if, and this is how we begin an if condition. So when I refresh it, you can, yeah, that is working. When I put double equal to, we are getting some error. Just use the keyword is. Okay, if age is 20, print this message eligible to vote and end your if condition like this. Okay, so this is how we include an if condition, and we have also seen how to write a for loop. Okay, these are the major constructs. Okay, that's it. Then filters, you can also have, the third part is filters. So you can write filters like this. Filters transform the values of variables and tag arguments. They look like this: Django bar title. Okay, with the context of Django colon the web, that is a title. So this template renders to something like this. Okay, so let's see how to do this. Okay, let me write so we are going to talk about filters, that is a part of DTL, Django template language. Let me pass okay, the date of birth here. Okay, say DOB, and I'm passing date of birth like this. Okay, DOB from here, like 19 2002. Okay, like this. And I just want to, this is the date of birth I'm passing, and I want to filter this or transform this. So I'll be transforming it here like this. So you can put it inside double curly bracket. Okay, and we'll be writing the name of the variable, that is key will be DOB, and you can write the format, in what format you want to display it. Here we have a built-in date filter that will convert the date. So you can just type date colon, and you can specify the format in which you want to display it. Say year first, then month. I'm just putting a colon and day. Okay, so let's see. Okay, we are not getting anything. Did I put it in double curly bracket? Yes. DOB bar date colon. Okay, let me put hyphen, because maybe because of the colon. Okay, we are not getting it. Let's inspect and see whether we have any error. No, we don't have any error. So we are not getting it. Okay, let me just print DOB colon date and see whether we are able to display it. Okay, I'm not getting it. Okay, let me print name bar name. Let's see what's happening. Okay, that is also not working. That name filter is not correct. Okay, let me write like this. Yeah, name slash title. Okay, title is a built-in filter. Okay, yeah, you'll get the title over here. Okay, but why date is not working? Because the title, date, etc. are built-in filters. There are so many built-in filters. Title will represent it as a title, and date will convert it into date. There are so many built-in filters. You can just click on this link and see. Add then add slashes, cap first, sender, cut. There are so many built-in filters. Why the date filter is not working. Let's try the date filter one more time. What was the variable name? It's DOB. I wrote it as DOB here. Okay, let me try it one more time. DOB slash date. Okay, let's see. Okay, the date one is not working. Let's leave that for now. We can try that later. Let it be there. Let's put age, which is the date, number, and I'm going to write add is a filter 2, add colon 2, and we can see that 20 plus 2, that is 22. That is a filter. Then there are so many filters like this. Add, then what? Disk sort and date, cut filter, cap first, then sender, double curly bracket, name, arrow, sender is a filter, colon 15 pixels. Okay, 15, that is 15 pixels. So when I refresh, you can see that the name is actually, okay, let me do one thing. Let's put a break tag over here. Okay, so we can see the name here. I just want to write 100 and let's see. Okay, the name is more moving. You can move the name or you can just align it. Let me put it in double quotes. Yeah, that will add a double quotes. Okay, that's okay, that's fine. Let me put 100 pixels and see. Okay, that pixels is not taking. That is also not working. I'll just rectify it and tell you what is the issue with sender and date in the next session. Okay, that's okay. So this is how we do it. And so there are so many filters. You can check all those filters out here. They have listed here. If you want to see, consider from which file, views.py, if I'm passing the name where first letter is in lowercase. Okay, and here I'm going to try another filter, that is I want to convert the first letter into capital. So then there is a property cap first. Cap first is not a property, it's a filter. Cap first filter. And when I refresh, yeah, cap first, F is in lowercase. Let me refresh. See, the first letter is getting converted into uppercase. That is cap first. So there are so many filters out there. I'm not displaying, discussing all of it. You guys can just refer to it. Okay, so this is how we add filters. We are actually discussing about the various the DTL constructs, the variables, the filters, and all these things. Okay, let me just take the page again. Just a minute. Okay, so we were here discussing about the DTL, where it went. Template layer, basics, yeah, Django template language, yeah. So filters, and the next one is comments. Okay, if you want to comment something, a comment will look like this. A curly bracket percentage comment, percentage curly bracket provides multi-line comments. Okay, if I write something like this, curly bracket percentage, this Django will be writing percentage comment. Okay, and if you write something inside it, this is a comment, Okay, and curly bracket percentage end comment. Okay, end comment. And if I refresh it, see, that will not be displayed here. So this is a comment. You need to write curly bracket percentage comment, then percentage curly bracket. Inside, if you write whatever is written inside, it will not get executed because this is a comment. This is how we write multi-line comments in DTL. So these are the four major constructs in Django, DTL. Okay, what are they? Variables, tags, comments, and filters. Variables, tags, comments, and filters. These are the four important things. So to write variables, we'll be using double curly bracket. To represent the tags, we'll be using curly bracket, percentage curly bracket, inside which you can write loops, if conditions, etc. And a command will be filters will be like this: the name of your variable, then the pipe operator, then name of the filter, like date, add, sender, cap first, etc. are the filters. And a command can be written like this: curly bracket percentage comment percentage curly bracket. This is how we write commands inside your template, basically. Okay. Okay, now let's see the forms creation. So Django actually usually, when you have a application, you definitely will have to fill up a form, right? So let's see more about forms. So Django provides a rich framework to facilitate the creation of forms and the manipulation of form data. So that is really important. So let's go to the overview. Working with form. So unless you are planning to build websites and applications that do not publish the content and don't accept input from visitors, you are going to need to understand and use forms. Okay. So Django provides a range of tools and libraries that help you build forms to accept input from site visitors and then process and respond to them. Like, usually whichever website or web application you go, you will have to register yourself first, then you will have to log into the log into the site, and you can do your own stuff inside it. So for that, you will be writing a form, then you will have to store your data, then you can retrieve your data. Okay, let's see how to do that. So HTML forms. See, just keep this thing in mind. We are just going through the important parts like model, view, and template. After explaining the concept, we'll be writing a few more projects. Then the whole concept will be clear. Okay, so to understand the concept well, just go through the tutorial again. If it is not clear, please do go through the tutorials again and understand the concepts first, then only attempt to create your own projects. Okay, so to create your own project, you will have to understand the concepts well. Okay, so if something is not clear, please go through the tutorials again and understand the concept. Just read the documentation. I'll provide the documentation. Please do read the documentation so that it's a lot of content. I'm just giving you the most important and useful things. Okay, so please do consider it. So HTML forms. In HTML, a form is collection of elements inside. We already know what is a form. Okay, that allow a visitor to do things like enter text, select options, manipulate objects or controls, and so on, and then send that information back to the server, right? We'll be filling up things, then we'll send the information to the server. So some of these form interface elements like text inputs are there, check boxes are there, radio buttons are there. So we'll be using input tag there. Okay, so yeah, basically form can have two types of requests, like the get request and post request. Get and post are the only HTTP method to use when dealing with forms. So basically we have two types of HTTP methods that we have discussed already in HTML, that is get and post. So Django's login form is returned using post method, in which the browser bundles up form data, encodes it for transmission and sends to the server, and then receives back its response. Right, when when you log in to a particular site, you will be entering your data, and when you submit the form, that is an HTTP post method. Okay, So that will send the data to the server and it will check the credentials. If the user credentials are correct, you will get a response back. Okay, if your informations are correct, you will be able to see your home page. Right, when you log into Facebook, you'll write your username and password. When you submit, it will send the data to the server and check whether the credentials are correct or not. If it is correct, you will be able to see your home page. Okay, otherwise you won't be able to log in. Yeah. So get by contrast bundles the submitted data into a string and uses this to compose a URL. So there are two types of requests, get and post. We have already discussed that earlier, but still I'm just giving it to, explaining it once again. So by default, form requests are get by default. If you want, you can make it as post, like writing method equal to post. The get by contrast bundles the submitted data to string. If it is a get request, it will submit the data into the form of a string and it will compose a URL. The URL contains the address where the data must be sent. Okay. So the URL will send the data to somewhere, to some server. So get and post are typically used for different purpose. So any request that could used to change the state of a system, for example, a request that makes changes in the database should be post. Okay, and get should be used only for the request that doesn't affect the state of the system. Consider we are taking data from a database. Okay, so there in that situation we are not making any change into the database, so that can be a get request. And if you are sending data to a server, make it as a post request. That will be more secure. Okay, get would also be unsuitable for a password form. If your form contains a password and all that, please make it as a post request instead of get. Okay, and Django's role in forms. Handling form is complex business. Consider Django's admin, where the numerous items of data of several different types may need to be prepared for display in a form, rendered as HTML, edited using a convenient interface, returned to the server, validated and cleaned up, and then saved or passed on for further processing. So Django's form functionality can simplify and automate vast portion of this work and can also do it more securely than most programmers. So Django handles three distinct parts of work involved in the form: preparing and restructuring data to make it ready for rendering, creating HTML forms, receiving and processing submitted forms and data from the client. So these are the three main distinct parts of Django form handling. So forms in Django there is a form class, or the heart of the system component is Django's form class. In much the same way what that a Django model describes a logical structure for an object, you can specify the model fields using model form, and there are date field, file field, etc. So that is known as the widget. A form field is represented to a user in the browser as an HTML widget. Okay, like a form field like input field, a radio button, all such things are represented as an HTML widget. A piece of user interface machinery, that is known as widget. A piece of user interface machinery is known as widget. Okay, so what is a widget? A piece of user interface machinery. A form field is represented to a user in the browser as an HTML widget. Each field type has appropriate default widget class, but these can be overridden as required. So instantiating, processing and rendering forms. When rendering an object in Django, we generally get a hold into the view, pass it to the template context, expand it to HTML markup using template variables. Then let's see how to build a form. This is an example for a form. A normal form is here, and when you submit, you can write an action that is basically a URL. Here we have specified the data type to be method equal to post. Okay, and inside your class there will be a class, form class. Okay, you can create a form class, and inside the form class you can specify the fields. Okay, like your name is equal to so that is a character field, so you can type forms.char field. If it is a date field, you can type forms.date field, etc. Okay, so see, this is the class for this form. There is a field name, there is a class name form, and here we have a field forms.char field of your name. Okay, can you see this? ID equal to your name, name is equal to your underscore name, and this name should be the name of this particular property. Okay, yeah, and the view, to define the view of this, in the views.py file we'll write a function get name, and if request method equal to post, and if you want to validate the form you can use is valid, then it will check the validation conditions are correct or not. If it is correct, it will create a response redirect will this is a redirection to another URL, that is thanks URL. Else case I will be creating a form is equal to, if the request is not post, then it will be a get request. Okay, yeah, then after that you can render your request, then HTML page and the form property. In through the form property you can send the form data. Okay, now let's see how to create this form and processing of the form. Okay, okay, let me open the PyCharm. Okay, and let me just create a file inside any of your app. Let it be in my blog. I'm going to create a file, Python file form.py. Inside the file I'm going to create a class. I'm just going to create a simple form. Okay, name form. Okay, to make it as a form class you need to import from Django dot forms import forms. Okay, so inside which you can just type forms. So now it has become the object of forms class, and here you can specify the required fields. I'm just providing a single field. Let it be your name, a field that is your name, or let it be first name. Okay, first name, since it is a character field. This is forms dot capital form. There is a form class. You need to specify the class. So forms dot one minute. Why it's not displaying? Okay, again a mistake. You can just from Django import forms. That is enough, not forms dot forms. Now it's correct. Now it will be having a character field, and you can specify the max length. Let it be 100. Okay, so like max length is 100. Okay, so you just from Django just import forms, then make form class is the parent of name form class, then a field like this. Okay, that's it. Now what I'm going to do is now we'll be defining a form in your HTML page. Okay, I'm just going to create that form in my template folder that we have created earlier, where I'm going to create a file that will be forms. Oh, sorry, it's an HTML. Sorry, cancel. Okay, new HTML file forms. Okay, and I'm going to add a form over here and an input field. Okay, I'm going to add an input field. Its type is equal to text, and name is equal to, what was the name you have given? It's f underscore name. So you have to write f underscore name over here. Okay, so that will create a field with name f underscore name. If you want, you can specify the max length here. Then you can also provide the required validation if you want. I'm not providing. Okay, let's provide the max length also. If you want, you can specify the max length. If you don't want, you can skip that. Max length equal to 100. Okay, and Yeah, that is enough. Okay, and you can specify the action of the form, like when you submit this form, where you want to go. Okay, so there will be an action, you can specify the action. I'm just passing the action as the name that we are submitting. Okay, currently I'm not doing anything. I'm just giving the action is equal to like f underscore name. That is the variable name. So just type. I'll show you what it is. F underscore name. Okay, that's enough. F underscore name. Okay, fine. Then, okay, so we have defined it. If you want, you can just type your label, max length, etc. And if you can put a required attribute. Okay. Yeah. Now I'm going to define the views.py file, and I'm going to define a view for it. So here we'll be having in the views.py py file. I'm going to define get name, okay, and it should accept a request object, and yeah, I'm just copying the, okay, let me just type it. So let's check whether the request method is post or not. If it is post, if, okay, the type, that means the type of request. We are checking whether it is get or post. If it is equal to post, when will it become post request? If you type method is equal to post, it will become a post request. Otherwise, it will be a get request. So I just made it as method is equal to post. Okay. So here I'm going to create an object. Form is equal to, we are going to create an object of our name form. Okay, name form. So name form has to be imported here from forms.py import name form, and create an object of name form. Within the bracket, you have to type request dot, what type of request is it? It's post request, so let it be request dot post. Okay, request dot post. Now it's a post request. And else, if this is not a get request, if it is a post request, we are writing form is equal to, I'm not writing the validation now, form is equal to name form of, that's it. By default it is post, so you don't need to specify it as get. Get. So this is enough. Okay, and after that you can return a render statement here. Return. There is one more thing. If this is valid, if the form is valid, if you are not writing valid, then it's also fine. I'm not writing the valid thing now because I'm not checking any validation now. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to return to a particular page if this is correct. So return HTTP. Okay, I'm going to import HTTP response redirect. Okay, this is for redirecting to a particular page. Okay, so consider we have a page, let it be home. Okay, I'll write it. Then it will redirect to a page with the home. Okay, URL home. We can define that later. Let it be like this. And at last, I'm just writing. Okay, sorry. This thing is here. Okay, and at last I have a return render, and inside render function you can provide the request object, comma, the name of your page, okay, with the form, that is forms.html, and I'm going to pass the form data as like this: form colon form. Okay, so let's map this request. This will not work now. That's okay. We'll add that later. Let's see the form. Okay, rendering first. So what I'm going to do is okay, let it be a okay. Yeah. Let's go to the urls.py file in dummy project. urls.py file. Here we are going to add a new path. Okay, let's do this. If path is empty, I'm going to load the function. What was the function we have added now? That is get name. Okay, so I'm going to call get name function if path is empty. That means you will be getting your forms.py file. Okay, let's see whether it is working or not. Yeah, guys, one more thing, that is sorry, in views.py you have to write my blog. It's my blog slash forms.html. Okay, because it is residing in that particular folder. Let me try to run this project and see python space manage dot py run server. Okay, so we have an error. What is that error? State reloader self dot run import lib bootstrap. So I had this error when I'm running this. Okay, I think the issue is with the empty path. Okay, let me check. urls.py file. Okay. Oh, I've called the function. Just get name is required. I've accidentally called the function. Now it has to work. Let me stop this. Okay, let me. What happened? Python space manage dot py run server again. Okay, so we have an error, module not found, module named form. Okay, so we are having this error in views.py file. So let us go to view.py file and see what is the error. So here the error is with the form. From form import name form. Okay, I think the problem is with the file name form. Well, let me rename forms.py to something else. Okay, refactor, rename. Let it be form ex. Okay, I've renamed it, and I think now it will work. Okay, so no module with the name form underscore ex. So that is the error we are getting in views.py. From form.ex import name form. That is correct. Okay, and let me check. I couldn't find any error there. Let me write from. Okay, I had to put a dot here because both the files are residing in the same path. So you need to put dot form ex here. So that was the error. Now let me try to load localhost colon 8000 is the port number. See, we can see our form here. Actually, I forgot to add the button. So let's add a button here. Okay. Say input type is equal to submit and value equal to save. Okay, so we have a submit button as well. So let me refresh. See, we have a button. Now let me input the data as Adira. And when I click on save, we can see the f underscore name here. So I'm actually getting this error, f name didn't match any of these. Okay, because the action has not been defined by us. So that is why we are getting this. See, we can have actions like specified like this, but we are not routing to any particular page. That is why we are getting this error. That's okay. That will happen for sure. So what we are going to do is when we submit the form, if you want to go to somewhere, so you'll have to specify the action. So we have already specified the action. So what I'm going to do is we can do the validation stuff as well, but currently we are not doing the validation. Okay, so it's action to some page. Okay, provide this action to some page. Let it be a home page. Create it as an HTML file. New HTML file, home HTML file. So when user clicks on this, I'm just going to this page and I'm going to display this is user home. You are successfully registered. Okay, something like that. We'll also see how to save this into the database. Now let's see how the form action works. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is, okay, so here in my views.py file, sorry, this is the views.py file. Okay, here redirect to home. Okay, I'm going to create a okay, so define, I have a function go home function. Okay, and that will accept a request and it will go to http return http response request object. I'm going to my blog slash home dot html and I'm sending some dummy data. Okay, let's check whether it's working or not. And here in the urls.py file, what we are going to do is we are going to register one more path. The path name is home. So if the path name is home, you will be going to go home. Okay, you'll be going to the function go home. Let's see. And what I'm going to do is when you submit on this form, the action is also a URL. So here you can write home. Okay, when this submission finishes, it will take out the action as home. Initiate the action as home. Let's see whether it's working or not. Okay, let me just refresh the page, delete the URL, go to the home page. It's input as Adira. So I got an error forbidden. Okay. So CSRF cookie is not set. Okay, so we are getting this error that is CSRF verification failed. Why this error? That is forbidden error. CSRF verification failed. So when you create a form with the post request, you need to add a token like this. Okay. So only then the request will be processed. Your form submission will be processed only when you have a token like this. Okay. So we have to add this token so that in the template there is a percentage CSRF token template tag inside each post form that targets an internal URL. Okay. So if you have a form target to somewhere, you have to put this tag, that is curly bracket percentage curly bracket, and you need to write CSRF token. Okay, only then you will be able to submit a form with method equal to post, otherwise you can't submit the form. Now it will work. Sorry, it's CSRF underscore token. Okay, it's CSRF underscore token. Now let me just refresh this page and input Adira. When I click on save, see, this is user home. You are successfully registered. You will be able to go to the home page now. Okay. So we did miss this line. That is why we couldn't see it. Okay. So you'll have to add this to process your form. And we have the home.html page here, and the URL is also already added here. And we have that file go home over here, that will go to home.html. I'm just passing a dummy data here, that's okay. Now we can also try form with more fields and validation inside it. Okay, this is very important, and we'll also see how to store the data into a database also. Okay, yeah, this is a very simple form, and we have seen the form action when you submit the form also. It's very important. So this is a very simple form with a single field. Okay. So now let's see a form with validations. Okay. So we already know that forms HTML5 forms already comes up with some built-in validations, like required validation is there, max length validation, min length validation, email validations are there, number validations are there. So in your form, you can include a URL field, email field, integer field, etc. Right? So Django will use URL, email, and number HTML5 input types. See, we can have types as email, number, URL, etc. in our input fields, right? So by default, browser may apply their own validations on these fields, which may be stricter than Django's validation. If you would like to disable the behavior, set no validate attribute on the form tag or specify a different widget on the field, like text input. Okay, if you want to disable the default validation, you can set non-validate attribute on the form tag. If you don't want to enable it, okay, you can set a non-validate attribute. Okay, or you can specify some other widget like text input. Okay, so now we are going to create a form. Okay, with more fields and validations, the Django validations basically. So all form classes are created as the subclass of either Django forms.form or Django forms.model form. Okay, so either you can create your form classes as a child of form class from Django forms, or as a child of Django forms.model form. So you can think model form as a subclass of form. Okay, form and model form are actually inherit common functionality from a base form class, but its implementation details is rarely important. Okay, so basically model form class is there, form class is there. The parent of these two classes are base form. There is a base form class. Models and forms. In fact, if your form is going to be used directly add or edit a Django model, a model can save you a great deal of time, effort, and code, because it will build a form along with the appropriate fields and their attributes from a model class. So we can create a form of as a child of this class or as a child of this model form class. Okay, we usually use model form class if your form is going to add or edit a Django model. Okay, so consider when you submit a form, we are going to insert data into a model. Okay, that means we are adding data to a model class in the database basically. So that on that time we can use model forms. That will save your time. Okay, if the form submission is related to a model class, you can use model form. Okay, that will save your time and code also. Okay, because that will, if you are creating model form, that will load the appropriate fields and their attributes from a model class. Okay, then bound and unbound instances. Okay, now let us create a contact form and let's see how to store the data inside. I'm just creating it as a normal form class child and doing it. Okay, so let us create it. So let me open PyCharm. Okay, so let us create a new file. Okay, um, okay, I'm actually editing the previous one, that name form file. If you want, you can create a new one. I'm just commenting this form and creating a new form here. Okay, I'm not going to use, what I'm going to do is I'm going to update my older file. I'm going to reuse the same files. Okay, formex.py and forms.html. If you want, you can create a new py file and a new HTML file. I'm just going to reuse it because you guys know how to add a URL, how to create a new file. So if you want, you can create a new file. I'm just editing the previous files here. Okay, fine. So here I'm going to create a we are going to create a contact form for our application. So the name of our class is contact form class, which is a child of forms.form. Okay, so it's a child of forms.form, and let us add a few fields here. Say subject field, message field, sender, and CC. Okay, these are the basic fields we are going to add. Okay, so subject is equal to, it's a character field, so we'll be writing forms dot char field, and you can set the max length to something, say 200. Okay, and what is the next field? Let it be the message field. See here, I'm going to set a widget. Okay, I'm not creating a field here, I'm going to create a widget here. So char field, we have already discussed what is a widget. So this is a char field, and I'm going to add a widget here. Widget is equal to, I'm going to add a text area widget. Okay, so I'll be adding forms dot text area. Okay, so text area widget. Second, sender field, then CC field. So sender is equal to, that is also a char field, right? So char field, and we have one more. Okay, sender is actually, sorry, not char field. No, that will be an email ID, so you can set it as an email field. Okay, and we have one more field, that is CC underscore myself. Okay, so we have one more field, CC myself, that is a boolean field, and I'm going to set required to false here. Okay, that is not a required field. Okay, that is why forms dot, it's a boolean field. Here I'm going to set required equal to false. What does that mean? That means this field is not a required field. Okay, if you don't provide value to this field, that is okay. That is what required equal to false means. Okay, that's it. So this is our form. Okay, so we have a char field, then a subject field, which is email field, and a boolean field. Okay, so we are going to validate other form fields using this. Okay, so what is widget? Each form field has a corresponding widget class. We have already discussed that. So widgets, okay, every form field or every field will have a corresponding widget class, okay, which in turn correspond to an HTML form widget such as input type equal to text, okay. So in most cases, the field will have a sensible default widget. For example, by default, a char field will have a text input widget, okay. So if you have a char field, that is a text input field, that is input type is equal to text. See here, if I just wrote message is equal to, if you just write char field, it will be taken as a input type equal to text field. Since message is a large field, I just want to set it as a text area field. That is why we wrote forms.text area. Okay. So here what is going to do, what will happen here is that it will be taken as a text area field, not as an input type is equal to. See here, subject is a input type equal to text field. Here email field will be input type is equal to email field, and here message field will be a text area field. Okay. So that there comes the difference when you add widgets. Okay, every input, like every form field has a corresponding widget class. Okay, if you have a char field, that will be by default become input type is equal to text. Okay, then field data. Whatever the data submitted with a form, once it has been successfully validated by calling isValid. Okay, here is a built-in function on form that is known as isValid. Okay, isValid can be used to validate your form. Okay, so when it returns true, that means your validation conditions are successfully validated. Okay, the validated form data will be in the form.cleaned_data dictionary. So here is a dictionary known as clean data. So the validated form data will be residing in this cleaned_data dictionary. This data will have been nicely converted into Python type field. Okay, in the contact form example, we have written the contact form example above. So CC myself will be a boolean value. Likewise, fields such as integer field and float field converted values to a Python int and float respectively. Here this boolean field will be converted to a boolean value. Okay, so here you can check your form like this. Use.py file, you can check your form. If form dot is valid, you can check subject, you can store subjects to somewhere and message to somewhere, center to, that means we'll be having data. Okay, I've already told you that the information will be stored in a dictionary known as cleaned_data. So that is where your data actually resides. Okay, so okay, now let's try this by adding, a form validation. Okay, so what I'm going to do is in views.py file, I'm going to write a condition. If, okay, for that what we need is we'll have to create an object. Okay, you'll have to import your form here from yeah, we don't have name form now, we'll be having contact form. So you'll have to, change your previous code if you guys have edited it, because now we don't have the name form. So I'll have to comment this. I'm commenting this get name function that we did before, because I have renamed, I have removed contact name form with contact form. Okay, so we have only contact form now. Okay, and yeah, let me, okay, what I'm going to do is, okay, I'm going to create a new function, define get contact. That is the name of my function. Okay, request, and I'm going to check if request dot method equal to post. Okay, what we'll do is we'll be create, I'm not checking it as get, I'm actually using post request, so I'm not checking for get request here, only post. So form dot contact form, and within which I'm going to set request dot post request dot post, and yeah, then we are going to check the form is valid or not. If form dot is underscore valid, okay, if your form is valid, then you will be getting your data from the dictionary clean data. Okay, so we are going to take out the values from the clean data dictionary. So form dot is cleaned underscore data. See, can you see this? This is by default, it is there. Clean data within which you need to pass the name of the property that we have written over here. See, the name should be these property names. Okay, so let's just copy this. So make sure that there is no spelling mistake. So it's subject, okay, and store it into a variable. Let it be subject, okay, and next is, okay, let me copy these lines. So what is the next data? Form ex. So next data is message. So let me copy this, and it's message. Okay, so here also it's message, and we have a sender field here. Copy the sender field to here, sender, and we have the last field which is cc myself. Okay, so I've stored yeah, let me copy cc myself also. There is one more thing. It's a dictionary, so you have to put square bracket, not parenthesis, because we are taking data from a dictionary. So either you'll be using get function on dictionary, or you have to put square bracket. Actually, I put parenthesis, so remove that. So the last field is cc underscore myself. So let me write that, cc underscore myself. Here also it is cc underscore myself. Okay, so these are our fields, cc underscore myself. Okay, that's it. Then I'm going to store one more field here, that is recipients field, and I'm going to set a recipient email ID here. Okay, recipients dot append recipient. So that is a field to set the recipient email ID. So recipients equal to, just write some mail ID, say info@example.com, some random mail ID, info@example.com. Okay, and if cc myself, recipients dot append of sender. Okay, so if cc underscore myself is true, then what you are going to do is recipient dot append of sender. Okay, so recipient dot append of sender. So after that, if you want to send an email, you can use send email function from Django core mail. Okay, if you want to send an email, you can use form from django.core.mail, django.core.mail package import send mail. So that is a function we can use to send email in Django. And to send email, what do you need? Send underscore mail. You'll have the subject, We already have stored the subject, then we'll be having the message, then sender and recipient. Okay, so message, comma, sender, comma, recipients. Okay, if you want, you can send this, you can change this mail ID. This will not work because that's a dummy mail ID. So you have to provide your own mail ID here to see this working. Okay, yeah, that's it. So after that, if you want, you can just redirect to a particular page. Let's do one thing. Let's just redirect to the home page. So return redirect function. Okay, return render. So where do you want to render? What happened? Oh, sorry. Actually, I made a mistake. I had to add these statements, not here, sorry. Just cut this from, I just, accidentally stored that inside form underscore ex.py. Cut it, go to views.py file and add it. Okay. And also that, send mail import, because by mistake, I wrote the lines inside form ex. Actually, that belongs to views.py. Okay. Yeah, now it's all correct. And if CC myself is inside the if condition, yeah, okay, and recipient is also inside. Please do correct the white spacing. Okay, correct. And the send mail is also coming inside your form is valid. Okay, if your form is valid, you will be taking data from clean data dictionary. Then I have added a recipient. If CC myself is true, I'm just going to append the sender. Then we'll be sending the mail by importing Django core mail. So send mail function, and we'll be calling send mail with subject, message, sender, and recipients. Okay. And after this, what we are doing is we are just going to redirect to a particular page. Okay. That will also come inside this if condition. If correct, then you can just redirect to home page. Okay, so we have created a home page here, so I'm going to render the home page. So we'll have to pass the request object like we did before, and you'll have to go to my blog /html. Okay, and I'm just passing the form data like this. Data colon cleaned underscore data. Yeah, that's correct. And what I'm going to do is, okay, if our path is empty, let me do one thing. URL store, go to urls.py, and if path is equal to empty, what I'm going to do is load contact. Okay, I have a function load contact. So I will define the function. If path is equal to empty, I'll be calling the function load contact. Okay, and if path is home, I'm going to call the function that we have created now. What is it? Get contact or set contact. Let it be whatever name you like. Okay, so let us go to urls.py file, and if path is home, we are going to call the function get contact, and we have a function. We have to create a function load contact to load our contact data. So to do that, in my blog.views.py, I'm going to add a function define load contact request. Okay, return render of request comma. Okay, we haven't created the HTML page yet. Okay, we have to create an HTML page also. My blog slash forms.html. I'm going to update that form. Let me comment the go home function. We are not using that. So render request my blog slash forms.html, and I'm just passing some data, dummy data. Okay, my form. Okay, now let's update forms.html file with a contact form. Okay, so here we can define our contact form with all these fields, input fields with subject, message, sender, and CC. Okay, so let's do this. Okay, let's add a label field. Okay, I'm updating this form. So first field is subject. Okay, so input type is equal to text, name is equal to subject, put name is equal to subject, and one sec. Sorry. Let me put the table inside a div. Sorry, fields inside a div tag. So div, inside the first div, I have a label field like this. Inside the second div, now I'll be having the input field. See, if you guys use the Visual Studio Code editor, that will be much better than PyCharm when it comes to HTML coding and all. Okay, now I'm just going to copy paste this. So we have 4 fields, 2, 3, 4. So first is the text field, the data type is subject, and second field is a char field, that is a text area field. So here in form, the second field is message. Okay, so message field, type is equal to, instead of type is equal to text, we'll be adding a text area field here, text area field, and the text area field with the name is equal to that is message. So I'm going to type message here. Okay, and the third field is what is the third field? That is sender, and fourth field is CC myself. Okay, so go to forms.html, and the third field is sender. Okay, so which is an email field. So type is equal to email, name is equal to sender, and the last field is CC field, CC, and here that field is a boolean field, right? So you can just type, check it as a checkbox field. Okay, you can keep it as a checkbox field, that is type is equal to checkbox, and name is equal to CC underscore myself. So these are the fields we have. Okay, CC underscore myself. If you want, you can add ID and a 4 attribute that will help you with the validation. And please do add required field for all the other 3 fields, because CC is not a required field, so you don't need to add required for CC. You can avoid required for the CC field, but you need to add required for the other 3 fields. Okay, if you don't want, you can what was the max length I have given? That was 200. Okay, and for others it is not necessary. Okay, if I can remove this max length from email, Okay, and from the checkbox also we don't need to have max length field. Okay, then now our form is ready with subject, with message, with sender, with CC myself, and you need to add a button also, that is input type is equal to submit, value equal to, let it be sent. Okay, and I'm going to the action is home to the home page itself. Okay, that's it. So this is what I want basically. Okay, and you can set your error messages here. If you want to render any error messages, you can do that with the error properties. You can render your error messages here inside your HTML page itself. Okay, yes, so let me run this code and see whether it is working or not first. So let's start our server, python space manage.py run server. Okay, the server is up, localhost colon 8000. So we have a form here. So subject my email message this. Please do update the recipient mail ID with your email ID. Okay, otherwise this will not work. So here also you can provide your own email ID. Okay, I'm just writing my email ID here. Okay, click on send. Yeah, here you will get some error, refused error, no connection could be made because target machine actually refused it. Okay, actually that's a connection error because I'm not connected to internet now, that is why. And you also need to update your email ID. Okay, that is let me tell you that you have to change your email ID inside the views.py file. Here we have registered an email ID as info@example.com. Please change this recipient email ID to some other valid email ID that you guys know. Okay, then only we can validate it. So this change this email ID to some valid email ID, and also the sender email ID should be a valid email ID, and you need to be connected to internet. Okay, then only it will work. Okay, please change the email ID. Please do change the email ID and retry this. Okay, so to validate the form, just provide some subject, provide some message, and provide a valid email ID here. Okay, and you can click on this checkbox for adding a CC. If you don't want, you can keep it empty. And you have to change this recipient email ID from info@example.com to some other email ID. Okay, because this is the recipe. See, we have launching an application. There will be a contact mail ID for your the site owner, right? So that will be the recipient, right? We are going to inquire something here. Then we'll click on submit button. Then our email will go to the recipient, right? So you have to provide a valid recipient email ID here and a valid mail ID here also. Then it will work. When you click on send, an email will be sent. Okay, and you also need to connect to internet. That's it. Then it will work for sure. Okay, there won't be any error. Okay, so try with a valid email ID in the sender field and in the recipients field. Then you will able to finish it. Okay, operation to work. You need to add email underscore backend is equal to Django core mail backends dot console dot email backend. Okay, that is also necessary. I have missed that earlier. You need to add that in the settings.py file for that email sending to work. You need to add this line, then it will work. Okay, then email will be sent to the recipient that you have registered in your project. Okay, and when you submit the form, you will be able to see this home page work. Okay, That's it. Okay. So now let's see a form with validations. Okay. So we already know that forms HTML5 forms already comes up with some built-in validations like required validation is there, max length validation, min length validation, email validations are there, number validations are there. So in your form you can include a URL field, email field, integer field, etc. Right? So Django will use URL, email, and number HTML5 input types. See, we can have types as email, number, URL, etc. in our input fields, right? So by default, browser may apply their own validations on these fields, which may be stricter than Django's validation. If you would like to disable the behavior, set no validate attribute on the form tag or specify a different widget on the field like text input. Okay, if you want to disable the default validation, you can set non-validate attribute on the form tag. If you don't want to enable it, okay, you can set a non-validate attribute. Okay, or you can specify some other widget like text input. Okay, so now we are going to create a form. Okay, with more fields and validations, the Django validations basically. So all form classes are created as the subclass of either Django forms.form or Django forms.model form. Okay. So either you can create your form classes as a child of form class from Django forms or as a child of Django forms.model form. So you can think model form as a subclass of form. Okay. Form and model form are actually inherit common functionality from a base form class, but its implementation details is rarely important. Okay, so basically model form class is there, form class is there. The parent of these two classes are base form. There is a base form class. Models and forms. In fact, if your form is going to be used directly add or edit a Django model, a model can save you a great deal of time, effort, and code because it will build a form along with the appropriate fields and their attributes from a model class. So we can create a form of as a child of this class or as a child of this model form class. Okay, we usually use model form class if your form is going to add or edit a Django model. Okay, so consider when you submit a form, we are going to insert data into a model. Okay, that means we are adding data to a model class in the database basically. So that on that time we can use model forms. That will save your time. Okay, if the form submission is related to a model class, you can use model form. Okay, that will save your time and code also. Okay, because that will, if you are creating model form, that will load the appropriate fields and their attributes from a model class. Okay, then bound and unbound instances. Okay, now let us create a contact form and let's see how to store the data inside. I'm just creating it as a normal form class child and doing it. Okay, so let us create it. So let me open PyCharm. Okay, so let us create a new file. Okay, um, okay, I'm actually editing the previous one, that name form file. If you want, you can create a new one. I'm just commenting this form and creating a new form here. Okay, I'm not going to use, what I'm going to do is I'm going to update my older file. I'm going to reuse the same files. Okay, formx.py and forms.html. If you want, you can create a new py file and a new HTML file. I'm just going to reuse it because you guys know how to add a URL, how to create a new file. So if you want, you can create a new file. I'm just editing the previous files here. Okay, fine. So here I'm going to create a we are going to create a contact form for our application. So the name of our class is contact form class, which is a child of forms.form. Okay, so it's a child of forms.form, and let us add a few fields here. Say subject field, message field, sender, and CC. Okay, these are the basic fields we are going to add. Okay, so subject is equal to, it's a character field, so we'll be writing forms.char field, and you can set the max length to something, say 200. Okay, and what is the next field? Let it be the message field. See here, I'm going to set a widget. Okay, I'm not creating a field here, I'm going to create a widget here. So char field, we have already discussed what is a widget. So this is a char field, and I'm going to add a widget here. Widget is equal to, I'm going to add a text area widget. Okay, so I'll be adding forms.text area. Okay, so text area widget. Second, sender field, then CC field. So sender is equal to, that is also a char field, right? So char field, and we have one more. Okay, sender is actually, sorry, not char field. No, that will be an email ID, so you can set it as an email field. Okay, and we have one more field, that is CC underscore myself. Okay, so we have one more field, CC myself, that is a boolean field, and I'm going to set required to false here. Okay, that is not a required field. Okay, that is why forms dot, it's a boolean field. Here I'm going to set required equal to false. What does that mean? That means this field is not a required field. Okay, if you don't provide value to this field, that is okay. That is what required equal to false means. Okay, that's it. So this is our form. Okay, so we have a char field, then a subject field, which is email field, and a boolean field. Okay, so we are going to validate other form fields using this. Okay, so what is widget? Each form field has a corresponding widget class. We have already discussed that. So widgets, okay, every form field or every field will have a corresponding widget class, okay, which in turn correspond to an HTML form widget such as input type equal to text. Okay, so in most cases, the field will have a sensible default widget. For example, by default, a char field will have a text input widget. Okay, so if you have a char field, that is a text input field, that is input type is equal to text. See here, if I just wrote message is equal to, if you just write char field, it will be taken as a input type equal to text field. Since message is a large field, I just want to set it as a text area field. That is why we wrote forms.text area. Okay, so here what is going to what will happen here is that it will be taken as a text area field, not as an input type is equal to. See here, subject is a input type equal to text field. Here email field will be input type is equal to email field, and here message field will be a text area field. Okay, so that there comes the difference when you add widgets. Okay, every input, like every form field has a corresponding widget class. Okay, if you have a char field, that will be by default become input type is equal to text. Okay, then field data. Whatever the data submitted with the form, once it has been successfully validated by calling isValid. Okay, here is a built-in function on form that is known as isValid. Okay, isValid can be used to validate your form. Okay, so when it returns true, that means your validation conditions are successfully validated. Okay, the validated form data will be in the form.cleaned_data dictionary. So here is a dictionary known as clean data. So the validated form data will be residing in this cleaned underscore data dictionary. This data will have been nicely converted into Python type field. Okay, in the contact form example, we have written the contact form example above. So CC myself will be a boolean value. Likewise, fields such as integer field and float field converted values to a Python int and float respectively. Here this boolean field will be converted to a boolean value. Okay, so here you can check your form like this. We in use.py file you can check your form. If form dot is valid, you can check subject, you can store subjects to somewhere and message to somewhere, center to, that means we'll be having data. Okay, I've already told you that the information will be stored in a dictionary known as cleaned underscore data. So that is where your data actually resides. Okay. So, okay, now let's try this by adding, a form validation. Okay. So, okay, so what I'm going to do is in views.py file, I'm going to write a condition. If, okay, for that, what we need is we'll have to create an object. Okay, you'll have to import your form here from, yeah, we don't have name form now. We'll be having contact form. So you'll have to, change your previous code if you guys have edited it, because now we don't have the name form. So I'll have to comment this. I'm commenting this get name function that we did before, because I have renamed, I have removed contact name form with contact form. Okay. So we have only contact form now. Okay. And yeah, let me, okay, what I'm going to do is, okay, I'm going to create a new function, define get contact. That is the name of my function. Okay, request, and I'm going to check if request dot method equal to post. Okay, what we'll do is we'll be create, I'm not checking it as get, I'm actually using post request, so I'm not checking for get request here, only post. So form dot contact form, and within which I'm going to set request dot post, request dot post, and yeah, then we are going to check the form is valid or not. If form dot is underscore valid, okay, if your form is valid, then you will be getting your data from the dictionary clean data. Okay, so we are going to take out the values from the clean data dictionary. So form dot is cleaned underscore data. See, can you see this? This is by default, it is there. Clean data, within which you need to pass the name of the property that we have written over here. See, the name should be these property names. Okay, so let's just copy this. So make sure that there is no spelling mistake. So it's subject. Okay, and store it into a variable. Let it be subject. Okay, and next is, okay, let me copy these lines. So what is the next data? Form ex. So next data is message. So let me copy this, and it's message. Okay, so here also it's message, and we have a sender field here. copy the sender field to here, sender, and we have the last field which is CC myself. Okay, so I've stored yeah, let me copy CC myself also. There is one more thing. It's a dictionary, so you have to put square bracket, not parenthesis, because we are taking data from a dictionary. So either you'll be using get function on dictionary or you have to put square bracket. Actually, I put parenthesis, so remove that. So the last field is cc underscore myself. So let me write that, cc underscore myself. Here also it is cc underscore myself. Okay, so these are our fields, cc underscore myself. Okay, that's it. Then I'm going to store one more field here, that is recipients field, and I'm going to set a recipient email ID here. Okay, recipients dot append recipient. So that is a field to set the recipient email ID. So recipients equal to, just write some mail ID, say info@example.com, some random mail ID, info@example.com. Okay, and if cc myself, recipients dot append of sender. Okay, so if cc underscore myself is true, then what you are going to do is recipient dot append of sender. Okay, so recipient dot append of sender. So after that, if you want to send an email, you can use send email function from Django core mail. Okay, if you want to send an email, you can use form from django.core.mail, django.core.mail package import send mail. So that is a function we can use to send email in Django. And to send email, what do you need? Send underscore mail. You'll have the subject. We already have stored the subject. Then we'll be having the message, then sender and recipient. Okay. So message, comma, sender, comma, recipients. Okay. If you want, you can send this, you can change this mail ID. This will not work because that's a dummy mail ID. So you have to provide your own mail ID here to see this working. Okay. Yeah, that's it. So after that, if you want, you can just redirect to a particular page. Let's do one thing. Let's just redirect to the home page. So return redirect function. Okay, return return render. So where do you want to render? What happened? Oh, sorry. Actually, I made a mistake. I had to add these statements, not here, sorry. Just cut this from, I just accidentally stored that inside form underscore ex.py. Cut it, go to views.py file and add it. Okay, and also that send mail import, because I by mistake I wrote the lines inside form ex. Actually that belongs to views.py. Okay, yeah, now it's all correct. And if cc myself is inside the if condition, Yeah, okay. And recipient is also inside. Please do correct the white spacing. Okay, correct. And the send mail is also coming inside your form is valid. Okay, if your form is valid, you will be taking data from clean data dictionary. Then I have added a recipient. If CC myself is true, I'm just going to append the sender. Then we'll be sending the mail by importing Django core mail. So send mail function, and we'll be calling send mail with subject, message, sender, and recipients. Okay. And after this, what we are doing is we are just going to redirect to a particular page. Okay. That will also come inside this if condition. If correct, then you can just redirect to home page. Okay, so we have created a home page here, so I'm going to render the home page. So we'll have to pass the request object like we did before, and you'll have to go to my blog /html. Okay, and I'm just passing the form data like this. Data colon cleaned underscore data. Yeah, that's correct. And what I'm going to do is okay, if our path is empty, let me do one thing. URL store, go to url.py, and if path is equal to empty, what I'm going to do is load contact. Okay, I have a function load contact. So I will define the function. If path is equal to empty, I'll be calling the function load contact. Okay, and if path is home, I'm going to call the function that we have created now. What is it? Get contact or set contact. Let it be whatever name you like. Okay, so let us go to urls.py file, and if path is home, we are going to call the function get contact, and we have a function. We have to create a function load contact to load our contact data. So to do that, in my blog.views.py, I'm going to add a function define load contact request. Okay, return render of request comma. Okay, we haven't created the HTML page yet. Okay, we have to create an HTML page also. My blog /forms.html. I'm going to update that form. Let me comment the go home function. We are not using that. So render request my blog /forms.html, and I'm just passing some data, dummy data. Okay, my form. Okay, now let's update forms.html file with a contact form. Okay, so here we can define our contact form with all these fields, input fields with subject, message, sender, and CC. Okay, so let's do this. Okay, let's add a label field. Okay, I'm updating this form. So first field is subject. Okay, so input type is equal to text, name is equal to subject, put name is equal to subject, and one sec. on sorry, let me put the table inside a div, sorry, fields inside a div tag. So div, inside the first div I have a label field like this. Inside the second div, now I'll be having the input field. See, if you guys use the Visual Studio Code editor, that will be much better than PyCharm when it comes to HTML coding and all. Okay, now I'm just going to copy paste this. So we have 4 fields, 2, 3, 4. So first is the text field, the data type is subject, and second field is a char field, that is a text area field. So here in form, the second field is message. Okay, so message field, type is equal to, instead of type is equal to text, we'll be adding a text area field here, text area field, and the text area field with the name is equal to that is message. So I'm going to type message here. Okay, and the third field is what is the third field? That is sender, and fourth field is CC myself. Okay, so go to forms.html, and the third field is sender. Okay, so which is an email field. So type is equal to email, name is equal to sender, and the last field is CC field, CC, and here that field is a boolean field, right? So you can just type check it as a checkbox field. Okay, you can keep it as a checkbox field, that is type is equal to checkbox, and name is equal to CC underscore myself. So these are the fields we have. Okay, CC underscore myself. If you want, you can add ID and a 4 attribute that will help you with the validation. And please do add required field for all the other 3 fields, because CC is not a required field, so you don't need to add required for CC. You can avoid required for the CC field, but you need to add required for the other 3 fields. Okay, if you don't want, you can what was the max length I have given? That was 200. Okay, and for others it is not necessary. Okay, if I can remove this max length from email. Okay, and from the checkbox also we don't need to have max length field. Okay, so now our form is ready with subject, with message, with sender, with CC myself, and you need to add a button also, that is input, type is equal to submit, value equal to, let it be sent. Okay, and I'm going to the action is home to the home page itself. Okay, that's it. So this is what I want basically. Okay, and you can set your error messages here. If you want to render any error messages, you can do that with the error properties. You can render your error messages here inside your HTML page itself. Okay, yes, so let me run this code and see whether it is working or not first. So let's start our server, python space manage.py, run server. Okay, the server is up, localhost colon 8000. So we have a form here. So subject my email, message this. Please do update the recipient mail ID with your email ID. Okay, otherwise this will not work. So here also you can provide your own email ID. Okay, I'm just writing my email ID here. Okay, click on send. Yeah, here you will get some error, refused error. No connection could be made because target machine actually refused it. Okay, actually that's a connection error because I'm not connected to internet now, that is why. And you also need to update your email ID. Okay, that is let me tell you that you have to change your email ID inside the views.py file. Here we have registered an email ID as info@example.com. Please change this recipient email ID to some other valid email ID that you guys know. Okay, then only we can validate it. So this change this email ID to some valid email ID, and also the sender email ID should be a valid email ID, and you need to be connected to internet. Okay, then only it will work. Okay, please change the email ID. Please do change the email ID and retry this. Okay, so to validate the form, just provide some subject, provide some message, and provide a valid email ID here. Okay, and you can click on this checkbox for adding a CC. If you don't want, you can keep it empty. And you have to change this recipient email ID from info@example.com to some other email ID. Okay, because this is the receipt. See, we have launching an application. There will be a contact mail ID for your the site owner, right? So that will be the recipient, right? We are going to inquire something here. Then we'll click on submit button. Then our email will go to the recipient, right? So you have to provide a valid recipient email ID here and a valid mail ID here also. Then it will work. When you click on send, an email will be sent. Okay, and you also need to connect to internet. That's it. Then it will work for sure. Okay, there won't be any error. Okay, so try with a valid email ID in the sender field and in the recipients field. Then you will able to finish it. Okay, operation to work, you need to add email underscore backend is equal to Django core mail backends dot console dot email backend. Okay, that is also necessary. I have missed that earlier. You need to add that in the settings.py file for that email sending to work. You need to add this line, then it will work. Okay, then email will be sent to the recipient that you have registered in your project. Okay, and when you submit the form, you will be able to see this home page work. Okay, that's it. Okay, now let's see how to create a model form. Okay, so we have created a normal form. Now let's see how to create a model form. Model forms are child, they will inherit a class known as model form. So there is a class model form in Django's forms module. If you're building a database driven app, chances are you will have forms. So it is more, there are more chances of creating model forms rather than normal forms, because when you have a database related app, you will definitely have to create a model form. Okay, that they map directly to the model classes that we have created. So for instance, you might have a blog comment model and you want to create a form that lets people submit comments. In this case, it would be redundant to define the field types in your form because you have already defined the fields in your model. So for this reason, Django provides a helper class that lets you create a form class from a Django model. So if you want to create a form class from a Django model, that is possible in Django. Django will provide a helper class known as model form class. Using the model form class, you can create a form class. Okay, so consider we have a form to see we have created a class blog earlier, and consider we have a blog comment class in which user can add comment to the blog through a form. Okay, so it is not necessary that we have to create a form all over again with all these field, defining all these field all over again. Instead of doing that, you can make use of the model class in your application that we have already defined. Okay, so now let us see how to use a model class. Do we have created an article class earlier? Let me check. In the my blog app, let's go to models.py and see what all classes we have. We have an author class, entry class, and a person class here. Okay, we don't have an article class, right? Okay. Okay, do one thing. Let us create an article uh, class. Okay, let me choose 1 second. So we have an author class that is there. Okay. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's create a class that we already have. User class. Okay, let's create a form to accept. Let's create a small one. Okay, let's create a form to add a blog. Okay, so that form will be having the name field and a tagline field. Okay, I'm going to use the blog class for creating my form. Okay, or okay, let's create a new class. Okay, class. Okay, create a new one. Blog comment. Okay, and it contains two fields: name of the person who is submitting the comment. Okay, so since it's a child of model class, you'll have to write models dot model, and name is equal to models dot char field of. So since it is a name, let's provide the max length to 100, and we have the comment over here. Comment, that is also a char field, max length. Okay, so we have a class blog comment, which is a model class. I'm going to create a form for this particular model. Okay, so here I'm going to use the same form.ex.py file for creating the form. Okay, so here I'm going to import from my blog dot models, import blog comment. Okay, and I'm going to create a form class here, say blog form or blog comment form. Okay, which is a form class, so we'll have to write forms.form. Forms.form. Okay, so here what we have to do next is I'm going to create a meta class inside it. If you want, you can have a meta class. Okay, 1 second, let me take this. Okay, so we are going to add a meta class that will provide additional information about this class. Since it's not a normal class, it's a model form. Okay, so you have to write a model form here. We are going to create it as a model class, and I'm going to add a meta class here. Okay, meta class, inside which I'm going to write model is equal to, which model we are going to use here? We are going to use the blog comment model. Okay, so I'm going to write model is the name of the object, can be anything, model equal to blog comment. Okay, so that will refer to the blog comment class, and you can specify the fields here. Fields equal to an array of field names like name and comment. So these are the names of the fields that we have, right? That is name and comment. So I have added the metadata about the the blog comments form. Okay, now what we are going to do is, from your form I'm going to store data. Okay, let's see how it's gonna work. So to do that, now you have to create a form, and when you submit the form, the data should be stored inside your blog comment class. Okay, blog comment. Okay, since we have added a new form, you need to do the migrations. Okay, so do the migration. Python space manage dot py make migrations for my blog. Make migrations for my blog. See, blog comment has been added. Then Python space manage dot py and migrate. Okay, so we have added it. Now what else? Okay, that's enough. Now let me create a form here, and here I'm going to create a new form, that is new Python file, my form. Here I'm going to create a template file. Inside the template folder, inside my blog, I'm going to create a new HTML file, that is blog comment. Okay, blog comment. So here I'm going to create a form, and that form will be having two input fields. I'm not putting any label and all. If you want, you can put type is equal to text, and what is the name, equal to name, and we'll be having one more input field. Okay, that is type equal to text, and name is equal to comment. Okay, I'm going to put a placeholder, and your name. Okay, another placeholder, and your comment here. Okay, let's go and check models.py. Here let's the length be 1000, comment length be 1000. Okay, let's make the migrations once again. Make migrations. See, alter field comment on block comment, and just do migrate. Okay, done. Fine. And in form.ex we have the block comment form class, and in metadata we have the model as block comment, fields as name and comment. Enough. Okay, now okay, so let's put the method equal to post here, and form action to home page. Again, we have already defined a home page, so provide it to home, and add an input field with the type equal to text. Okay, let it be a text area field rather than input field. Okay, let it be input. Yeah, that doesn't matter now. Submit, and value equal to save. Okay, value equal to save, and action is going to home page. Method is equal to post. Enough. So that is how our form is. Okay, so in the form we have added the fields for the article, sorry, the fields for the blog comment, and the name of the the person who is submitting the form. Okay, now let us try to submit the form and see whether the value is getting stored or not. Okay, yeah, let's try that. Before that, I just want to load blog comment.html when I okay, let's do one thing. In which page? Okay, well, I'm going to do one thing. In urls.py file, I'm going to call the load contact, and okay, let me write a new path. Okay, if the path is equal to blog, okay, if the path is equal to comment, okay, I'm going to call load comment. So load comment is actually defined in the views file. So go to views.py file, and define load comment here, accept the request object, and return render request my blog slash blog comment.html, comma, what we are going to do is, yeah, some dummy data. Okay, I just added some dummy data. And if my path is home, okay, what we are doing here is, okay, so here I need to do one more thing. Okay, and see, I'm just editing it. If when I submit the form, that is block comment.html, I'm going to an action page, which is store. Okay, action is equal to store. And I'm going to create another function, say store comment. Okay, store comment will store the comment. Okay, store comment will store the comment. Okay, so yeah, so when the action is become stored, I just want to invoke another function, and I want to store the details there. Okay, so how will I store it? See, if you look at here they have shown an example here. Let me show you that. That is, okay, actually they have created an article form, and they are creating an object for article form. Then where they are actually creating an object of the article class, then the model class article, then that article instance is getting passed to the form. Okay, they're passing that article instance to the article form and initializing it. That is what actually happens when they are submitting a model form. Okay, we are but just trying it with a different one. Okay, if store comment, okay, I'm just rendering it into a page here. Return to the home.html page. Okay, because in the previous path we are actually having so many requests, so I'm not going to this. So I'm just going to store comment, create a new function for that particular view, and redirecting to home.html. So I'll have to add our one more URL here, that is path is equal to store. What is the name of the function that we have created now? Comment, store comment. Okay, so call the function store comment. Okay, now let's see whether it's working or not. Okay, so let us, I think the server is already running. Let me check. Yeah, my server is already running, so I'll have to localhost 8000. So what is our path? Now our path is it's comment, right? Comment. See, we have an input field. I'm going to enter my name as Adira, and my comment is, this is a wonderful blog. When I click on save, I'm getting, okay, I haven't added the CSRF token here. So yeah, add that curly bracket. Okay, let's run our project now. Python space manage.py run server. Okay, so let's go to the path comment, and let's input the data and save. So action is working, but you have to do one more thing. We need to save the data into the database. Okay, to save the data, and what I'm going to do is, when you click on store to save the data, I'm going to check whether the, okay, let me copy this. Okay, so if request dot method equal to post and form is equal to contact form, you need to create, here we have blog form, right? Blog comment form. Okay, now we have to check whether the method is equal to request dot method equal to post, and we are going to create an object for the blog comment form now. So we have to import blog comment form. So from ex import blog comment form. So instead of contact form, just delete it and write blog comment form. Okay, and after creating an object of blog comment form, I want to save this, so I'm going to write form.save off. Okay, so that will save our data into the database of blog comment model, because in this particular form we are actually going to store the data into the blog comment model, because in the models, sorry, in the form ex.py file we have a meta class in which we have specified the model to blog comment. So, and we have specified the fields as well, that is name field and comment field. So when you submit the form, that is blog comment.html form, it will store the data to the model blog comment. We'll check that. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's define an str function in the blog comment classes. So let me just define an str function here, def double underscore str double underscore, and inside which I'm going to return self dot name plus self dot comment. Okay, do that. Enough. Okay, now let's try one thing. Let's try to save our blog data and see whether it is working or not. So my name is Anna, and I'm going to store this is a wonderful blog. Okay, actually I have stored one value already. Let's see. Okay, fine. So let's see whether our data is getting stored in the database or not. So to check that, we can just connect to the database. Okay, that is connect to the shell, python space manage.py. Let's launch the shell, and from my blog dot models import blog comment. Okay, and now let's see blog comment dot objects dot all. Okay, see this one I have stored already. See, so I have two entries. You guys will be having only one, because I have tried this before just as a demo. Okay, so you can see your data like this, because our data is getting stored through the form to the blog comment model. Got it? So let me just quickly explain what all things we have done. Okay, so in the forms.ex.py file, we have created a new comment form, that you have created a new form, that is blog comment form, which is a model form. So it's a child of forms.model form. Okay, we are actually connecting to the model class blog comment. So model equal to blog comment, and we have specified the fields of blog comment, that is name and comment. Okay, in the forms blog comment.html, we have these two names, that is name and comment. These are the two fields. Okay, and in the models.py file, we have a blog comment class. We have two fields, name and comment, and we are returning name and comment from it. So that is why we are able to see the name blog comments name, as well as my name, as well as the name of the person, as well as the blog comment here. Okay, fine. And when you submit the form, we are actually going to the action store, that is our URL is stored. If our URL is stored, we are going to the function store comment. Okay, so here in the views.py file, we have a store comment function. If request.method equal to post, it will create a blog comment form object and will store it using the save function. Right, when you write form.save, it will store the data to the database, and we can see the data that we have inserted through the form. Okay, let's add one more data. say Anju my test blog. Okay, saved it, and let's call this. See, Anju my test blog is getting added to the database table, blog comment table. Okay, so this is how we create a a model form using Django. Okay, in the last session we saw how to create a form and how to use the form API of Django. So in this session I'm going to show you how to create a Django project. Let's do one thing. Let us create a new project and implement the form API here. But here I'm not going to create. See, in the previous sessions we have created the form manually, right? Using the form tag, then we wrote input type is equal to text, all these things manually. So in this session I'm going to show you how to load that form tags without manually writing it. Okay, so in Django you don't need to write each and every tags manually. If you have a very large form, Django will make your effort easy. That means you don't need to put a lot of effort into it, because Django will automatically create the form from your form fields. Okay, that is when you define the form fields in your Python file, Django can render the form fields properly. So like without, we don't need you, because you don't need to add the tags manually into your HTML page. Django can render it. Now let me show you that is more useful. See, in the previous session we wrote the form tags ourselves. So today we are not going to write the form tags ourselves. We are going to let Django create it for you. Okay, let's see how to do that. Okay, let me just create a new project because our old project is quite messy now. So let us create a new project and just refresh the concepts once again. Okay, yeah. So do one thing, create a new Django project. So let me open my folder and okay, let me go to the Python folder, and I'm going to create a project, Django hyphen admin. How do you create a project? Using the command start project. My Django, this is also a dummy project. We'll write a good one after finishing the concept. Okay, Django hyphen admin start project, my Django. Okay, my Django pro. Oh, that is also already there. Okay, okay, let me give some other name. Okay, let it be student pro. Okay, so that is the name of my project, student pro. Now let me just open it here. File, open. Let me open my project, that is student pro. Open it, this window. Okay, and I'm going to add a new app into it. Python space manage, using the command line utility manage.py start app, let it be student. Okay, so we have added a new app into our project. So what you need to do, you need to register your app, right? So let us open student pro, and see, student is created. Now you need to add your student app in settings.py file. That is the next step, right? Hope you guys remember. So go to settings.py file and add your newly created app. What is it? That is student, right? Student dot apps dot student config. You guys will remember it only if you try to create more and more projects. Only then you will you have to work on so many projects so that you could remember the commands, and you need to familiarize with the errors also. Okay, When you will run into errors. So when you get an error, just read what it is. If you can't find it, just google the error. You can find solutions in Stack Overflow. Once you find that error, just note that particular error somewhere, and when that error arrives again, then you can easily resolve it, rectify and resolve it. Okay, so now we have created a new app and registered it in our settings.py files. We have installed apps. We have added our new app here. Okay, now I'm going to create a form. Here I'm not going to create models now. I'll be creating models later. Currently I'm just going to add um, a new new Python file here for storing my form. Okay, so one second. So I'm going to create a new Python file for storing my forms. Let it be forms.py file. Okay, here I'm going to import it from Django. Import forms. Okay, now I'm going to create a function. Define. Okay, let the name of the form be registration form. Registration form. Let it be a normal form. We can create a model form later. Okay, let it be the name of the form is registration form. Okay, so since it is a form class, what is the parent class? Oh, it's a class. I wrote it as a function. Yeah, class, and here it is forms.form. Okay, and within this class, I'm going to define a few fields. Okay, let it be first name. Yeah, I'm going to store it as f name equal to its forms dot char field, and I'm going to write a label. Okay, that will act as the your forms label. Okay, so I'm going to put the label as first name. Okay, first name, and similarly I'm going to set a max length. Let the max length be 50. Okay, so let us create a few fields like this: m name and forms dot char field of label is equal to middle name comma max length equal to 50, and I'm going to store L name where forms dot char field of label equal to last name. Okay, last name, and max length is equal to 50. See, all these field will be acting as a form widget. Okay, an HTML widget. This is equivalent to an input tag. Okay, like this. This line is equivalent to input, adding input type is equal to text. I'm just writing it. Okay, this is the comment. You don't need to add it. I just want to show you that what is the equivalent line for this particular object. Okay, this will represent an input field widget. Input type is equal to text, and max length is equal to 50. So this line is actually equivalent to this, and it will also add a label field as well. So there will be a label field like this, label, inside which you will be having first name. Okay, first name, and the closing of label tag. So this particular line can form a label as well as an input field. Okay, I'll show that once the output is rendered. Okay, now let me just remove it. Okay, so f name, m name and l name are here. Now what we are going to do is I'm going to add one more field. Let it be age. Let it be an integer field, so I can write forms dot integer field label equal to age. That's enough. Okay, that is enough. Label equal to age. Now I'm going to define a view for this particular file in the views.py file. Okay, a view for our form page. Okay, so define view register. Okay, so view reg, so that will accept a request object. You can check whether the request is a get request, post request, etc. I'm not adding it now. I'm just going to create the object of my form. So I'm going to from dot form, you have to put dot there, import what is the name of the form? It's registration form. I'm going to create an object of registration form here, form equal to registration form. Okay, and I'm going to render the page, return render. What we are going to render? The request object, then the page you want to load. So I'm going to create a template folder here, directory templates, inside which we are going to create a new directory, that is student. Okay, inside which I'm going to create a new HTML file, that is registration.html. Inside the HTML page, I'm just adding a form. You need to add a form tag. Okay, and let's just set the method is equal to post, and inside the post form you need to add csrf underscore token here, right? So percentage curly bracket. Okay, just add that. Okay, I'm not specifying any action now. Then what I'm going to do is, so here we have to go to student slash registration.html, right? Registration.html page, and here I'm actually passing the form data as a dictionary, form colon, that is necessary here, form. Okay, and to render this registration form into this HTML page, okay, with all these fields, what all fields we have? We have a f name, m name, like first name, middle name, last name, and age field. Okay, to render a form with all these fields, what I'm going to do is, here I'm going to put double curly bracket and form. This form is the data that I'm passing from this function, that is this form. Okay, so form dot as underscore p. I'll tell you what it is, as underscore p. Okay, so okay, and you need to add a URL. Okay, let's go to student pro folder, go to urls.py file and add this pattern path. If my path is empty, I just want to call the function, this view function, that is view reg. So I'm just going to simply import it. Import, okay, let it be like this, from student dot views, import, my function is view reg. Okay, so let it be import star, and here I'm going to call the function view reg. Okay, now let's see whether we can see the form here. That was our purpose, right? See, in registration.html I have just added a form tag. I haven't added anything else. Let's see, we'll get a form with all these fields inside it. Let's see. So let's run our code. Python space manage.py run server and run our code. Okay, the server has started. Let us open. Okay, let me open Chrome. Okay, and let's type localhost colon 8000. See, in the empty path you can see our form. How we are getting this form? Did we add the input tags? No. But how we are getting? Let's inspect this and expand the body. Then inside the body tag you can see the form tag. Inside the form tag you can see a paragraph tag. Did we add this paragraph? No. Inside the P you can see the label tag and input tag. See, input type is equal to text, name equal to f name, max length equal to 50, required, and ID field where ID is underscore f name. Similarly, we have the next field where label is middle name, and we have a text field. The next field is last name, and the last field is age. So how we are getting all these fields? We are getting all the fields from this line, that is form.asp. What is form here? Form is an object of our C, registration form. What all things are there in the registration form? F name, M name, L name, and age. So when you write this line form.asp, you will get a form created. Okay, that will contain the label and input, and that will be enclosed by a paragraph tag. See, you can see the content in a paragraph. Okay, a paragraph is actually wrapping the label and input. Okay, so paragraph is the wrapper here. As P means a paragraph is actually wrapping it. Okay, if I write as you, okay, instead of as P, if I write as UL tag is there, UL as UL, then you can see a dot here. See a dot. The structure is different now. Why? Let us inspect and see how the page is getting rendered. See, you can see an li tag here instead of p tag. Earlier we had p tag here because I wrote as p. Okay, now I just wrote as ul. So you'll be having ul tags here. Okay, ul styled is li, so you'll be having li tags here. In the li you will be having a label, then input field. Then in the another li we'll be having another label and another input field. Okay, so this is how we are actually converting the form object to the corresponding html tags. Okay, as simple as that. So this is how we create a form in Django without adding the elements manually. Okay. Now along with this, let's do the form validation also. Okay, we haven't added the form validation. Okay, so let us see the form validation along with this. Okay, so let's open our form. See, we have okay, let us add a button also. We haven't added the button, so when you click on this button, I just want to trigger, check the validation criteria. Okay, so for that, let's add a button also. Okay, let's add a normal button or input type is equal to button. Both are fine, both will work. So button, what is the name of our button? Let it be save. So I have a button save, and I just want to validate this form. Okay, so to validate this form, what we are going to do is we can check the condition whether the form is valid, and in your index.html page, you can, okay, let's check that condition first. Okay, okay, let me just submit. Okay, let me just refresh the form. Okay, and see whether we are getting anything. Okay, so we have that, input, that the default HTML5 validation is there. Okay, nothing else. We are just having that HTML5 validation there. So if you want to see the proper form validation, what we can do is you can just well, let's go to our page where we define the request, that is here, and here I'm going to check if we are going to check whether form dot is valid. Okay, that will check the validation, and I'm going to add a try block here. If it is valid, I'm going to redirect. Okay, redirect has to be imported from this package, so redirect to the home page. Okay, or you can specify any other path as you wish. Okay, where do you want to redirect? When, okay, I'm just going to redirect to some, if you want you can redirect to some page, some URL that is defined in your page, in your urls.py file. So except block, I'm going to just, I'm not writing anything, just a pass statement, except block. Okay, and otherwise I'm just returning the student.registration.html page. Okay, fine. So this is what we have here. Okay. So we are just checking whether our okay, just do one more thing. Here you can just check set our form as post form. You can check whether the form is of type post request or get request also. I'm not doing it here, but you can add that. We did that before. Okay. See, now we are getting the validation. See, we are calling this function form.isValid. That is why you're getting this. Okay. So, and I'm just redirecting to the same page. Okay. So we are getting this validation because we have checked this whether the form is valid or not. And I'm just redirecting to the same page. Okay. If the form is not valid. Okay. So redirect means redirect to a URL. Okay. If I write, okay, let me show you that. If I write admin, okay, we're redirecting to the same page. Here you will write, just understand, in the redirect function you will write a URL name, okay, that we have here. You can just write any of the URL names that you have here. So redirect will redirect to that particular page. See, since we have an empty file, empty path, so that it will redirect to the same page. So here it is actually checking whether the form is valid or not. Okay. So if the form is valid, it will return true. If it is not valid, it will return false, right? So here our form is not valid. So let's add fields value to the fields. Okay. And middle name and 22. Okay. Now, so when now we load our refresh our page, you'll be seeing this validation errors. And let's input something. Okay. And when I save, okay, I'm getting this error again. The error is not going. Okay, what is the issue? Okay, guys, in the redirect, see, we have this URL that is empty URL. Okay, it's not empty slash. This is an empty URL. So here also, instead of slash, redirect to just double space. Okay, just an empty URL. If the URL is empty, it will redirect to the same page. Okay, if you want to redirect to some other page, you can specify the the redirect URL here. Anyways, now I'm just going to redirect to the same page. Okay, so now we have this error. So just remove the slash and keep it empty. Okay, let's refresh the page and let me just input my name, and every field is required for us. Okay, so if you don't want, you can also do that. So age, when I click on save, see, the error is gone. Why the error is gone? Because I'm just redirecting to the same page and the validation condition is satisfied here. Okay, so this is how we do the validation. Let's do the length validation as well if you want to. Okay, we have actually, our lengths are very larger one. So let me just set the maximum length to 5, and I'm trying to input something greater than 5. Let's see what is going to happen. Okay, so we have this error now. So I'm going to, yeah, Adira has got 6 letters, right? See, you won't be able to more than 5 letters because max length is 5. So I won't be able to add more characters. Okay, yeah, that's it. So this is how we do the validation in Django form. See, same goes up for the model driven form as well. Since if our form is model driven, you can load the form like this. Okay, you know how to create a model driven form, and you can do the same thing. Just keep your form empty and just type form.asp. Okay, or as table or as ul. There are 3 functions. You can either write, yeah, I'll just show you what all are there. Form as p, form as ul, form as table. So we have 3 functions: form as underscore p, form dot as underscore ul, form dot as underscore table. Okay, so this is how we do the form validation. So same can be done for our model driven form also. Okay, in the earlier session, I have actually created 2 views because that is not necessary actually, because we had an action. That is why I have created new 2 fields. Okay, so this is a simple one, so that if you guys have any confusion, you can refer to this session. Okay, this is a simplified form. Okay, and the form is much simpler than the previous one, so you can follow this one. That was actually I was giving that proper concept. So you can, when you create forms further onwards, you don't need to put the tags, you can follow this method. Okay, we'll be creating a a model form when we do the live another project. Okay, don't worry. If you have let's just try to create your own model form. Okay, create a model in this particular project and try to add a model formats also with validation. Okay, so isValid is the function here that we are going to, isValidate is the function that we used for checking our form validation. Okay, now let us discuss the next part, that is the contrib packages. So Django aims to follow Python's batteries included philosophy. When we have discussed the introduction part of Django, we said that it's a batteries included framework. Ships with a very variety of extra optional tools that solve common web development problems. So this code actually lives in Django contrib in the Django distribution. So this documents, so here we are going to discuss about the contrib. Okay, so first of all, let's see the admin side. Okay, that is that comes under the contrib package. We have an admin side. So one of the most powerful part of Django is the automatic admin interface. In Django, we have an automatic admin interface. It reads metadata from your models to provide a quick model-centric interface. So the Django's admin interface can have like read metadata from our models that are defined by us in your application. Okay. So it's a model-centric interface. The Django's admin site is a model-centric interface where trusted users can manage contents on your site. The admin's recommended use is to limit it to an organization's internal management. It is not intended for building your entire front end around. Okay. The admin has many hooks for customization, but beware of trying to use those hooks exclusively. See, when you create a model, you can add that model to your admin interface and you can manage the model through the admin. That is possible. See, Django will save our time. You don't need to, spend your time creating an admin interface, and you don't need to worry about how to connect this with model and all these things. So Django admin site interface will automatically do these connections, and it's already there. You don't need to spend your time in building that admin interface. Okay, so admin is enabled in the default project template used by start project. So if you are not using the default project template, then see, you have to add Django contrib admin manually if you are not doing the default template. Okay, so admin actions, see, when you load your project, see, this is my project that I have already loaded a project. If you type slash admin, okay, when you type slash admin, you can see your admin interface. Here you can type your username and password, and you can and it look like login to your admin interface. Login or to create a admin, what you need to do is you will have to type this command. Okay, that is, see, I'm using the previous project that we have created, that is Student Pro. So here I'm going to just open your terminal and just type this command, python space manage dot py. See, I'm just going to set up our admin interface. Okay, and you can use this command, create super user. Okay, that super user will become your admin. So create super user. What happened? No such table. Auth underscore user. Okay, so we are getting this error, auth user. Okay, let's do one thing. See, we haven't added any model yet, so let's add a model here. Okay, let's add a class here. Say class student, and which is a model class. So models dot model. Okay, and within the class I'm going to add a few fields. roll number, which is a number field. So models dot integer field, and name field. So models dot uh, char field of, and specify the max length as 30. Okay, let's add one more field, age, which is models dot integer field. Okay, so now let me just make the migrations, because we haven't added any migrations, or we haven't added this anything. So let's just make the migration. So Python space, before creating the super user, manage.py. Let's run make migrations for student. Okay, then let's run the migrate command. Python space manage.py migrate. Okay, done. Not what you're going to do is, now let's just try to create the super user. Yeah, see, earlier we didn't had any model. That is why, see, we need at least a single model, because I forgot that we haven't added any model, because this is a new project. So just add some model and make the migrations. And now let us add a username. You can type whatever you like. I'm just adding the username as admin. See, we are going to make the super user, or we are going to make the credentials for our admin site. So here username is admin, and you can write whatever you like, and you can just provide some mail ID that you like, admin at mail.com. If you want, you can provide a valid ID. I'm just giving as something. Just and here the password will be hidden. Okay, you can type your password, it will be hidden. Like, don't think that it's not showing up there, it's hidden actually. So I've set the password as admin, that is hidden. I'm typing it, but it is hidden. Okay, so bypass password validation and create user anyway. Yes. Okay, so super user created successfully. Okay, now let us go to the login form, and what is our username is admin, and our password also admin. Okay, login. See, we can see the login page like this. Okay, so here we have groups, here we have users. You can register the valid users here. You can provide username, password, and you can confirm the password here. You can add users as you wish, the groups as you, and you can also add groups, etc. Okay, fine. Now what I'm going to show is, it is an option view site, so that will take you to the home page. So let it be like this. Okay, so like this you can add your users, their email IDs, their informations, etc. here. Okay, admin can add things, admin can delete, all operations can be performed by the admin. Okay, writing actions. The easiest way to explain actions is by, it is an example of admin actions. Okay, uh, let's see how this model, how we are going to connect our model with our admin. See, we can do the connection with the model classes and with our admin also. Now let us see how to do that. So now we have this admin interface. Okay, uh, yeah, wait. So now what I'm going to do is, if you want to add any of your model, okay, any of your model to this admin site, what you have to do is, you have to create a file, admin.py. Okay, you don't need to create the file is already there. You have to import your model there. Okay, here is a file inside your student app. We have a file, admins.py. Here you can register your model, the model you want to link with admin. Okay, so what you need to do is, what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to import. Okay, let's write from dot models import. What is the name of our model? It's student. Student. So from dot models it imports student, and what I'm going to do is you need to register student to admin. So to do that you have to write admin dot site dot register student. Okay, admin dot site dot register admin dot site dot register of r small the register of student, register of the name of your model class. Okay, register of student. Okay, register of student. Sorry, S is in capital. That is a model class. So S is in uppercase. S has to be in uppercase. Okay. Now let me just refresh. Okay, one second. Yeah, this is our page. Okay, see, can you see this? Our student is added here. Earlier student wasn't there. Now you can see student model here because we have registered student with our admin. Now admin will be able to add data to student database. He can admin can delete it, admin can update it. Okay, see, let me show you that. So here students, click on student or click on add button. Here you can add student. See, you have to provide the roll number of the student, you have to provide the name of the student, and you have to provide the age of the student. Okay, so click on save. See, that name is actually added. Click on it, you can see the name. If you want, you can edit it. If you want to delete, then you can delete it. Okay, yes, I'm sure. See, now we don't have any student object. Let me add one more. Roll number 1, name is equal to Anu, age is equal to 12, save and add another. So you'll be able to add the second one. So now admin can add the second student and age. Then let's save. Okay. So now we have two students, right? We have two students over here. See, this is how we add a model to our admin. If you want, okay, let us create one more model. Okay. In the models.py file, let's add one more model. Let's say class club. Okay, just keeping some values model, and I'm going to add a name of the club. Let it be models dot char field of max length is equal to 30, and yeah, that's enough. Okay, I just want to add this model to my admin. So what you are going to do is you have to go to admin.py file, and you need to import club also, and here you need to register it. Admin.site dot register of club. Okay, register of club. Okay, so when you refresh it, you can see clubs over here. Okay, so when I click on clubs, you'll be able to add the name, say math club, and click on save. Oh, what happened? Oh, I didn't make the migrations basically, so I had to make the migrations. Yeah, because we don't have database for club now, so make migrations for students. Okay, then just run the migrate command, python space manage.py migrate. Okay, now the things are added. Let's go back and refresh the admin. Let's click on add. So I'm going to add maths club and save. See, the data is added. Let me add one more. Say arts club, save. See, the data is getting added. And if you want to delete it, you can click on it and you can delete it anytime. If you want, you can update it. So whatever operation you like. Okay, so how simple it is. Otherwise, you have to, if Django is not providing the admin interface, you have to manually write all these things on your own. Okay, so Django has made this very simple for us. So you don't need to write all these stuffs one after the other. Okay, because we have everything built in inside your admin side. Okay, what you need to do is you just have to register your model, and you can add various users as well. Here is a users option where you can add the valid users, say um, username Anu and password Anu 123, password confirmation Anu 123. Okay, save. Oh, password is incorrect. 456. 123 456. Okay, so yeah, thereby you can save persons, their information, first name, last name, email. I'm not filling it all up, so you can add various valid authenticated users. Okay, in other frameworks you have to create this admin interface manually, and you need to do all these things on your own, like the creation, like addition of users, all these things you will have to write all these things on your own. Okay, then you can have different have admin modules, models as well. Okay, that is also possible. You can add questions from your like you can assign various jobs to your admin. Okay, we'll be doing that. Okay, we'll be working on admins more operations when you do a full-fledged application. Now just understand how will be adding an how are we adding an admin interface. Okay, admin can do a lot of other things. These are the very basic things an admin can do. Add users, add, you can create groups. He can connect to a model and create model objects and store it. See, let's connect to this Python dot manage dot py shell and see whether the data is here in our database or not. How do you check it? Student dot uh, objects dot all. Okay, what happened? Okay, I haven't imported it from student dot models import student. Okay, and let's print student dot objects dot all. See, we have two objects, two student objects. We don't have any str function, that is why it is printing like this. You can add str functions here inside your class, then it will print the values. Okay, I haven't added this. See, when the admin is adding things, that things are getting updated in the database actually. Okay, so we can learn the other abilities of admin when we create a full-fledged app. Okay, so now let us understand what the basic things. So you have to create the admin for your project, you have to run this this command. What is the command? Python space manage.py create super user. Before that, make the migrations. Just make the migrations and then create the super user. Then you can set the username, email address, and a password. Then just run your server and log into your Django administration control, and you can register your apps models inside the admin.py file, and you will be able to add the polls. See, in our project we can add students, you can add clubs, etc. Okay, we can do a lot of other stuffs that we will be doing in a full-fledged application. Okay, and as of now it's enough. Okay, these are the basic operation and admin is going for us. So in other applications, you will have to other frameworks, you will have to create your own admin, and you need to do the admin validation, creation of users. You have to manage all those things on your own. But Django has made, it's a battery included framework. So Django is providing all the admin related task built in. So you don't need to spend time in building the admin side for your web application. Okay, it's that easy. Okay. Okay, so far we have discussed the basic concepts in Django like model, view, and template. Now let us create a project. Okay, a complete project using Django. So let us create a project with name my site. So open your terminal, go to the folder you want. Okay, and here I'm going to create a project, my site, Django hyphen admin start project my site. Okay, so that will, when you hit enter, your project will be created. Okay, so this will create what? A my site directory in your current directory. Like in the Python folder, now we'll be having a directory with the name my site, right? Yeah, yes. If yeah, okay, that's it. Then where should this code live? If your background is in plain old PHP, you are probably used to putting the code under web servers document root. With Django, you don't do that. It is not a good idea to put any of the Python code within your web server's document root because it risks the possibility that people may be able to view your code over the web. So that is not good for safety. But earlier, if you guys were using all PHP and all, we used to put our project directory under the root directory of your web server. So for Django, you don't need to do that. Okay, you can store it wherever you want. Okay, so I'm actually storing my project in a folder named Python. So here you'll be having a directory like this, my site, inside which we'll be having the manage.py file. That is a command line utility, inside which we'll have another inner folder, my site, which is a Python package that contains init.py file, settings.py file, urls.py, asgi.py, and wsdi.py. The outer my site, I'm just refreshing the concepts. The outer my site root directory is a container for your project. Its name doesn't matter to Django. You can rename it to anything you like. Manage.py, a command line utility that lets you interact with this Django project in various ways. You can read all the details in, yeah, we have already discussed it. The inner my site directory is the actual Python package for your project. This is the actual Python package. The name of the outer directory doesn't matter. You can rename it to whatever you like. This is the inner directory is actually the Python package. Okay, it's the name of the Python package, and you need to use import anything like, if you want to import something, then you'll have to write my site.urls or my site.settings.py, something like that. So my site in init.py file, which is empty, that tells the Python tells Python that it's a Python directory. Okay, Python, so it's a Python package. And settings.py file contains settings or configuration for this Django project. And urls.py will contain the URL declaration for the Django project. Like we can say that table of contents for your Django powered site. Okay. Then yeah, we are not discussing it. ASGI.py actually entry point for ASGI compatible web servers to serve your project, and WSGI is for WSGI compatible web server to serve your project. Then the development server, to run your project, you can use this command Python space. We already know that Python space manage.py run server. Let us open our project that we have created now. Let me open PyCharm. Okay. So when you run this command, you can see that your server will be started. You have started the Django development server. It's a lightweight web server written purely in Python. We have included this with Django, so you can develop things rapidly without having to deal with configuring a production server such as Apache until you are ready for production. Okay, so here you don't need to set up a server. So because Python, Django also comes up with a very lightweight Django development server. So otherwise you have to install a server and you need to set up the configuration for the server if you want to start your application. So here you don't need to do that because the Django already comes up with a built-in server. So we don't need to spend time in configuring the server. Okay. So what was the name of my project? It's my site. Yeah, let me open it, this window, and let me just start the server. Let me open the terminal and type using the command line utility manage.py. I can run the server. Python space manage.py run server. Okay, so that will run the server. See, you can see it. This is the the home page of the server. Okay, and yeah, now that the server is running, this is the default port number, that is 8000 in your web browser. And if you want, you can change the port by run server and you can specify the port number like this. That is not needed. If you want, you can try it. Now we are going to create a polls app inside our project. So now that your environment project is set up, we can start our work. So each application you write in Django consists of a Python package that follows certain convention. So Django comes up with a utility that automatically generates the basic directory structure of an app. So you can focus on writing code rather than creating directories. So in Django we have the command line utility actually comes up with the tools to create the required directories we want. Okay, how do you create an app? Python space manage.py will help you to start an app, right? Start app. What is the name of the app? Polls. Okay, so it will automatically create the polls directory here, and you don't need to spend your time in creating the polls directory, then the migrations folder, then all these files inside it. Okay, so Django will automatically help you to create all that. So each application you write in Django consists of a Python package that follows a certain convention. Django comes up with a utility that automatically generates the basic directory structure of an app. So you can focus on writing the code rather than creating directories. Projects versus apps. What's the difference between project and an app? An app is a web application that does something. Example, a blog system, a database of public records, or small poll app. So we have created an app inside our project My Site. Okay. So an app means it's a web app like a blog, a polls app. A project is a collection of configuration and apps for a particular website. So what is a project? A project might contain a collection of applications and its configurations. Okay. For a particular website. A project can contain multiple apps. An app can be in multiple projects. Got my point? So a project can contain multiple apps. We did some dummy project with multiple apps inside it, right? So a project can contain multiple apps. An app can be in multiple projects also. Your apps can live anywhere on your Python path. Okay, so we are going to create a poll app in the same directory here of that of our my site. Okay, so this is the command python space manage.py start app space poll. Okay, now we are going to write our very first view. Okay, so inside our views.py file of polls directory. So go to views.py file of the polls directory. You know what it is? That will handle the view. Here we will manage the functions that are responsible to render the view. Okay, so we are going to define a function index, and please import http response from django.http. Import http response. Okay, so define index. So we have a function index here that will accept the request object, and I'm just returning a simple page from here, simple request response from here first. Okay, request return http response this is a polls app. Okay, that's it. Something. Okay. So after that, so this is the simplest view possible in Django. To call the view, we need to map it to a URL, right? So the next thing you need to do is you need to map the URL, and for this we need a URL conf. Okay. To create a URL conf in the polls directory, create a field file called URLs pipe. Okay, see, every app can have many URLs. So it is, see, earlier what we did was we just configured the URL in the urls.py file directly. But what is a better way is just create a urls.py file in your app also. Okay, so here I'm going to create a URL. See, we will be having many URLs in the same app. So this is the better way for just create urls.py file here, and see, we are going to create the URL configurations for polls app here. Okay, so here you can just import URLs. Okay, so yeah, that's enough. So we have created what a urls.py file here, and from django.urls, so go to polls urls.py. From Django, we need a module, a class path, actually instance of path here. So import path. Okay, so here we can specify the URL patterns that are assigned to the polls app. Okay, so we are going to create an empty path now. Okay, so let's create an array URL patterns. It's an array in which we are going to set path. If the path is empty, what we need to do is we have a views.py file here. So from dot views import star. Okay, so what we have here, or you can just write import view. You can do it in different ways. Okay, import view, and we can just type if path is empty, load views dot index. Okay, views dot index. So that will load the index response. Okay, if you want, you can specify a name also. You can specify the name, that is optional. If you don't want, you can skip it. Name equal to index. So if the path is empty, it will load the views.index function. Okay, that's it. So we have configured the URL patterns here in polls app. So the URLs that belongs to the polls app can be written here. Okay, and what you need to do next is you need to add this URL patterns to the my site, our applications configure URLs configuration file. That is the main urls.py file in the my site folder. So go there and just import a function include here. Okay, we are going to include the URLs from our polls app. So you have to add this function include. Okay, so what we are going to include here is if path. Okay, so we are going to register path equal to polls. Polls is the name of your app. Okay, if path is equal to polls, comma, what you need to do is you need to include what you need to include from polls, include URLs. Okay, from polls dot URLs. Okay, from polls import the URLs. So for that you have to write include of polls dot URLs. That will include the polls app URLs. Okay, so that's it. So we have polls application and we have included it. Okay, let me just write the path like this. Polls. If the path starts with poll, it will include polls dot URLs. Okay, that's it. So that is what we have now. Let me start the server again. Okay, we have an error now. So we didn't do one thing, that is we haven't added the polls app to the installed apps. So go to installed apps and add what is the name of our app? It's polls dot apps dot polls config, right? So you need to register your app here. Okay. So we have an error. No module named views. Where is that error? Okay, in the urls.py file we have an error. Okay, let me just write import dot views. So what happened? Okay, let me import from, okay, let me import like this. Import polls dot views. Okay, let me import like this from dot views import star, and let me just write the name of the function here, that is index. Yeah, now it's all okay. So write like this, from dot views import star. So that will import everything from views.py file. Okay, so refresh. Now we don't have an empty path. We have a path that starts with admin or polls. So I'm going to write polls. See, this is a polls app. Okay, so if polls slash path is empty, it will load this index page of polls app. Okay, that's it. So that is working. So include is a function that allows referencing of other URL calls. Okay, include function will include other URLs configurations into the main URLs file. Okay, so we have included polls apps URL configuration into the common URL patterns of your project. Okay, so that is what we did now. Fine. So when to use include? You should always use include when you include other URL patterns. Earlier we did in a different way. I think this is a better way. That one is also fine. That will work fine. But this is more, an efficient way, because we are storing all the URLs related to polls inside another URL file, and we can just include that URLs files configurations directly into the settings in the urls.py file of your project. Okay, so yeah, so we are getting the page when our path is polls. Okay, why I'm writing polls here? See, I have registered the path like polls. If the path is polls, path is starting with polls, include polls.url. So and here I just wrote the path is equal to empty. If I write home, okay, path home. Okay, so if I refresh this, you won't get it. So what do you need to write here now? Path slash home. Then only you'll get this page. Got my point? Okay, let us remove this. We need an empty file now. Okay, looks fine. So let me remove this. Now home will not work. Okay, let me remove it and run. Done. So what is path function? Path route is a string that contains URL pattern. When processing a request, Django starts at the first pattern in URL patterns and makes it its way down the list, comparing the requested URL against each pattern. It finds one that matches. So when you have a URL, we already know that it will Django will matches all the available URLs in the urls.py file. So it will search for the matching pattern. So when you have admins URL start with admin, it will go to admin site.urls. When you have a URL that starts with polls, it will go to polls.urls, and so on. Okay, yeah. Then writing your next part. Now we are going to modify the set up our database. To set up your database, you can add what is your JavaScript engine and all that things. If you want some others, if you are using Oracle, see, by default Django provides which database? SQLite 3. SQLite 3 is already installed, comes up with Django. If you want to use some other libraries like MySQL, PostgreSQL or Oracle, you have to specify that here. Let me show you where to specify that. In yeah, in your settings.py there is a engine. Yeah, see, here is a database. You can search for things here. Okay, you can search for control F and search. I've searched engine here. Can you see this? Databases, default, engine and name. Okay, so by default Django also already comes up with the SQLite 3 backend server, database server. So if you want MySQL or PostgreSQL or Oracle, you have to specify it here. Like if you don't want to use SQLite 3, it's fine. So you have to specify what is your database engine, what is the name, how to search for it, and all those things. Okay, so if you guys are using SQLite, PostgreSQL, you have the the package will be like django.db.backends.postgresql. Or if you guys are we are using MySQL, you have to, because we have already installed MySQL. If you want to use MySQL, you can type django.db.backends.mysql. And or if you want to use Oracle, you have to write django.db.backends.oracle. Other backends are also available with Django. So you can choose the JavaScript database engine of your choice here. Okay, you just need to provide the correct name. If you want MySQL, you can just type MySQL here. If you want Oracle, you can type Oracle there. Okay, that's it. So we are just using SQLite 3 as of now. So if you want something else, you can choose that. Okay, then you have to write the name of your database here. Okay, name of your database. Okay, so the name of your database, if you are using SQLite, database will be file on your computer. In that case, name should be the full absolute path, including the file name of that file. So default value is base underscore der by db SQLite 3. Will store the file in project directory. Okay. So if you are not using SQLite as your database, additional settings such as user, password, host must be added. So if you guys are not using SQLite, you have to add the host address, username, and password of your database server. Okay, like if you guys are using MySQL, you have to specify the host here. Host as you can type localhost. Okay, localhost. Then I'm just showing it example. Then you have to write user as root, comma, password as root here. And here you need to write the name of your database. Just simply write the name of your database. Okay, if you guys are using MySQL. Okay, but we are just using SQLite 3, so we don't need to add all these things. Okay, cool. This is enough. Okay, so we have added our apps already. Okay, now let's see what are other things there in settings.py file. In settings.py file, we have so many installed apps like Django Contrib admin. We have a built-in admin site. Then Contrib.auth, a default authentication system. Contrib.content types, a framework for content types. And Contrib.sessions for a session framework. Contrib.messages, a messaging framework. Static files for working with managing static files. So we have all these things already built in our is available in our installed app. See, admin, auth, content type, sessions, messages, static files, and now we have added polls config also. Okay, information about the app that we have created. Okay, so these applications are included by default as a convenience for the common case. Some of the applications make use of at least one database table though. So we need to create tables in the database before we can use them. So to make tables, you have to run the command manage.py make migrations. Okay, so we haven't created any model yet, so we don't need to create tables now. We can create that later. Now we are going to create models. Okay, so in our polls app, we'll create two models, question and choice. A question has a question and a publication date. A choice has two fields, the text of choice and a vote tally. Each choice is associated with a question. So we have to create two models now, question and choice. Question will contain two fields, question text and publication date. And a choice, each choice is associated with a question. And a choice has two fields. Okay. The text of choice and the vote tally. So we are going to create a model now. In the models.py file of polls app. So you can go to models.py file and create the first class, that is question. Class question. Since it is a model class, you need to write models.model. Okay. And here we need a question and a publication date. So I'm going to store it as question underscore text is equal to models.char field. Let's store a max length. Let it be 200. Yeah. And next we have a publication date field. Okay. pub underscore date field. And here we are storing it as models.date field. Where do we take date and time? Yeah, we're taking date time field. Okay. Date time field. Just passing an empty string. Date published. Okay. So this is what we have in question class. Now let me create a class choice. Okay. So since it is a model class, model has to be given. And a choice will have two fields, choice text and votes, and a choice is related to a question. So you need to have what? Many to one relationship. Many choices will have a single question. So you have to write a foreign key here. Okay, so let's add the foreign key first. Question is equal to models dot foreign key. First argument is the class that we are referring, that is question. And you have to write on delete is equal to cascade. Models.cascade, sorry, models.cascade. Okay. Okay, now we have two more fields, that is choice text and vote. Choice text is a char field and votes is a integer field. Okay. So choice underscore text is a char field. So models dot char field, provide some length 100 and what else? Polls or votes. Yeah, votes is equal to, it's an integer field. Votes equal to models dot integer field. If you want, you can provide default value to integer field. I'm going to set it as 0. See, if no votes, then now votes count will be 0. By default, it will be 0 if you are not providing any votes. So question, choice text, and votes. So these are the three fields in our choice class. Okay. So yes, now we need to activate our models. Okay, so here, to activate our model, a small bit of model code gives you Django lot of information. With it, Django is able to create its database schema. Like Django can create tables and create a Python database access API for accessing the question and choice objects. Okay, so when you activate your model, Django will able to create a database schema and it will create Python database access API. From Python, you can access the database. So Django will create an API for you to access the Python database and it will also create the required tables. Okay, so first we need to tell our project. We have added that to the polls config. Okay, so now Django knows to include the polls app. Let us run the command python space manage.py make migrations for polls. Okay, so let me do that. So open your terminal here. Python space manage.py make migrations for polls. Okay, so you'll be seeing an output like this: migrations for polls, False migration 001 initial dot py, create model question, create model choice. If you open the migration folder, you can see the corresponding here in the migrations folders init file. You can see that operations create model, question, fields are ID, question text, and publication date. And here we have another field that is choice ID, another model choice ID, choice text, vote, enter, question. You can see an auto generated ID field here. Okay. Yeah. So by running making migrations, you are telling the Django that you have made some changes to your models. In this case, you have made new ones, and that you would like the changes to be stored as migrations. So migrations are how Django stores changes to your models. So we need migrations to make Django to understand the changes that you have made in your models. Okay, they are files on disks basically. So you can read the migrations for your new model if you like. Okay. So if you want to know what all migrations are done so far, you can just run this S command and you can see the migrations that made by you so far. Okay, that is the SQL migrate command. Python space manage dot py SQL migrate polls 0010001.py. What happened? Python space manage dot py SQL migrate polls 0001. SQL migrate polls.py. Okay, let me just, okay, don't need to put py, 001 is enough. Yeah, see, this is the query. Create model question, create table polls underscore question. The table name will be polls underscore question. See, we have a field ID, then question text and publication text. Okay, see, this is the corresponding SQL command for the migration. So we have done before. Okay. Yeah, that's it. Then now run migrate again to create those model tables in your database. Okay, if you want to create the tables models in your database, you have to write this command Python space manage dot py migrate. So that will eventually make the tables. Okay, in your database. Okay, initially it made the migrations and changes to the migrations folder. After you make the migrations, then to create your tables, you need to run python space manage.py migrate command. Okay, now the tables are created. Okay, so make migrations to create migrations for changes and migrate to apply those changes to database. So if you want to make any changes to the models, that will be, you need to run make migrations, and if you want to update those changes in your database, you have to run migrate command also. Okay, that's it. Now we have a Python database API that will allow you to interact with your Python's data frame. The database API that now we have created for question and choice. So if you want to launch your Python API, you can run this command Python space manage.py shell. We know that, but still. Okay, so type Python space manage.py shell. So that will launch the interactive console where you can interact with your database. Okay, so database API. So I'm going to import from polls.models import question comma choice. These are the two model classes. Oh, it's comma, I put dot, comma choice. Okay, imported. Now if you want, you can store data. If you want, you can fetch data. So now we have, first of all, let's just fetch the data. How do we fetch it? Question dot objects dot all. So objects is the manager that will let you to access the database. See, now we have an empty query set that doesn't contain anything right here. Now what else? Now we are going to create a question. So here we are going to store q is equal to question of what is the name. Okay, let us write some question. Let it be what's new and publication date. Okay, so the text name here it is, go to the model, question underscore text. So you need to write, before writing the question, you need to write the field name here, that is question underscore text is equal to what's new, and I'm taking the publication. Okay, before that I need the time interface. So import, what you need to import from date time or from time zone, you can import whichever you want. Okay, we are just importing time zone now to get the current date and time. Okay, from Django dot utils import time zone. Okay, okay, from Django.utils import time zone. Now let me create the question object. Q is equal to, I'm just creating one, there's one for you. Question question underscore text is equal to spelling. Please do check the spelling. Okay, what's new, comma pub underscore date is equal to we can call the time zone function dot now. Okay, so write time zone dot now. Okay, yeah, done. Let's save this. Q dot save, and let's fetch it. Question dot objects dot all. See, now we have a single entry here, single question object here. Okay, if you want to find the ID, you can type q dot id, that will give you the ID. Okay, q dot id, that is one. Q dot pub underscore date, that is the date information. Then q dot question underscore text, so that will be spelling question underscore text. So the question text is what's new. So we can take out the data from q, object q, where we have stored the data. Okay, fine. So if you want, you can add str function, because it's important to add str method to your models, not only for your own convenience when dealing with the interactive prompt, but also because objects representations are used throughout Django's automatically generated admin. So let's have this str function so that it's really convenient when you access it. Okay, because when you call d dot question dot objects dot all, we are getting this object. We are not able to see the data. So if you want to see the data for your convenience, just add the str function, str, and just return what you want to return. I'm just returning the question text only. Here also you can return what all things you want to return from choice also. Let's return the choice text from here. Okay, whatever you want. Okay, I forgot to return here also, return self dot choice text. Okay, that's it. So in addition, here we are adding date time checking here, not the addition of import date time from Django utils, import time zone to reference Python standard datetime module. And Django's time zone related utilities are in Django utils time zone respectively. If you are not familiar with time zone handling in Python, you can also use Python's datetime package as well. Okay, yeah, that's it. Now you can filter it using filter function. Okay, let's try the filter function now. Okay, for that, let's write. How do we write it? Okay, now we have to stop and rerun it again because we have updated the file. So let me just launch the shell now. manage.py shell. Okay, let me just import it all over again. Okay, and question dot objects dot, instead of all I'm calling filter function now, and here you can write the filter condition. Let the filter condition is question starts with what. Okay, so how do you write the filter condition? The field name, that is question underscore text, and our function. How do you apply the function? Double underscore, then function name starts with equal to what. Okay, so it will return every question that starts with what. Okay, so we'll get this question, that is what's new. Okay, similarly you can do whatever kind of select operations, fetch operations. We have done this already, so I'm not going to repeat it again because you have already created it. Now if you want to create a choice, you can create choices. Okay, so let's do one thing. Let us create a question. We have created a question object. Let's create one more question object here, and let's store that question object somewhere, and I just want to store that into the choice, because choice and question are related. So because there is a foreign key, because a single question will have multiple choices, right? So what you are going to do is I'm going to create a new question object here, or you can take an older object also. Okay, let's take the older object. So let us get an object here, objects dot get off, because there is a id field with the primary key. So we have only a single field. So I'm going to take that result into a variable q. Okay, q. So I have stored that first this object into a variable q. Okay, and I'm going to set choices for that particular question. So how do you set it? To set choices for the question, you need to write q dot, what is the name of the model? That is choice. Okay. Uh, yeah, before that, yes, we have already imported choice. Okay, so now we need to set choices. So yeah, so you need to write q dot choice underscore set dot all. Okay, let's do that. Q dot choice underscore set dot all. So actually we don't have any choice for this question now. We are getting an empty query set. So we are just checking whether the choices of this question. Okay, what's new? For this question we don't have any choices now. So now we are going to create a choices for that. So how we are going to create it? Q dot choice underscore. To create choices you have to write q dot choice dot, you can use create function, choice dot choice underscore set dot create. Okay, so to create a choice, what are things you need to add? You need to add a choice text and votes. Okay, so one question will have, this is a many to one relationship, right? So one question will have many choices. Okay, so let's add choice underscore text. Choice underscore text is equal to your value. Okay, let's show something like this. Not much, then votes equal to 0. What's new? So not much is my choice, and comma votes equal to 0. Okay, so first choice added. Now I'm going to add one more choice text here. You can write whatever you want, say the sky, vote 0, the sky, if you want, whatever data you want. So what happens? Oh, extra bracket. So let me add one more. So the last choice is just hacking again. Just hacking again. Okay, if you want, you can store the result into a variable. Okay, I'm just storing this result into a variable C. C equal to this. So, and if you want to find out the question of the choice C, what will you write? Because here we have a many to one relationship. So, if you want to find out the question of this particular choices, we will be writing C dot Q. So, sorry, C dot question, because we have a property question in the choice model. So, C dot question will give you the question. See what's new. Okay, that's it. So actually the question was wrong. Yeah, question has to be what's up. Okay, that's up. So yeah, that's it. So we did so this to we can call this function question underscore set dot all to display any choices from the related question object set. So we don't have anything. So we have added, we set three choices for the choice, like choice underscore set create, and after that you can find out the question using C dot question. Okay, yeah, that's it. Now you can find out, okay, if you want to filter the questions, the objects with the choices with the publication, some publication date. Okay, so how do we do that? So choice dot, you have to write choice dot objects. Okay, you have to import time zone from, do we need time zone here? Let me check. Yeah, you can import, you have to import time zone. We didn't import it now. Let me import it. One sec. Okay, you now you have to change. Okay, syntax error. Okay, now it's correct from the Django. Yes. Now I'm just copy pasting this question. Okay, I'm just taking the current year and yes, is filtering out the choices here. So current year equal time zone dot now of year and question dot objects dot get of pub underscore date double underscore year equal to current year. That is from the publication date, date objects year. I'm taking the year out of it and we are checking whether it is the current year. Okay, if it is the current year, you can filter and see the data. What happened? Indentation error. Okay. Yeah, there is a space. See, you'll get what's new because the question what's new will have the year as current year, the publication year as current year. Okay, so you'll get the data. That's it. So this is how we add choices and set values for the choices. Okay, that's it. And if you want to delete something, you can do that using the delete function. We have discussed that before. Okay.